subject today. Is there any great flaw or fault in restating our assumptions and clarifying with scientific precision the things that we have come to know to be quote-unquote true and without question? What is so wrong with critically examining fundamental and widely accepted ideas about such things as the shape of the earth and the nature of the system that we reside in? How often have we ever even considered questioning the celestial mechanics of the world in which we live? Are we supposed to take at face value the promulgations made by governments and self-proclaimed authorities of science informing us about the heavens above? If you are like me, you take to heart what the great George Carlin said about governments. How much does the average person even know about the movements of the planets, the sun, the moon, and the earth? Quite some time ago, as I first started exploring the flat earth model, I posted something on my Facebook account asking my friends a simple question, and it was essentially this: does the moon rotate on its axis? Now, this seems like it should be a pretty easy question to answer, one that an educated populace would be able to answer without so much as a glance at a textbook or looking the answer up online. But funny enough, the answers in the comments section varied so wildly and so completely that it made me realize that most people are going through life clinging, sometimes desperately, to models, ideas, and paradigms that they really know nothing about. And this is a serious problem. So what do we do about this problem? Well, the best way I have always learned to get to the bottom of things is to apply the scientific method, using reason and logic as my guides to make tangible the best answers to the proposed questions at hand. The whole flat earth movement and phenomenon affords us, meaning the whole of mankind, the perfect opportunity to place each and every one of us at the center of a grand scientific experiment. This social movement allows mankind the opportunity to put himself through a litmus test. A litmus test is defined as a decisively indicative test and is traditionally used to determine the acidity or alkalinity of chemical substances. Or in other words, it decisively indicates the nature of the subject tested. Hey, is it alkaline or is it acidic? Is it A or is it B? Is it black or is it white? And as we may come to find, sometimes these things aren't so cut and dry as we thought. Not only does the debate of the rotundity or flatness of the earth provide humanity a perfect opportunity to reapply our own scientific knowledge and engage in the learning process once again, things we can only construe as intellectually progressive exercises, it also presents ourselves with a litmus test, challenging our own application and understanding of the scientific method. Our litmus test will be A. Are we using the scientific method, not relying on preconception or bias to arrive at our conclusions? Or B. Have we failed at such a noble objective? And let us make no mistake about it, the pursuit of science is not relegated to the universities and institutions of higher learning. Science, by definition, is the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. Anyone can make those observations and experiments. Science is a method of investigation, not a set of beliefs. Science is not monopolized by governmental institutions and by men in white lab coats. Science belongs in the hands of each and every human being on this earth, regardless of what anyone says.
First of all, if you're a fucking guy that's making YouTube videos about the earth being flat, that shit isn't research. It's just not. It's not. You're not a scientist. You're not wearing a lab coat. You don't work for a major university. Just because you're some fucking jack-off alone in your room obsessing about nonsense, that's not research.
Damn, I'd hate to be one of those fucking guys on YouTube making a video on the flat earth who obviously has nothing important to say. The fact is, science and its basic methods are easy to follow and abide by. The pillars of the scientific method consist of asking questions, doing background research, constructing a hypothesis based on the testing and analysis of that data, drawing a conclusion and reporting the results. Scientific research must be repeatable, verifiable, demonstrable, as well as able to undergo a healthy amount of scrutiny and criticism. Simple as pie. What often gets in the way of the pure pursuit of science is the human ego. Cordiality and congeniality are lost when the unadulterated quest for truth gets tainted by all sorts of corrupting forces such as money, power, greed, and pride, all things quite prevalent in the current collective human condition. We must always keep emblazoned in our minds the understanding that ridicule, belittlement, derision, disparaging and derogatory remarks, ad hominem attacks, and the like have no place within scientific inquiry, nor in social civility. In the noble pursuit of science, if one attacks another for simply making an inquiry or asking a question, you can be sure that that individual is not, in any way, shape, or form, engaging in the scientific method. Period. We must abandon any inclinations to revert to childishness and always be constructive with our debates and discussions. Whether we recognize it or not, humankind has a moral stake in being kind. The word itself reminds us of this absolute truth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
What I wish to do here is simply present 10 interesting points of contention that I've personally found compelling throughout my own investigation of the Flat Earth movement. This video is not intended to be an unbiased scientific investigation because ultimately that investigation rests in your hands and in the hands of the community at large. Since we will only be covering 10 unique questions surrounding the nature and construction of our earthly system, this investigation is obviously anything but conclusive. But I do feel that addressing and highlighting these 10 particular aspects will make a strong enough case as to why so many people have begun to seriously question our proposed heliocentric system. It must be noted that there are so many different facets to consider when it comes to understanding the very dynamic system that creates our blessed little home here in the universe. Obviously, when confronted with such a dynamic system as our solar/geocentric system, there is a bevy of varying phenomena that one has to take into consideration. Things like the phases of the moon, the path of the sun, the cause of seasons, the retrograde motion of planets, the mechanics of the pole star, flight paths, the cause of tides, eclipses, etc., etc., etc. Without a doubt, there are countless things that must be taken into consideration before we may draw any sort of final conclusion on the matter. The goal here is not to cover each and every one, for time dictates otherwise. There is now a growing and bountiful outpouring of videos on YouTube with varying degrees of quality and truthfulness that anyone may go and explore if they so choose. If you have questions about the proposed flat earth model not covered here, which you surely should and will, there are numerous sites that cover each and every one. When undergoing your investigation, I would only add this. When combing through the endless videos and material on this subject, you will come across many characters. There are deceivers, liars, people with wild and outlandish imaginations, people who have done little to no homework, people who place blame where blame is not to be placed, people with squirrely revelations and mad prophecy, people who claim to have answers, and people who work full-time at propagating disinformation. There are also a lot of very loving and kind people out there, many trying to make sense of an often senseless world, and so many who simply seek truth. In short, and in other words, be careful. It's a jungle out there. The 10 different topics I personally found compelling and the ones we will be examining in this video are the following. Number 1, the model, heliocentric and geocentric. Though there are many other systems other than these two that have been purported throughout time, such as simulation theory, concave Earth, etc., we are going to be looking at these two particular ones exclusively because of the fact that we have been taught the heliocentric model and the flat Earth movement has caught the most steam recently. We are going to give a brief overview of both models as best as my meager mind understands them. Number 2, horizon, perspective, and viewable distances. We are going to take a look at, well, how human beings look at the world, what we can see, how far we can see, and how the world appears to us. Number 3, sun hotspot in the Earth. We're going to take a quick look at a video from a high-altitude weather balloon and look at how the sun appears to us in this film. Number 4, angles of light and the sun's rays. We're going to take a look at the rays of the sun and the claim that the sun is 93 million miles away. Number 5, NASA and the space agencies of the world. We are going to examine 2 short videos supposedly taken of the Earth from space, provided by the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency and the National Aeronautics Space Administration. Number 6, the sun and the moon. We are going to take a short scroll through the myriad questions surrounding the relationship between these 2 heavenly bodies and our Mother Earth. Number 7, proof of the Earth's spin. We're going to ask the question, can we determine from our position on Earth that the Earth spins at roughly 1,000 miles an hour? Number 8, the existence of gravity. We're going to watch a university professor explain how the gravitational constant was discovered and take a look into what is known as the Cavendish experiment. Number 9, an analysis of a time-lapse video of the sun. We are going to watch a brief video showing a time-lapse of the sun and analyze what we are seeing. Number 10, the astrolabe. The astrolabe is an ancient astronomical computer, and we are going to take a look at its functionality today. Okay, so here we go. Number 1, the model, heliocentric or geocentric. What I'm going to try to do here is present very succinctly the general outline and model for both the heliocentric and geocentric systems, again, as best as I understand them. We will take a quick look at basic explanations for the phenomenon we see, as well as look at a quick history of both, and I will try to do this as commonsensical and tersely as I possibly can. So the first model we intend to investigate is the heliocentric system, the system that we have all come to know and the one that we learned about in our state-run educational curriculum. In the heliocentric system, the sun, or Helios, resides at the center of the system, with that sun flying through space at nearly 500,000 miles an hour, or 483 miles per hour to be more precise. The Earth, one of the planets in an entire system of planets, revolves around the sun at roughly 67,000 miles per hour, in a large orbit taking 365.24 days to complete. This elliptical orbit around the sun finds the Earth 93 million miles away from the sun in summer, and 3 million miles closer to the sun, or 90 million miles away during winter, a fairly counterintuitive phenomenon called aphelion and perihelion. The band of stars that we see overhead at night is called the Milky Way galaxy, and is the spiral galaxy that our solar system is a very minute part of. The stars we see in the night sky are millions of light years away, a light year being the measure of time it would take light to reach a destination. Our galaxy is just one of literally trillions of galaxies that exist in the ever-expanding universe, giving rise to the notion and statistical probability that Earth, and the life that exists upon it, though unique in its own way, is probably nothing special, as there are many solar systems and many Earth-like planets out in the heavens. The Earth itself is an oblate spheroid, tilted at 23.4 degrees and rotates counterclockwise on its axis to the tune of roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. This rotation is said to cause day and night. The moon rotates around the Earth, with the moon itself rotating on its own axis. And even though the moon spins on its axis, we never see this rotation, and hence we never see the dark side of the moon, and this is due to the fact that the spin of the moon is tidally locked to the Earth's rotation. The heliocentric system is a rather newly adopted system, having first been introduced in the mid-1500s by Nicholas Copernicus in his book On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, released upon his death in 1543. The ancient Greek Aristarchus had proposed a heliocentric theory in roughly 250 BC, possibly working off the theories of the mythical Pythagoras, who supposedly lived a few hundred years prior, but his theories fell out of favor, with many adopting the geocentric model as proposed by the likes of Aristotle and Ptolemy. The geocentric or flat Earth system puts the Earth at the center of the drama, with the sun, moon, and stars above revolving around it, just as mankind perceives it. The sun and moon at varying speeds with one another make roughly concentric paths around the center of the Earth, with many postulating a magnetic pole or source dictating these paths. The rising and setting of the sun is caused by perspective, with the sun rising as it approaches the viewer's vanishing point along the horizon, and sets as it moves away from the viewer and ultimately out of sight. The sun stereographically projects onto the plane of the Earth and acts as a spotlight, which is the cause of day and night. The sun and moon are roughly the same size and same distance away, just as they appear, with current figures given for those objects to be roughly 32 miles in diameter and approximately 3,000 to 4,000 miles away. The moon, like the sun, is its own light source, and the phases of the moon are more than likely caused by the moon itself, and not by reflected light from the sun, as understood in the heliocentric model. The Earth is stationary, and the stars in the heavens revolve around the Earth, hence why the pole star, or Polaris, always remains visible no matter what season it is on the Earth. The Earth has a central pole, being the North Pole, with the southern magnetism being attributed to an ice wall or shelf surrounding and holding in the oceans, what is deemed Antarctica on the globular model. Many flat Earth proponents point out the fact that Antarctica is essentially off limits to independent investigations due to the Antarctic Treaty of 1961, signed jointly by many of the most powerful nations in the world. The flat Earth model has no need for gravity or stars billions of light years away because the stars are close and contained within the Earth-sky system. Relativity also becomes irrelevant because there is indeed an up and indeed a down, just as we experience here on Earth. There are several members of the geocentric community that make it a point to note and clarify that they do not necessarily believe that the Earth is not a sphere, but rather that the flat landmass that mankind stands on is not wrapped on the outside of the sphere, but instead a flat plane existing within a sphere, much like you would see in a snow globe. Many flat earthers postulate a literal firmament or dome that contains the heavens above, which parallels and is in accord with many different mythologies and religious scriptures. The flat earth model has been in existence for thousands of years, has been adopted the world over by Mayan, Hindu, Jain, Buddhist, Egyptian, Norse, Native American, Chinese, and numerous other cultures. Both the Holy Bible and the Quran seem to strongly suggest a flat earth cosmogony. The previous is, as already stated, a very brief and abridged explanation of both models, as best as I can understand them, and further exploration and research is encouraged by those who may be unfamiliar with the inner workings of each one. Ultimately, when undergoing our own hands-on scientific investigation into this subject, when presented with particular questions about the mechanics of these models, if we are to uphold the grand pillars of the scientific method, we should simply provide the most concise explanation to the queries. As we move on, and as you move on with your own investigation, the question that you should always hold in the back of your mind is simply, as a heliocentrist, how do I explain this? As a geocentrist, how do I explain this? And hell, if you're a Mayan elder, you should probably explain how all of this looks from the back of a crocodile. Okay, let's move on. Number 2, horizon, perspective, and viewable distances. The horizon from our perspective, 360 degrees all the way around, always appears flat. No matter how high you climb in elevation, the horizon will always rise up and be level with your eyes. High-altitude balloons have traveled upwards of 33 miles in elevation, and when the curvature of the camera lens, usually a GoPro fisheye lens, is accounted for, which changes the horizon line from convex to concave to flat as it bounces, we find that the horizon remains completely flat and no curvature is ever seen. How can this phenomenon be best explained? The flat Earth model explains this by the fact that the Earth is a plane, not a planet, and therefore what is viewed with the eye is consistent with the actual flat, extended plane on which we live. The best explanation from those in the heliocentric camp explain this occurrence by the fact that no one has just gotten high enough in elevation to see the curvature, due to the immensity of the Earth. The horizon only looks flat because we are seeing a very small portion of the massive Earth. Pics from NASA and other space agencies also show the curvature of the Earth as well. Personally, I must say that, though the heliocentric explanation at first hand may seem plausible, it is not consistent with the math as given to us by spherical geometry. People all over the world, myself included, have reported seeing distances that, according to the basic mathematics of a sphere that has an equator of roughly 25,000 miles or so, should just not be visible. Objects 20, 30, 60 miles away and further have been spotted, many of which at sea level, that just should not be seen according to the math. Ships that have supposedly sailed over the curvature of the Earth, when zoomed in with a telephoto lens, can clearly be seen, which is completely inconsistent with the heliocentric or globular Earth perspective. Number 3, sun hotspot on the Earth. In this very popular video that has made its way around the flat Earth community, a high-altitude balloon was sent up by the company Dogcam Sport to shoot footage of the Earth in an effort to promote their online camera company. As far as I am aware, this video is real and is not fabricated whatsoever. We can clearly see in one part of the footage that the sun makes a hot spot on the Earth. The question this video poses is, if the sun is 93 million miles away from the Earth as claimed by modern astronomers, then how in the world is the sun creating a singular, circular, very clear hotspot on the Earth? The flat Earth proponents explain this simply by saying the sun is not 93 million miles away. It is actually rather close, and so this phenomenon we see makes perfect sense. If the sun is 93 million miles away, then the rays that would reach the Earth would engulf the Earth equally and be parallel to one another, as shown in this graphic. Though I've looked fairly extensively for an answer to this anomaly by the globe Earth proponents, I've yet to find one that is personally satisfactory. Number 4. Angles of light in the sun's rays. In this picture we see the rays of the sun bursting through the clouds, and it is very easy to see that the rays converge to a point that seems to exist just beyond the clouds. Many people experience this phenomenon every single day, and I must say that personally it is quite a beautiful and magical sight. We must conclude that if the sun is 93 million miles away, the rays that would reach the Earth would reach the Earth at a 90-degree angle, with all rays parallel to one another, as just mentioned. The Flat Earth community explains this occurrence by the fact that the sun is close to the Earth, once again roughly 3,000 or so miles away, and the viewable light is converging directly back to the sun itself. The only answer I have found that describes this phenomenon by the globe Earth theorists is that the sun's rays are reflecting off the various layers of the Earth's atmosphere, with those layers being the exosphere, thermosphere, mesosphere, stratosphere, and troposphere. The light rays, once they reach the Earth, are dispersed, which is caused by light refraction, or the bending of a wave when it enters a medium where its speed is different. I take issue with this explanation personally because if such were true, should we not see divergent rays all over the sky instead of this phenomenon simply happening locally? Number 5. NASA and the space agencies of the world. For this one, we are going to ask one simple question. Can NASA and the numerous other space agencies of the world be trusted when it comes to the information that they provide? Most news programs, media outlets, and your average everyday nightly news-watching citizen will accept without question or controversy the claims made by any and all of these space organizations. Images and data sent from the New Horizons satellite floating towards Pluto billions of miles away, the Curiosity rover on Mars picking up samples of the Martian surface, the Hubble telescope snapping pictures and videos of quasars, pulsars, nebula, etc., all throughout the universe. Assertions of water on the moon and other Earth-like planets existing all over the cosmos, all of these claims are usually taken at face value without any serious investigative team ever questioning their scientific legitimacy, or demanding verifiable proof for the information offered as absolute fact. Average everyday people don't often ask questions like, hey, how does the International Space Station handle traveling speeds of 17,500 miles an hour around the Earth in the thermosphere that is said to reach temperatures of 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit? How does the International Space Station ground itself without ever touching ground as it continually builds up a static electric charge cruising around the Earth? How does the Cassini satellite cruise through the rings of Saturn unscathed, while we are told that the rings of Saturn are made of billions of pieces of ice, dust, and rocks, some as small as a grain of salt, while others as big as houses? It is questions like these, along with so many others, that have many people in the Flat Earth movement doubting the whole 9 yards. I will be playing 2 quick videos. The first one is provided by the folks at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and is a supposed shot of the dark side of the moon as it passes before Earth in a roughly 25-hour period. The second one was released by the Japanese Space Agency and is supposed to be a video taken of Earth rotating in space. Let us take a look at the first video. This video is said to have been taken by a satellite floating somewhere around 1 million miles from Earth. As you can see, even though the video is supposed to be of a 25-hour period, the shot is perfectly still and the cloud formations hardly, if ever, move in this entire span of time. Besides looking just absolutely fabricated, it must also be noted that the moon crosses a great distance over the Earth in this video, which is completely inconsistent with what we are told the orbit of the moon should take around the Earth, which is a period of approximately 28 days. Also pay attention to the fact that not a single star is seen in the background. Where are they? There are numerous anomalies and inconsistencies with this video, and even the untrained eye can see that this footage has some serious issues with its authenticity. The second video is provided by the Japanese Space Agency, and shown here is supposedly a video of the Earth as it spins, creating day and night. If you take notice, the camera is once again perfectly still, not a nudge, shake, bump, or shift in the viewpoint, which in itself seems completely illogical considering that this was supposed to have been taken from a weather satellite drifting in orbit in the vacuum and infinitude of space. As you can clearly see, the clouds all move together in perfect harmony, almost as if one enormous weather pattern swept over the entirety of the Earth. Notice that when the day turns to night, no lights can be seen on the Earth. Is this because the satellite is too far away to detect them? Also notice we do not see any of the supposed 1,800 satellites orbiting the Earth, nor do we see the International Space Station that is supposed to be traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. Also take note, just like the last video, the absence of stars in the background. Though we can see stars here on Earth very clearly, and astronauts at NASA recently admitted seeing stars in space, it is a complete wonder why we do not see a single one in any of these videos. I have personally shown these videos to non-conspiracy minded people and asked them point blank if they believed that the footage that they were viewing was real or CGI, and the response I received every time was a laughing, absolutely not, that is fake as hell and obviously computer generated. The internet is littered with sites, once again of varying quality and accuracy, that have heap loads of evidence that calls into question literally everything these space agencies do. From the International Space Station to the Apollo moon landing hoax, there's an excited, passionate, and fast-growing demographic of people that are calling bullshit to the claims the governments of the world are making, and they are backing up their grievances with mountains of evidence. I have done an entire video on my own personal feelings towards NASA that you can find on my channel entitled Curiosity Roving Through the Claims of NASA, which is a concise and to-the-point video addressing many concerns and anomalies with the information released by this American space agency. I feel that it is well worth your time. The fact is, when examining whether or not the Earth upon which we stand is part of a geo- or heliocentric system, we must take into deep consideration the possibility that the very people who tell us about the heavens above are lying to us about what they know. Only someone engaging in the true scientific method would understand that this factor, in order to make the most complete and thorough study possible, must be accounted for. Number 6. The Sun and the Moon. The image here is presented to give you a rough perspective of the proposed sizes and distances of the Earth and our Sun in the heliocentric model, as given to us by official sources. The Sun is on the right there with its approximate size, and the Earth is on the left with its approximate size, given here in English miles. That line in between the Earth and Sun is to denote a measure of 1 million miles, which means there would be 92 million more of those lines between the Sun and us here on Earth. This is a distance of such enormity that I cannot even draw to scale on this screen and make the Earth visible to the naked eye. For this topic, we're going to take a much more philosophical and honestly theological approach. The Sun and the Moon as united polarities have been celebrated throughout history. I think it's safe to say that there is not a culture, nor tribe, nor civilization across the known world that does not pay homage or draw particular attention to these two heavenly bodies. Now, I am not necessarily trying to advocate the belief in a God here on this point, but standing back and looking at the relationship of these heavenly bodies with our Earth and analyzing it with a purely mechanistic and engineering mindset, either one of these models, whether geocentric or heliocentric, at least in my humble opinion, clearly expresses elements of design, intelligence, and intention. In the heliocentric model, we have a sun and moon appearing the exact same size in our sky from our perspective on Earth, with a whopping nearly 93 million miles difference between them. The idea that this Goldilocks zone that the Earth is in, or this perfected balance maintained long enough for such biological complexity to arise, is somehow just happenstance and accident and the result of simple laws of physics, seems, to be downright blunt, absolutely absurd. What is there more evidence of here? Design or chaos? Intelligence or haphazardness? Holistic functionality on a micro and macro scale, or a jumbled volatile mess? If you were in Vegas and you had to bet the farm on whether or not such a perfect, exquisite equilibrium between the sun and the moon was created with A, intelligent design, or B, consciousless randomness, what would you choose? The geocentric model also delivers us into notions of a creator as well when we analyze how its proposed system works. A flat plane with a possible dome overhead encasing the landmass, a sort of terrarium if you will, that within it has two spheres or disks rotating around it, creating a cycle in which life may continually flourish and then pass away. Not to mention the entirety of the stars above rotating around this whole thing. I mean, how are we supposed to imagine this as accident? Like I said, I'm not trying to convince you of anything here, but to me, it's hard to imagine, whatever model we use to explain our world, that there is not intelligence at work here. How can man, as an intelligent animal, somehow use his intelligence to come to the conclusion that the nature that he was born from is unintelligent? That seems like really, really bad logic. I honestly have so many questions surrounding the sun and the moon that they are too numerous to address here. I will say this though, understanding their beauty is simple. To rest on my poetic laurels here, no matter what model we use, and no matter how the mechanics of these objects ultimately plays out, the sun and the moon to me are declarations of cosmic grace. To track the phases of the moon and the cycle of the sun requires no telescope nor complex mathematics. It just simply requires you to look up into the sky every day and every evening. Number 7, the spin of the Earth. The question is, can we tell if the Earth, from our perspective, is spinning or not? Can we somehow detect, calculate, and measure from where you and I stand the supposed spin of the Earth? Now, the Flat Earth community claims that the Earth is motionless and still, and that no motion of the Earth can ever be detected because, by fact, there is none. Many even go so far to say that without the information from the government space agencies of the world, a person cannot even prove himself that the Earth somehow encircles the sun. This quote from Albert Einstein on the spin of the Earth sums up our question pretty nicely. The struggle so violent in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system would be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. Besides images from the space agencies of the world, the heliocentric proponents often point to the Foucault pendulum for evidence of spin. Here's a quick video explaining how the Foucault pendulum works.
A Foucault pendulum is a pendulum with a specially designed pivot, designed so that it can swing back and forth in any direction around the vertical. So that's in contrast to, for example, a grandfather clock, where the pendulum has to swing in a particular plane. Let's imagine that you have a Foucault pendulum and you're at the North Pole of the Earth. When you set the pendulum swinging, you determine a plane in which the pendulum is swinging. And that plane is fixed. So as the Earth rotates underneath the plane of the pendulum swinging. And so if you now go back and imagine that you're standing on the Earth, you see the plane of the pendulum rotate every 24 hours. Now as you go to lower latitudes away from the North Pole, the time that it takes the plane of the pendulum to rotate around lengthens. And in fact, at the equator, the plane doesn't rotate at all. At the latitude of Hanover, it takes 35 hours for the plane to rotate. So if you look at this pendulum here, if we look at it a few minutes from now, we won't even be able to detect that the plane of the pendulum swing has changed. But if you come back in an hour, you will definitely see that it's moved a little bit. And if you come back in 9 hours, this plane of this pendulum here will have rotated by 90 degrees, a very distinct change that you can easily see.
The design of the Foucault pendulum is fairly simple. The pendulum is a heavy mass on the end of a very long chain, suspended so it can swing freely in any direction. And through this simple system, it is said that we are able to measure the rotation of the Earth. According to the heliocentric model, the atmosphere is said to spin with the Earth, and hence the air above and the ground below are a closed system, and thusly spin and are linked together as the Earth rotates. This science is well substantiated within the physics community, and this quote-unquote fact is not questioned. The entire mechanism and science behind the Foucault pendulum is based on the fact that the Earth spins below the pendulum, and the pendulum continues independently to spin on its own plane. The functionality of this machine flies directly in the face, and is a complete contradiction to what is offered up in modern physics. Unless my understanding is severely flawed, for the Foucault pendulum science to be correct, and thus be a valid instrument to measure the Earth's spin, that would mean that a helicopter could float above the Earth for 3 hours and arrive at a destination several thousand miles away, which we all know is impossible. Foucault pendulums are working in science museums across the world. I'm going to leave you here with 2 quotes. The first one is by Nikola Tesla, and the second one by, once again, Albert Einstein. Earth is a realm. It is not a planet. It is not an object. Therefore, it has no edge. Earth would be more easily defined as a system environment. Earth is also a machine. It is a Tesla coil. The sun and the moon are powered wirelessly with the electromagnetic field, or the ether. This field also suspends the celestial spheres with electromagnetic levitation. Electromagnetic levitation disproves gravity because the only force you need to counter is the electromagnetic force, not gravity. The stars are attached to the firmament. Question: have you ever felt the Earth spin? Number 8. The gravitational constant. Gravity, the force that draws everything towards one another. The formulation of the theory of gravity was brought forward by scientist, alchemist, Kabbalist, and philosopher Isaac Newton. Sir Isaac Newton, as Wikipedia states, is widely recognized as one of the most influential scientists of all time and is a key figure in the scientific revolution. His book Principia Mathematica, or the Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, first published in 1687, laid the foundation for classical mechanics. The gravitational constant itself was not calculated or determined until the late 19th century, done so by a scientist named Henry Cavendish. I'm going to let this university professor give you a quick background into the history of Mr. Henry Cavendish and his experiment to find the gravitational constant, or Big G.
One of my favourite scientists is Henry Cavendish. Even though he was part of the rich Dukes of Devonshire, that family, and incredibly rich, he went to Cambridge to study natural sciences, or natural philosophy as it's called. But he had a very curious condition in that he could hardly talk to anybody. So when it came to his Viva exam after 3 years of study, he fled Cambridge rather than sit in front of the examiners because he was petrified of them. This is not the normal sort of person. He couldn't talk to most people. He couldn't talk to women at all. His housekeeper would get a recipe for something or other, and he'd say, no, lamb tonight, leg of lamb, and leave a note for her. He wouldn't say it, he'd write it. He would dine in the evening with his friends, and he would talk to them, but if he didn't know somebody, and you wanted to ask him a question, apparently you had to go to the Royal Society, and he would be in the room, and you'd address the room this question about physics, and you postulate, and if he felt in the mood, he would reply to the room. He was a very strange man. He did most of the experiments quietly on his own, keeping his notebooks, and it was only after his death and a persuasive campaign by Clerk Maxwell, the famous Maxwell of Maxwell's equations from Cambridge University, that he actually got the notebooks from the estate of the Dukes of Devonshire and discovered after the event that Cavendish had discovered the unit of capacitance, discovered dielectric constants, he discovered Dalton's law of partial pressures, he discovered or written about Coulomb's law, all before these guys had done it and just left it unpublished in his notebooks. Towards the end of his life, he did a crucial experiment, which is represented by these lead balls. He lived in Clapham Common, which is nowadays a very poor part of London, but there it was quite fashionable. And he built his own place. His library he built somewhere else because he didn't want anybody borrowing his books from his house. Otherwise, he would have to ask the book back and he didn't want to talk to them. So his library was 4 miles away. Out the back of it, he had a big garden shed, which might seem like the size of my house. And in it, he had 2 lead balls, like this, suspended from the ceiling. Only this is not to scale. This is, I mean, lead balls. Now, the real problem is that he wanted to measure the attraction between two objects due to gravity. In other words, there's a gravitational attraction between you and me, or between me and this lead ball. So he had to be a long way away to look at the experiment, otherwise he'd interfere with it. So he had an aperture, a place where he could look through, and he put a telescope out there, and he stood outside in all weathers, and he was in his 60s doing this, staring through the window to take his measurements over a year. There's another set of lead balls inside there. This experiment really is very difficult to get to work, and a technician has sawed it apart because he got so frustrated. And then right in the middle there's a bit of glass, there's a mirror which should be suspended from a torsion wire. So you'd set it up like this in his shed, and you put it like that, and this lead ball would attract that lead ball, and this lead ball would attract this one, and so it would be pushed a little bit this way and twist the wire, and that would be pushed a little bit that way, and the wire would twist, and as the wire twists, the mirror, which is dangling in there, would twist a little bit, and light which comes in would be reflected off at a slightly different angle, and all he had to do was measure the angle. He then had to move it the other way round. Oh, he didn't move this bit, he moved the lead balls round so that you had an equal and opposite effect on the other side. So instead of you'd have that configuration, he had this is a very complicated technical thing for the time. 18th century we're talking about, and he put that way round, and then it was pushed the other way, and you could then see the displacement. Moreover, you could measure the period of oscillation of this, and from that get all the properties of the wire, the torsional constant. And that enabled him to measure big G, the gravitational constant, to an accuracy of 1%, and nobody improved on that for 100 years. He didn't describe it as that. He described it as though he was weighing the Earth. He was calculating the mass of the Earth, so that when you're attracted to the Earth through gravity, it's the product of the mass of the Earth, this big gravitational constant, divided by r squared, the radius of the Earth squared, which we normally know as acceleration due to gravity. And that quantity is essentially big G, and he measured it.
Wikipedia tells us that the Cavendish experiment was the first experiment to measure the force of gravity between masses in the laboratory, and the first to yield accurate values for the gravitational constant. This experiment, and the constant derived from it, has laid the foundation for all the current science and theoretical physics dominating the intellectual landscape of today. The entirety of modern physics, in essence, is anchored, one way or another, on the gravitational constant. Big G is used to measure the weight of galaxies and planetary bodies. It is even used theoretically to calculate the very instance of the birth of the universe. In fact, CERN, or the Large Hadron Collider, is a multi-billion-dollar particle accelerator built underground on the border of Switzerland and France that is said to simulate the conditions at the moment of the Big Bang, which is the currently accepted cosmological creation story dominating the minds of modern physicists. It is quite remarkable that all of modern physics is based on an experiment that is not continually being tested and retested to authenticate its veracity. Should there not be a continual Cavendish experiment being conducted to make absolutely sure that this experiment is concrete enough to establish such a fundamental in physics? If investors and governments are willing to spend billions and billions of dollars on CERN, why doesn't modern physics demand such money and focus go to verify one of its fundamental laws? I'm going to leave you with this very illuminating quote about the Cavendish experiment, and this comes from a gentleman named Miles Mathis at milesmathis.com. The Cavendish experiment is routinely included in a short list of the greatest or most elegant experiments ever done. Like all of the other existing dogma, it has surrounded itself with a nearly impenetrable slag heap of boasting and idolatry, most, if not all of, sloppy and unanalyzed. This was true even before the internet arose, but now it is true to the nth degree. Like everything else, the Cavendish experiment has added to its armor 1,000 Wikipedia-like entries and glosses by 1,000 mid-level physics professors. Of the many thousand recent reruns of the experiment, not one appears to have begun with any level of skepticism. Not one is actually set up to test or extend the experiment. Not one starts with the assumption that Cavendish might have been wrong. Despite the stated sacred nature of the scientific method, actually having an open mind about any standard model theory now appears to be equivalent to heresy or sacrilege. Number 9, an analysis of a time-lapse video of the sun. The video you are watching right now comes from a YouTuber named P-Brain. The crux of this gentleman's video is aimed at explaining how the path of the sun through our skies, including sunrise and sunset, can be easily determined by simply understanding the laws of perspective, as well as the orbit that the sun takes around the center of the Earth, as understood in the geocentric model. As you can see in this clip, the sun gets smaller and smaller on the horizon, and the light fades away and travels with it as it veers off to one side of the horizon. Flat Earth proponents claim that this is exactly what the sun does in a flat Earth model, and further, if we are to assume that the sun is 93 million miles away, the idea of attributing this phenomenon to the turning of a sphere at such vast distances does not really seem to make logical sense, since from whatever longitude and latitude we are in, the sun should fade evenly across the horizon. This video from the International Space Station shows this phenomenon from space. As you can clearly see, the sun fades evenly across the horizon. I only want to touch on this point here and direct you to this perspective for further investigation, because if you have not approached this model before, it is extremely beneficial to understand it from this viewpoint. Though this is not necessarily an endorsement to this particular man's work, I would highly recommend watching a few of the videos he has put together. Number 10, the astrolabe. The astrolabe is an ancient astronomical computer that has many uses, including, as told to us by Wikipedia, locating and predicting the positions of the sun, moon, planets, and stars, determining local time, giving local latitude, and vice versa, surveying, and triangulation. The astrolabe was used during classical antiquity, the Islamic Golden Age, the European Middle Ages, and the Renaissance for all of these purposes. The early astrolabe was supposedly invented by Apollonius of Pergam around 220 BCE, which means that the astrolabe has been prevalent throughout history for over 2,000 years. Astrolabes can be purchased or built today and can be used with precision on our modern night skies. We are going to watch a brief clip from a video given at a TED conference about the astrolabe, its history, uses, and functionality. You can find the complete video on the official TED Talk site, and I would highly recommend watching the video in its entirety.
So an astrolabe is relatively unknown in today's world, but at the time, in the 13th century, it was the gadget of the day. It was the world's first popular computer, and it was a device that, in fact, is a model of the sky. So the different parts of the astrolabe in this particular type, the rete corresponds to the position of the stars, the plate corresponds to a coordinate system, and the mater has some scales and puts it all together. If you were an educated child, you would know how to not only use the astrolabe, you would also know how to make an astrolabe. And we know this because the first treatise on the astrolabe, the first technical manual in the English language, was written by Geoffrey Chaucer. Yes, that Geoffrey Chaucer in 1391 to his little Lewis, his 11-year-old son. And in this book, little Lewis would know the big idea. And the central idea that makes this computer work is this thing called stereographic projection. And basically the concept is, how do you represent the three-dimensional image of the night sky that surrounds us onto a flat, portable, two-dimensional surface? The idea is actually relatively simple. Imagine that the Earth is at the center of the universe, and surrounding it is the sky projected onto a sphere. Each point on the surface of the sphere is mapped through the bottom pole onto a flat surface where it's then recorded. So the North Star corresponds to the center of the device. The ecliptic, which is the path of the sun, moon, and planets, correspond to an offset circle. The bright stars correspond to little daggers on the rete, and the altitude corresponds to the plate system. Now, the real genius of the astrolabe is not just the projection. The real genius is that it brings together two coordinate systems so they fit perfectly. There's the position of the sun, moon, and planets on the movable rete, and then there's their location on the sky as seen from a certain latitude on the back plate. So that's just one use. It's incredible. There's probably 350, 400 uses. In fact, there's a text that has over 1,000 uses of this first computer. On the back, there's scales and measurements for terrestrial navigation. You can survey with it. The city of Baghdad was surveyed with it. It could be used for calculating mathematical equations of all different types, and it would take a full university course to illustrate it.
The astrolabe is a computer, a calculator, a perfect measuring mechanism based on a geocentric, stationary model of the Earth. This piece of artistic and scientific brilliance needs no accolade, nor pomp or circumstance to announce its own craftsmanship, for its modern-day workability itself proves the genius of its design. A very profound question we must ask ourselves is, if the sun is traveling at roughly 500,000 miles an hour, and the Earth rotates around it at roughly 66,000 miles an hour, how is it even possible to map and track the same set of stars for thousands of years? If we are to assume that the ancients created this calculator with a complete lack of understanding the true heliocentricity of our solar system, and merely created this calculator of the heavens as understood from their perspective and viewpoint, how is it possible they could have crafted such an instrument that maintains such precision over thousands of years? To somehow think that an instrument of such a high and accurate degree of calculability merely works today out of dumb luck or by accident is rather obtuse. Whoever created this instrument, whatever culture or person made it, their knowledge and ingenuity has withstood the test of time. It would seem that the heavens and the working of its cycles have been known and measurable for a very, very long time. On my now retired podcast, the Marty Leeds Mathemagical Radio Hour, I got the chance to speak with John Major Jenkins. John is a Mayan scholar who has a deep passion for the Mayan peoples, their culture, their heritage, history, rituals, and cosmology. John has done unparalleled, extensive, and exhaustive work reconstructing the ancient Mayan cosmology. The ancient Mayans held the belief that the Earth was a flat plane having four corners, a general theme and concept shared by many other cultures throughout time, and they also mythologized that the Earth rested on the back of a crocodile that swam in a pool of water lilies. The Mayan calendar gained popularity because the calendar reached a very prominent point, what was deemed as the calendar's quote-unquote end date, with this date translating to December 21st, 2012, or the winter solstice in our current Gregorian calendar. This quote-unquote end date of the calendar was no more of an end date than when the clock on the wall reaches noon and the clock starts its cycle over again. According to an immense number of traditional Mayan scholars, prophecy revealed that the time period that we currently live in would be a time of great change and transformation. Now, many people probably remember the hoopla, hype, and propaganda surrounding the whole 2012 meme and the supposed end-of-the-world scenarios repeated exhaustively on news channels, books, and podcasts and internet sites across the world. There was even a blockbuster Hollywood movie starring John Cusack about 2012. To be clear, there never was any Mayan doomsday prophecy. No Mayan pole shift. No Mayan apocalypse scenario. None whatsoever. Nope. Just the scattered artifacts of a civilization with a superb mathematical and astronomical understanding of the cycles of time. The Mayans' true teachings about this time period was and is something that John Major Jenkins always clearly expressed and echoed throughout his lectures and writings. John was always well-reasoned and very clear about his attitude towards the intellectually deficient ballyhoo surrounding 2012. The prophecy of the Mayan wisdom keepers exclaimed that the conclusion of what is known as the 13 Baktun cycle, the time period around 2012, would be a time of great awakening, with this period including a 72-year variance around the alignment. The elders never claimed that anything would particularly happen on the date of December 21st, 2012. They just believed that the particular celestial alignment of the sun rising in the dark rift of the Milky Way galaxy was the marking of a great transition and a great change of ages for mankind. The Mayans calculated changes through a very complex and dynamic system of calendars that related and linked astronomical changes in the heavens to those here on Earth. In sacred traditions, the heavens and the earth were linked, and so what was happening above was intimately linked to what was happening below. This astronomical alignment of the December 21st solstice sun rising in the center of the dark rift of the Milky Way has a whole new added weight when the geocentricity of our Earth is taken into serious consideration. The ability to track and calculate perfectly vast cycles of time, thousands upon thousands of years, makes a whole lot more sense when you understand that the earth below you is stationary. We all must stop for a moment and take note of what is currently happening within the psychic weather of our time. Say what you will, the fact is there's a great awakening happening right now in mankind's collective consciousness. Masses of people, in an almost desperate attempt to find answers to the world around them, are starting to shun their long-held faith in belief structures, operating systems, and organizations they have been born and raised into. Mankind is once again coming to know himself and the world around him. Within even the last 15 to 20 years, especially with the creation of the internet, millions upon millions of people are now exploring the occult sciences like never before. Even within the last 5 years of my life, I have seen an enormous upsurge of interest in subjects like lost civilizations, alchemy, sacred geometry, Kabbalah, mythology, archaeoastronomy, astrology, conspiracy, secret societies, symbolism. The list goes on and on and on. We live in an age where the esoteric arts are starting to take center stage in people's explorations, investigations, and examinations of the world they live in. This awakening is something that has been ramping up for quite some time now. And this shift that is happening right now, at least according to the unparalleled mathematical and astronomical minds of the Mayans, was calculated a very long time ago and was written in the stars. Though I have no idea how John Major Jenkins feels about the concept of the earth being flat, I must say it would be hard to argue that if there's any validity to what the Mayan elders were saying, and we are indeed living in a time of great transition, there can be no doubt that the flat earth movement is certainly going to play an enormous part of this supposed prophesized shift. Or not. Today, through the power of the internet and through the widespread dissemination of information, we now have average everyday Jack and Jills, people not constrained by paradigms and politics, not shackled by the stale and lifeless institutions supposedly dedicated to the pure pursuit of science, average everyday people going out into the world, making real discoveries, finding real knowledge, and bringing it back to the people. These people are doing grassroots work, obtaining knowledge through self-pursuit, through their own blood, sweat, and tears, and sharing the lessons they have learned along the way. We live in a unique time. A person, by simply spending 1 or 2 weekends solidly perusing the right videos and channels on YouTube, may be exposed to more information in those weekends than many have procured across several lifetimes. Though we must as well be surgically discerning when it comes to the information that we gather and trust, the ability to learn has never been greater. We should be grateful we live in a time that the great book of occult knowledge is being opened wide by so many scholars, researchers, and seekers who pursue their interests for no other reason than the great and undying passion they have for truth. I can decidedly say that I certainly no longer believe that the sun is 93 million miles away, that we revolve around it at roughly 66,000 miles an hour, and that the earth is a sphere 25,000 miles at its equator. The entire model that I had been told was absolute fact I now have enormous reservations with, and honestly cannot even begin to defend it anymore. The amount of paradoxes, anomalies, dubious, problematic, and unproven ideas one has to swallow in order to wholesale endorse such a model is now very clear to me to be too extensive and numerous to continue putting any sort of faith or focus on such an explanation of our earthly system. This model is something I have spoke passionately about in the past. In fact, here is me exclaiming that the sun is 93 million miles away.
Now, the sun is 93 million miles away. It's 93 million miles away.
I honestly have absolutely no reason to believe that anymore. If the geocentric model proves out to be true, there can really be no question that this deception is, invariably, one of the greatest conspiracies of all time. If such is true, mankind has been sold a lie since the day we were born, and that lie was a lie dreamed up by extremely intelligent dark occult forces, people who have been at work for over several generations. And what is ultimately being hidden and stolen is man's destiny, purpose, and direct proof of his place at the center of all creation. For those who believe it is just too impossible for a conspiracy of such magnitude to exist, and that an elite bloodline or corrupt group of individuals could not fabricate and engineer such a complex conspiracy over several lifetimes, you must consider the following. The York Minster Cathedral, one of the largest Gothic cathedrals in Northern Europe, was completed in 1472 and took 252 years to complete. If a building project of such magnitude can continue on for hundreds of years, over several generations, why would you suppose the engineering and building of a conspiracy could not do the same? For those asking what is the point of lying about the shape of the earth, I would offer this. Throughout my studies, research, and long process of spiritual growth, I came to an immovable understanding and intrinsic recognition of the scintilla and spark of the Great Spirit within all things. It is something that I have held within the center of my heart. It is something that I see without eyes. It is unwavering in my psyche. Such a revelation has empowered me like never before. I found that spark of the Creator within when I was still under the erroneous impression that the earth was a spinning ball, cast out in an infinite and endless universe. I can only wonder how much easier my pursuit might have been if I had not been lied to and instead was taught that everything in the universe literally revolves around the drama of mankind. If I would have been taught that the earth is the center of everything, I can only imagine it would have been that much easier to find the center of myself. For several years now, I have created content, books, videos, podcasts, and the like, in an effort of trying to help people understand that man is no accident, that he is created with a great purpose and has a great force within him. I have tried to teach and express passionately how the work of a grand architect is all around us and can be recognized and understood, and that this all-unifying force, with all of its mighty wisdom, has put mankind central to the entire mystery. Now, to get people's attention to understand some of the subjects I talk about can often be tricky. Gematria, symbolism, numerology, these are all subjects that from the outset can seem pretty difficult to grasp. But when you tell somebody that they've been told their whole life that they live on a ball and that they don't really live on a ball, well, that is a talking point that can get someone's attention real quick. And how one deals with that situation after getting someone's attention is where the human heart comes into play. The great secret of life is not an elusive one. Everyone knows it well, for it is lodged deep within our chests, and our inner voice reminds us of it all the time. This dimension we inhabit is a moral dimension. Existence itself delivers us into a gradation of experience that includes intense pain and evil and immense joy and love. And man, maneuvering through this oft-perceived madness, regularly finds himself rejoicing in sin and agonized by love. We are given great highs and great lows, and our ultimate task is to navigate through these oceanic swells, anchoring every decision and every action with the goodness of our hearts. What is the purpose of life? What is the meaning of existence? What on earth are we doing here? These questions often plague the seeker, and it would seem that we humans have overcomplicated the matter to the point of losing our bearings on this plane of existence. The answers to our most seemingly profound questions are not so convoluted and perplexing. The word earth is an anagram for heart. What are we doing here, you ask? It is no grand mystery to recognize that man's goal on earth is simply to find and secure the love he has in his heart. The crux of Egyptian philosophical thought, secured within the Book of Going Forth by Day, was centered on the human heart. Upon entering the gateway of death, the ancient Egyptians believed that the human being would undergo a ceremony they deemed the weighing of the heart ceremony. In this ceremony, one's heart would be weighed against the feather of Ma'at. The Ma'at were 42 moral codes that the Egyptians were to abide by and were principles that helped guide them throughout life. If one's heart weighed less than the feather of Ma'at, one would then ascend to the heavens and return to the source of all creation. There is good reason why the Egyptians did not call this ceremony the weighing of the brain ceremony or the weighing of the material possessions ceremony. Truth does not come from the acquisition of information or acquiring material wealth. Truth comes from within one's own heart. If one follows his heart, it will not steer him wrong. For all you English gematria hounds out there, the weighing of the heart ceremony equals 132, and there are 42 principles of Ma'at, the very feather that is weighed upon the scales. 132 divided by 42 is 3.142, or pi. This Mother Earth is a moral dimension. Mankind's litmus test is a litmus test of his heart. It is a test of his morality. Every moment we are given the choice to either A, lead with our hearts, or B, not. So for the record, I don't really believe that the Earth is flat or concave or convex at all. If you ask me my real opinion on what the shape of the Earth is, I wouldn't say it looks like this or like this. Really, the Earth looks like this. Nah, I'm just kidding. Shit's flat as fuck. Much love to all.
Flat Earth has long been denigrated, derided, and disparaged as being the most crackpot of all conspiracy theories, marginalized, mocked, and ridiculed for centuries as being an ignorant, ancient, unscientific worldview. But the facts of the matter are far from what you have been told. When thoroughly examined and diligently researched with an open mind, any skeptical, critical thinker will find it is actually the tilting, wobbling, spinning spaceball Earth promoted by NASA and taught in schools that is truly ridiculous and unscientific. The following are 20 ways anyone can prove for themselves that Earth is a level, stationary plane. 1. Common sense. It cannot be overstated or overemphasized. The most important thing to realize and most obvious way to know you are not spinning on a ball is your own common sense and lived experience. You have always and will always experience yourself as living right side up on a motionless Earth, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around you. This is common sense, and what everyone in the world personally experiences every day of their lives. We are taught to believe otherwise, however, many things completely contrary to our own common sense and experience from a very early age. We are told that people living down under the spinning ball Earth in Australia are actually living upside down relative to those residing in the northern hemisphere, while an invisible force, strong enough to hold people, buildings, and oceans stuck to the underside of a rapidly rotating ball, but weak enough to allow birds, bugs, and planes to take off and fly with ease, keeps Earth's atmosphere spinning in perfect balance and holds everyone firmly to the surface without crushing us. We can clearly see that the horizon is horizontal, but we are told it curves. We can feel that the Earth under our feet is motionless, but we are told it moves. We can observe the luminaries revolving around us, but we are told it is us that revolves. It is obvious that stars are stars, but we are told that stars are suns. We can see the sun is bigger than the stars, but we are told stars are bigger than the sun. We can see the sun and moon are the same size, but we are told the sun is 400 times larger. It is obvious that up is up and down is down, but we are told there is no such thing. As stated by Flat Earth author David Wardlaw Scott, with the modern astronomer, there is theoretically neither up nor down, though his experience belies his assertion every time he looks up to the heavens or down to the ground. Such aberration of intellect is really to be pitied. The 3rd century philosopher Lactantius was similarly perturbed about the idea, stating, "A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground? The ancient wonder of the hanging gardens of Babylon dwindle into nothing in comparison to the fields, seas, towns, and mountains that pagan philosophers believed to be hanging from the earth without support. Truly, the idea that people are standing, ships are sailing, and planes are flying upside down on certain parts of Earth, while others are tilted at 90 degrees and all other impossible angles, is utter absurdity and an affront to common sense. In fact, common sense is the first casualty of globe belief. No child or unindoctrinated man would ever conclude or even conceive, if given to their own devices, based on their own personal observations, that Earth was a spinning ball revolving around the sun. When children are indoctrinated from a very early age to abandon their common sense and lived experience of a geocentric plain Earth in favor of this nonsensical, heliocentric globe model taught in schools, a schism occurs in their psyche. No longer can they trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, taught by supposed experts and authority figures who insist their version of reality is correct. When children see that every adult around them believes wholeheartedly in the spinning globe, and hear that only our ignorant, unscientific ancestors believed otherwise, they readily abandon the empirical evidence of their senses and adopt the prevailing nonsensical model. As stated by Flat Earth author E. Eschini, the one thing the fable of the revolving earth has done, it has shown the terrible power of a lie. A lie has the power to make a man a mental slave, so that he dares not back the evidence of his own senses, to deny the plain and obvious movement of the sun he sees before him. When he feels himself standing on an earth utterly devoid of motion, at the suggestion of someone else, he is prepared to accept that he is spinning furiously round. When he sees a bird flying and gaining over the ground, he is prepared to believe that the ground is really traveling a great number of times faster than the bird. And finally, in order to uphold the imagination of a madman, he is prepared to accuse his maker of forming him a sensiferous lie. 2. Fake photographs. One of the main reasons the average person believes the world is a globe is because of the globular Earth images and video footage provided by NASA and other space agencies. Hundreds of such pictures and thousands of videos featuring a globe Earth are freely available on the internet, yet most people never critically examine them with a skeptical eye. From the earliest photographs to the latest live streams, NASA and the world's other space agencies continue to be exposed for their Hollywood-style trickery. When conscientiously compared, contrasted, and investigated for inconsistencies, it turns out every single image and video showing a globular Earth has been manipulated in some way. All globe videos, for example, are achieved using either a fisheye lens to curve the horizon or created completely through CGI technology. One clear instance of the latter is NASA's 1990 time-lapse video of Earth supposedly filmed by their Galileo Space Telescope from 1.3 million miles away. This video features the Earth globe spinning in space uncut for 25 hours and shows the exact same clouds present without ever dissipating, changing shape or location the entire time. In reality, if you watch clouds in the sky for several minutes, three things will inevitably happen. The clouds will all move, some will morph, gradually changing shape, and others will dissipate and disappear completely. In NASA's official footage of the spinning ball Earth, however, the entire world's cloud cover doesn't dissipate, morph, or move for 25 hours, which is, of course, impossible, and proof of fakery. A good example of fisheye lens fakery is the famous 2012 GoPro Red Bull jump, where skydiver Felix Baumgartner was lifted to a record-breaking 128,000 feet in a stratospheric balloon, then jumped back to Earth. 7 GoPro cameras on the outside of the craft, and strapped to Felix himself, recorded the entire ascent and descent. Astute observers will notice that from ground level all the way up to the 24-mile apex, the horizon is significantly curved and remains equally so for the entire ascent. This is because the curve is artificial and being caused by the GoPro camera's standard-issue fisheye lens. Once Felix reaches his peak altitude and the door of his craft opens, an inside camera mounted behind him without a fisheye lens reveals the truth, showing a perfectly flat horizon still at eye level, 128,000 feet high. As for the hundreds of supposed photographs available of the globe, NASA readily admits that these are composite images and not actual photographs. They claim the composites are made by taking strips of data sent from satellites, spliced together in Photoshop, and colorized for the final creation. NASA's senior program analyst and lead data visualizer, Robert Simon, admitted in an interview that they are photoshopped because they have to be. When compared side by side and viewed with a discerning eye, the inconsistencies become obvious. The coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the continents drastically changes between images, and they often feature far too little landmass for 50% of a globe. Several of NASA's blue marble Earth images have repeat instances of exact cloud patterns clearly copied and pasted into place. Computer enhancements done on Earth images taken during the Apollo missions also show similar photo trickery. when hues are removed from the black backgrounds and brightness enhanced, distinct rectangular artifacts appear around the globe where they were pasted in, again proving them to be doctored composites. Furthermore, when NASA's Earth pictures are compared with those from the Russians, Chinese, and other space agencies, the differences become evident, and the fact that they are all simply Photoshop images becomes obvious. If NASA and the world space agencies could provide real, legitimate photographs and videos of a globe, they most certainly would. So the fact that they continue producing and pumping out nothing but fisheye fakery and CGI cartoons is strong evidence that Earth is not what they claim. 3. Water. The natural physics of water are that once contained and undisturbed, the surface will always remain horizontal. This fundamental physical property of water is why it has been used as a leveling tool by builders and engineers for millennia. Whether in a bucket, bathtub, pond, lake, or an ocean, the surface of water at rest always remains flat and doesn't have the ability to show convexity or any shape whatsoever upon its surface. This fact is easily demonstrable and empirically verifiable, but completely at odds with what we are told about the globe. For Earth to be globular and over 70% covered in water, the oceans must be somehow curving around and sticking to all sides of a rapidly spinning ball suspended in space. It is simply impossible to make water behave this way. As anyone can experiment for themselves, bodies of water will not stick to the underside of a ball and cannot show convexity or any other shape upon their surface. Globe defenders will often point to water droplets, meniscus, surface tension, or adhesion, claiming these are examples of water bending or sticking to a surface, which is nothing but a fallacy of false equivalency, as these only happen at a very small scale, the size of a coffee cup. The claim is entire oceans wrapping around and sticking to the underside of a spinning ball, not a water droplet or the meniscus in a glass filled to the brim. NASA has also recently taken to faking CGI water balls using augmented virtual reality technology in an attempt to convince the public that water can behave this way. This kind of demonstration, done in a reference frame inaccessible to 99.99% of the population, however, is unrepeatable by the world's scientists and skeptics, and is therefore not scientific or permissible as proof of anything. First, they claim only massive objects the size of Earth have this attractive property. Then, as evidence, they show a phenomenon allegedly outside of our earthly reference frame. In other words, they are claiming bodies of water can bend around, stick to a ball, and show curvature upon their surface, but only at a scale too big for the public to recreate. Then they are claiming water can ball up and float suspended in air, but only in a reference frame too far for the public to recreate. As for water level, globe defenders have actually attempted to completely redefine the term level just to fit with their dogma. The true definition of level is a flat, horizontal plane with no deviation in elevation along its surface. Water always reliably seeks and maintains its own level, and that is why it has been used in spirit levels and construction projects from time immemorial to create perfectly horizontal structures, no matter their size. Globe zealots, however, unsatisfied with this obvious truth and clear definition, have attempted to redefine level to instead mean curved. Their globe-friendly version of level means equal heights around a ball when measured from a central point. The fact of the matter is, however, that nobody has ever reached this hypothetical center point of the hypothetical Earth globe, so their redefined term cannot be tested or falsified. Until that day, rest assured there is good reason we call it sea level and not sea curve. 4. The horizon. The horizon is always perfectly horizontal, 360 degrees around the observer, regardless of altitude. If Earth was actually a globe, no matter how large, as an observer ascended, the horizon would remain fixed in position and fall below the observer the higher climbed. In reality, all amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage filmed without a fisheye lens at maximum altitudes of over 20 miles high, show a completely flat horizon still rising to eye level. Only in NASA and other space agency footage does the horizon ever curve or appear below the observer's eye level. In the heliocentric model, the horizon is claimed to be the physical curvature of their globe, and the reason boats receding from a shore-bound observer disappear from view. This was actually one of the original alleged globe-Earth proofs presented by Aristotle and still parroted by believers today. But by using modern zoom technology, we now know that the horizon is not the physical curvature of a globe, and those boats can be zoomed back into full view. This is because the horizon is not an objective physical phenomenon at all, but rather a subjective optical phenomenon based on an individual observer's perspective. If the horizon was actually the objective physical curvature of a globe, then objects receding beyond it could not be zoomed back into view, and it would remain fixed as an observer ascended. In reality, however, the horizon rises along with the observer no matter how high, and modern zoom technology can bring objects receding beyond it back into full view. This proves the horizon line is not some objective point of curvature on a convex Earth, but rather the subjective vanishing line of perspective from a given observer's point of view. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, on the shore near Waterloo, a few miles to the north of Liverpool, a good telescope was fixed at an elevation of 6 feet above the water. It was directed to a large steamer, just leaving the River Mersey and sailing out to Dublin. Gradually the masthead of the receding vessel came nearer to the horizon, until, at length, after more than 4 hours had elapsed, it disappeared. The ordinary rate of sailing of the Dublin steamers was fully 8 miles an hour, so that the vessel would be at least 32 miles distant when the masthead came to the horizon. The 6 feet of elevation of the telescope would require 3 miles to be deducted for convexity, which would leave 29 miles, the square of which, multiplied by 8 inches, gives 560 feet, deducting 80 feet for the height of the main mast, and we find that, according to the doctrine of rotundity, the masthead of the outward-bound steamer should have been 480 feet below the horizon. Many other experiments of this kind have been made upon sea-going steamers, and always with the results entirely incompatible with the theory that the Earth is a globe. 5. Gyroscopes. Gyroscopes are precision instruments consisting of a wheel mounted inside 2 or 3 gimbals, which provide pivoting support and allow the wheel to rotate about a single axis. As the entire contraption moves and shifts angles, the gimbals move and shift accordingly, but the inner wheel never changes its angle with respect to its initial reference frame. This unique property is called rigidity in space, meaning the inner wheel maintains its orientation and axis of rotation in relation to space and not to the surface of the Earth. This means that the base of a gyroscope set in motion with its axis in a vertical position, then placed on a table for 6 hours, should rotate 90 degrees with the spinning globe Earth. As the globe turns under the gyroscope for 6 hours, the axis should slowly turn from vertical to horizontal. This experiment has been tested many times with several full-length videos available online, and never does the gyroscope's vertical axis shift whatsoever. If the heliocentric model were true, not only would the gyroscope detect the alleged 1,000-mile-per-hour spin of the globe, but also the 67,000-mile-per-hour revolution around the Sun, the entire solar system's 500,000-mile-per-hour spiral around the Milky Way galaxy, and the entire galaxy's multi-million-mile-per-hour journey through the universe. Since these hypothetical motions never register on precision gyroscopes, it is clear that they, just like the spinning ball Earth they're based on, do not exist. Gyroscopes are also the technology behind inertial guidance systems and airplane artificial horizon indicators. When military jets are performing loops, barrel rolls, and other dogfighting maneuvers, the artificial horizon allows pilots to easily see their exact orientation relative to Earth without having to rely on looking out the window. If Earth was truly a sphere, by simply flying level, airplane artificial horizon indicators should show a steady decline unless pilots constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as not to fly straight off into so-called outer space. For example, a pilot traveling 500 miles per hour over a globe Earth 24,900 miles in circumference would have to descend an average of 2,777 feet, or over half a mile per minute. Otherwise, in 1 hour's time, the plane would be 31.5 miles higher than desired. In fact, if Earth was really a ball, there should be no reason to use rockets for flying into outer space, because simply flying an airplane straight at any altitude for long enough would already inevitably send you there. 6. Compasses. The mariner's compass is another precision instrument which can only work on a level plane Earth, and is an impossible and nonsensical tool for use on a globe. It simultaneously points north and south over a flat surface, and must be held flat to work, yet claims to be pinpointing two constantly moving geomagnetic poles at opposite ends of a spinning sphere originating from a hypothetical molten metal core. If compass needles were actually drawn to the North Pole of a globe, the opposing south needle would actually be pointing up and off into outer space. Likewise, observers holding a compass in Antarctica would be at the bottom of the ball, so to show north, the needle would have to point down at their feet. If the so-called South Pole in Antarctica were truly the southern pole of a magnet, observers would be able to walk in a circle with their backs to the South Pole and have their compass needles show north being in front of them in every direction. This feat has never and will never be achieved because the so-called South Pole is simply an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice marked with a red and white barbershop pole and topped with a little metal ball earth. The actual type of magnetism present on Earth is similar to a ring magnet found in loudspeakers, which have a central North Pole, with the opposite South Pole being all points along the outer circumference. This perfectly describes the magnetism of our flat Earth, whereas the alleged source of magnetism in the globe model is emitted from a hypothetical molten magnetic core in the center of the ball, which they claim conveniently causes both poles to constantly move and thus forever evade independent verification at their two ceremonial poles. 7. Plain sailing. Ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry, making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were in fact a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constantly glaring inaccuracies. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. It is so commonly used at sea, Navigation in Theory and Practice states that, in practice, scarcely any other rules are used but those derived from plain sailing. The great and serious objection to plain sailing is that longitude cannot be found by it accurately, although in practice it is more frequently found by it than any other method. So both latitude and longitude are found most often and most accurately by assuming Earth to be flat, more accurately even than assuming the Earth to be spherical. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, "If the Earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the very best, because the truest, thing for the navigator to take to sea with him. But such a thing as that is not known. With such a toy as a guide, the mariner would wreck his ship of a certainty. This is a proof that Earth is not a globe." 8. Construction. Surveyors, engineers, architects, and builders are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects. Plumb bobs are used to establish plumb vertical datums, with spirit levels then used to establish horizontal datums and lay flat foundations across great expanses. If Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, builders would find themselves constantly deviating from both their established vertical and horizontal datum lines. But in reality, canals, railways, bridges, tunnels, and other large projects are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature, and no deviation from established datums. As stated by surveyor T. Westwood in Earth Review magazine, quote, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles, each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature." The Suez Canal, which connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Gulf of Suez on the Red Sea, is one clear proof of both the Earth's and water's non-convexity. The canal is 100 miles long and without any locks, so the water within is an uninterrupted continuation of the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. When it was constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. Another good example is the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge, the longest bridge in the world, just over 102 miles long, which runs parallel to the Yangtze River and connects the Shanghai and Nanjing provinces. This bridge is approximately the same length as the Suez Canal, and was also built without factoring the alleged curvature of the Earth. If Earth was actually a globe 24,900 miles in circumference, spherical trigonometry dictates that the center of both the Suez Canal and the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge would bulge over 1,666 feet higher than either end. Engineer W. Winkler was published in the Earth Review regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. Railroads are another example of large-scale construction projects spanning hundreds or even thousands of miles, working from an established datum line and without deviating for the entire length. The Manchester Ship Canal Company, in an official statement published in Earth Review magazine, confirmed, quote, "It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal, and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth." As an example, the London and North Western Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. But if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc with its center point at Birmingham raising over a mile, a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. A surveyor and engineer of 30 years, published in the Birmingham Weekly Mercury, stated, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives, are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels, or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the 2 extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible. 9. Long-distance photography. We are consistently able to observe objects at incredibly long distances, far beyond what would be possible if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions. By inputting the observer height and distance viewed into an Earth curvature calculator, it is easy to check how much a target should be obstructed on a globe Earth. For example, it is often possible to see the Chicago skyline from sea level 60 miles away across Lake Michigan. In 2015, after photographer Joshua Nowicki photographed this phenomenon, several news channels quickly claimed his picture to be a superior mirage, an atmospheric anomaly caused by temperature inversion. While these certainly do occur, the skyline in question was facing right side up and clearly seen, unlike a hazy, illusory mirage, and on a ball Earth 24,900 miles in circumference should be a full 2,400 feet below the horizon. In Genoa, Italy, from only 70 feet above sea level, on clear days it is possible to see the distant islands of Elba, Gorgona, Caprea, and Corsica, which are 81, 99, 102, and 125 miles away. If Earth was truly a globe of given proportions, all 4 islands could never be visible for such an observer, and would be hidden behind 3,300, 5,200, 5,600, and 8,700 feet of curved water. From Anchorage, Alaska, at an elevation of 102 feet, on clear days, both Mount Foraker and Mount McKinley can be seen in their entirety, standing straight from base to summit with the naked eye from 120 and 130 miles away, respectively. If Earth was really a ball of given circumference, both mountains should be leaning back away from the observer, with the lower half of each mountain completely obstructed from view. Based on verifiable curvature calculations, 7,719 feet of Mount Foraker's 17,400-foot summit and 9,220 feet of Mount McKinley's 20,320-foot summit should be hidden behind a giant bulge of curved globular Earth. The current record-breaking longest-distance zoom photograph recently captured Pic Gaspard from Pic de Finestrelles, a whopping 275 miles away, with an observer height of approximately 9,000 feet, from which, based on correct curvature calculations, the entire 12,740-foot mountain should be invisible behind nearly 6 miles of curved Earth. Even more recently, flat earthers like J. Tolan Media have been filming using infrared zoom cameras at high altitudes to capture lakes, mountains, and other landmarks up to an incredible 1,000 miles away. If Earth was really a globe the size we are told, many of the landmarks photographed would be hidden behind upwards of 70 miles of curved Earth. 10. Lighthouses. The distance from which various lighthouse lights around the world are visible at sea also far exceeds what could be found on a globe of given proportions. For example, the Dunkirk light in southern France, at an altitude of 194 feet, is visible from a boat 10 feet above sea level, 28 miles away. Spherical trigonometry dictates that if Earth was a globe with the given curvature rate, this light should be hidden 190 feet below the horizon. The Port Nicholson light in New Zealand is 420 feet above sea level and visible from 35 miles away, where it should be 220 feet below the horizon. The Agero light in Norway is 154 feet above high water and visible from 28 statute miles, where it should be 230 feet below the horizon. The light at Madras on the Esplanade is 132 feet high and visible from 28 miles away, where it should be 250 feet below the line of sight. The Cordonin light on the west coast of France is 207 feet high and visible from 31 miles away, where it should be 280 feet below the line of sight. The light at Cape Bonavista, Newfoundland, is 150 feet above sea level and visible at 35 miles, where it should be 491 feet below the horizon. The lighthouse steeple of St. Botolph's Parish Church in Boston is 290 feet tall and visible from over 40 miles away, where it should be hidden a full 800 feet below the horizon. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England is 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. The Cape Legulas Lighthouse in South Africa is 33 feet high, 238 feet above sea level, and can be seen for over 50 miles. If the world was a globe, this light would fall 1,400 feet below an observer's line of sight. And finally, the lighthouse at Port Said, Egypt, at an elevation of only 60 feet, has been seen an astonishing 58 miles away, where according to modern astronomy, it should be 2,182 feet below the line of sight. 11. Impossible atmosphere. If Earth was truly a globe, constantly spinning eastwards at over 1,000 miles per hour, it stands to reason that helicopters and hot air balloons should be able to simply hover over the surface of the Earth and wait for their destinations to come to them. For example, during the Red Bull Stratosphere dive, Felix Baumgartner, spending 3 hours ascending over New Mexico, should have landed 2,500 miles west into the Pacific Ocean, but instead actually landed a few dozen miles east of the takeoff point. Likewise, vertically fired cannonballs and other projectiles should fall significantly due west on an eastward spinning ball. In actual fact, however, whenever this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back to the ground no more than 2 feet away from the cannon, sometimes directly back into the muzzle. To account for this problem, globe defenders claim that gravity somehow magically and inexplicably drags the entire lower atmosphere of the Earth in perfect synchronization up to some undetermined height, where this progressively faster and faster spinning atmosphere gives way to the non-spinning, non-gravitized, non-atmosphere of supposed infinite vacuum space. NASA refuses to answer at what altitude this impossible feat allegedly happens, but the effect such a transition would have on a craft traversing it would be disastrous. It is also scientifically refuted by the simple fact that vacuums cannot exist connected to non-vacuums while maintaining the properties of a vacuum. As anyone who has punctured an aerosol can knows, two adjacent pressure systems, not separated by some kind of barrier or membrane, will equilibrate. If gravity magically dragged the atmosphere along with the spinning ball Earth, that would mean the atmosphere at the poles would be spinning at 0 miles per hour, while over the mid-latitudes it would be spinning around 500 miles per hour, and gradually faster until reaching the equator, where Earth and the atmosphere would be spinning together at over 1,000 miles per hour. Not only would this gravitized atmosphere increase speed from poles to the equator, but would also necessarily progressively increase speed the higher the altitude. In reality, however, the atmosphere at every point on Earth is equally unaffected by this alleged force, as it has never been measured and is proven non-existent by the ability of airplanes to fly unabated in any direction without experiencing any such atmospheric changes. Landing airplanes on such fast-moving runways, facing all manner of directions, north, south, east, west, and otherwise, would also be practically impossible. Not to mention rain, fireworks, birds, bugs, clouds, smoke, balloons, and projectiles would all behave very differently if the Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning. Tests were conducted in the 19th century with cannons facing each of the cardinal directions, which proved Earth and its atmosphere are not spinning. If they were, then north and south facing cannons would establish a control, while east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, while west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, the distance covered is always the same. Common sense tells us if Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, this should somewhere, somehow, be seen, heard, felt, or measured by someone, yet no one in history has ever experienced this alleged eastward motion. Meanwhile, however, we can hear, feel, and experimentally measure even the slightest westward breeze. Furthermore, clouds, wind, and weather patterns casually and unpredictably meander every which way, with clouds often traveling in opposing directions at varying altitudes simultaneously. This is altogether incompatible with the theory of a rapidly rotating Earth and atmosphere. 12. Flight times. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, then the average commercial airliner traveling 500 miles per hour should never be able to reach its eastward destinations before they come speeding up from behind. Likewise, westward destinations should be arrived at thrice the speed, but this is not the case. In reality, the differences between eastbound and westbound flight durations usually amount to a matter of minutes, and nothing near what would occur on a spinning globe. As Gabrielle Henriette stated in her book Heaven and Earth, if flying had been invented at the time of Copernicus, there is no doubt that he would have soon realized that his contention regarding the rotation of the Earth was wrong, on account of the relation existing between the speed of an aircraft and that of the Earth's rotation. If the Earth rotates, as it is said, at 1,000 miles an hour, and a plane flies in the same direction at only 500 miles, it is obvious that its place of destination will be farther removed every minute. On the other hand, if flying took place in the direction opposite to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour, instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft flying at this rate in the same direction as that of the rotation could not cover any ground at all. It would remain suspended in midair over the spot from which it took off, since both speeds are equal. The spinning globe model dictates that Earth and its atmosphere would be moving together 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and progressively slower, approaching zero closer to the poles. The following examples all take place at the mid-latitudes, where the globe model claims that Earth and its atmosphere should be moving together at approximately 500 miles per hour, the same as the average flight speed of a commercial airliner. Flights from Los Angeles to New York City, traveling east with the alleged rotation of the Earth, take an average of 5.5 hours, for instance, so the return flight west should only take 2 3/4 hours. But in fact, the average New York City to LA flight actually takes upward of 6 hours, a time totally inconsistent with the spinning globe model. Flights eastward with the alleged spin of the Earth from Tokyo to Los Angeles take an average of 10.5 hours. Therefore, return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of 5.25 hours, but in actual fact take an average of 11.5 hours, another flight duration totally inconsistent with the globe model. Eastbound flights from New York to London take an average of 7 hours. Therefore, the westbound flights against the alleged spin should take an average of 3.5 hours, but in reality, they take an average of 7.5 hours. Eastward flights from Chicago to Boston with the alleged spin of the Earth take an average of 2.25 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of just over an hour, but in reality, they take an average of 2.75 hours. Flights eastward from Paris to Rome take an average of 2 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take only 1 hour, but in actual fact have an average flight duration of 2 hours and 10 minutes. All of these flight times are impossible on a 1,000-mile-per-hour eastward spinning ball, but are consistent with what would be expected over a stationary Earth. 13. Flight paths. If Earth was truly a ball, then there are several flights in the southern hemisphere which would have their quickest, straightest path over the Antarctic continent, such as Santiago, Chile, to Sydney, Australia. Instead of taking the shortest, quickest route in a straight line over Antarctica, however, all such flights detour all manner of directions away from Antarctica, instead claiming the temperatures are too cold for airplane travel. Considering the fact that there are plenty of flights to, from, and over Antarctica, and NASA claims to have technology keeping them in conditions far colder and far hotter than any experienced on Earth, such an excuse is clearly just an excuse, and these flights aren't made because they are impossible. If Earth was a ball and Antarctica was too cold to fly over, the only logical way to fly from Sydney to Santiago would be a straight shot over the Pacific, staying in the southern hemisphere the entire way. Refueling could be done in New Zealand or other southern hemisphere destinations along the way, if absolutely necessary. But in reality, Santiago to Sydney flights go into the northern hemisphere, making stopovers at LAX and other North American airports before continuing back down to the southern hemisphere. Such ridiculously wayward detours make no sense on the globe, but make perfect sense and form nearly straight lines when shown on a flat Earth map. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa to Perth, Australia should be a straight shot over the Indian Ocean, with convenient refueling possibilities on Mauritius or Madagascar. In actual practice, however, most Johannesburg to Perth flights curiously stop over either in Dubai, Hong Kong, or Malaysia, all of which make no sense on the ball model, but are completely understandable when mapped on a flat Earth. On a globe, Cape Town, South Africa to Buenos Aires, Argentina should be a straight shot over the Atlantic, following the same line of latitude across. But instead, every flight goes to connecting locations in the northern hemisphere first, stopping over anywhere from London to Turkey to Dubai. Once again, these make absolutely no sense on the ball model, but are completely understandable options when mapped on a flat Earth. On a globe, Santiago, Chile to Johannesburg, South Africa should be an easy flight, all taking place below the Tropic of Capricorn in the southern hemisphere. Yet every listed flight makes a curious refueling stop in Senegal near the Tropic of Cancer in the north hemisphere first. When mapped on a flat Earth, the reason why is clear to see, because Senegal is actually directly in a straight line path halfway between the two. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa to Sao Paulo, Brazil should be a quick straight shot along the 25th southern latitude, but instead, nearly every flight makes a refueling stop at the 50th degree north latitude in London first. The only reason such ridiculous stopovers work in reality is because the Earth is not a spinning ball. 14. Latitude and longitude. If Earth was truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. If Earth is an extended plane, however, then every line of latitude south of the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. Practical distance measurements taken from the Australian Handbook, Almanac Shippers and Importers Directory state that the straight line distance between Sydney and Nelson is 1,550 statute miles, with a given difference in longitude of 22 degrees, 2 minutes, and 14 seconds. Therefore, if 22 degrees, 2 minutes, and 14 seconds out of 360 degrees is 1,550 miles, the entirety would measure 25,182 miles, which is not only larger than the globe is said to be at the equator, but a whole 4,262 miles greater than it would be at Sydney's southern latitude, on a globe of given proportions. From near Cape Horn, Chile, to Port Phillip in Melbourne, Australia, the distance is 10,500 miles, or 143 degrees of longitude away. Factoring the remaining degrees to 360 makes for a total distance of 26,430 miles around this particular latitude, which is over 1,500 miles wider than Earth is supposed to be at the equator, and many more thousands of miles wider than it is supposed to be at such southern latitudes. Similar calculations made from the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, to Melbourne, Australia, at an average latitude of 35.5 degrees south, have given an approximate figure of over 25,000 miles, which is again greater than the Earth's supposed circumference at the equator. Meanwhile, calculations from Sydney, Australia, to Wellington, New Zealand, at an average of 37.5 degrees south, have given an approximate circumference of 25,500 miles, greater still. According to the globe model, the circumference of Earth at 37.5 degrees south latitude should be only 19,757 statute miles, almost 6,000 miles less than such practical measurements. The fact that many captains navigating south of the equator, assuming the globular theory, have found themselves drastically out of reckoning, more so the farther south traveled, also testifies to the fact that the Earth is not a ball. For example, during Captain James Clark Ross's voyages around the Antarctic circumference, he often wrote in his journal, perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day. Later on, farther south, as much as 29 miles. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes commanded a United States Navy exploration expedition to the Antarctic from 1838 to 1842, and in his journals also mentioned being consistently east of his reckoning, sometimes over 20 miles in less than 18 hours. Quoting Reverend Thomas Milner, "In the South Hemisphere, navigators to India have often fancied themselves east of the Cape when still west, and have been driven ashore on the African coast, which, according to their reckoning, lay behind them. This misfortune happened to a fine frigate, the Challenger, in 1845. How came Her Majesty's ship Conqueror to be lost? How have so many other noble vessels, perfectly sound, perfectly manned, perfectly navigated, been wrecked in calm weather, not only in dark night or in a fog, but in broad daylight and sunshine, in the former case upon the coasts, and in the latter upon sunken rocks, from being out of reckoning? The simple answer is that Earth is not a ball." In the globe model, Antarctica is an ice continent which covers the bottom of the ball from 78 degrees south latitude to 90, and is therefore not much more than 12,000 miles in circumference. Many early explorers, including Captain Cook and James Clark Ross, however, in attempting to circumnavigate Antarctica, took upwards of 3 to 4 years and clocked between 50,000 and 60,000 miles around. Captain George Nares, on his Challenger expedition, also made an indirect but complete circumnavigation of Antarctica, traversing 69,000 miles, which is entirely inconsistent with the globe model. Hervé Raboni, who circumnavigated the world during the 1993 Whitbread yacht race, has recently become a flat earther himself, and claims that the deception is done through the hoax of magnetic declination. Hervé insists that on our flat Earth, magnetic declination does not exist, and the addition of this globe-based chart and mathematics to navigation calculations is what keeps pilots and sailors on course. 15. Arctic versus Antarctic. If Earth was truly a globe, the Arctic and Antarctic polar regions, and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator, should share similar conditions and characteristics, such as comparable temperatures, seasonal changes, length of daylight, plant and animal life. In reality, however, the Arctic and Antarctic regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator differ greatly in many ways, entirely inconsistent with the globe model, but exactly as expected on a flat Earth. For example, Antarctica is by far the coldest place on Earth, with an average annual temperature of approximately -57 degrees Fahrenheit, and a record low of negative 135.8. The average annual temperature at the North Pole, however, is a comparatively warm 4 degrees. Throughout the year, temperatures in the Antarctic vary less than half the amount at comparable Arctic latitudes, and the northern Arctic region enjoys moderately warm summers and manageable winters, whereas the southern Antarctic region never even warms enough to melt the perpetual snow and ice. On a tilting, wobbling ball Earth spinning uniformly around the sun, Arctic and Antarctic temperatures and seasons should not vary so greatly. In the Arctic, there are 4 clearly distinguished seasons, warm summers, and an abundance of plant and animal life, none of which can be said of the Antarctic. The Eskimo also live as far north as the 79th parallel, whereas in the south, no native man is found beyond the 56th. Iceland, at 65 degrees north latitude, is home to 870 species of native plants and abundant various animal life. Compare this with the Isle of Georgia, at just 54 degrees south latitude, where there are only 18 species of native plants, and animal life is almost non-existent. At the same latitude as Canada or England in the north, where dense forests of various tall trees abound, Captain Cook wrote of Georgia that he was unable to find a single shrub large enough to make a toothpick. Cook wrote, "Not a tree was to be seen. The lands which lie to the south are doomed by nature to perpetual frigidness, never to feel the warmth of the sun's rays, whose horrible and savage aspect I have not words to describe. Even marine life is sparse in certain tracts of vast extent, and the seabird is seldom observed flying over such lonely wastes. The contrasts between the limits of organic life in the Arctic and Antarctic zones is very remarkable and significant. At places of comparable latitude north and south, the sun also behaves very differently than it should on the globe model, but exactly as expected over a flat Earth. For example, in the north, dawn and dusk come slowly and last far longer than in the south, where they come and go very quickly. Certain places in the north, twilight can last for over an hour, while at comparable southern latitudes, within a few minutes the sunlight completely disappears. Also, the longest summer days north of the equator are much longer than those south of the equator, and the shortest winter days north of the equator are much shorter than the shortest south of the equator. These facts are inexplicable on a uniformly spinning, wobbling ball Earth, but make perfect sense on a flat Earth with a sun traveling faster, wider circles over the south and slower, narrower circles over the north. 16. The Midnight Sun. The midnight sun is an Arctic phenomenon occurring annually during the summer solstice, where for several days straight, observers north of the Arctic Circle can watch the sun traveling circles overhead, rising and falling throughout the day, but never fully setting for upwards of 72 plus hours. If the Earth was actually a spinning globe revolving around the sun, the only place such a phenomenon as the midnight sun could be observed would be at the poles. Any other vantage point, from 89 degrees latitude downwards, could never, regardless of any tilt or inclination, see the sun for over 24 hours straight. To do so on a spinning globe, at a point other than the poles, you would have to be looking through miles and miles of land and sea for part of the revolution. Some people claim there is a similar phenomenon in Antarctica, but they coincidentally don't have any uncut videos showing this. The few videos available online have been suspiciously edited or manipulated, and the Antarctic Treaty doesn't allow independent explorers to travel there during the winter solstice to verify or refute these claims. Conversely, there are dozens of uncut videos publicly available showing the Arctic midnight sun, and it has been verified beyond any shadow of a doubt, as anyone can travel and confirm for themselves. Furthermore, every year from the 71st degree south latitude onwards, the sun sets on May 17th, and is not seen above the horizon again until July 21st. This is totally at odds with the globe model, but easily explained on a flat Earth. The midnight sun is seen within the Arctic Circle during summer solstice because the sun, at its innermost cycle, is circling tightly enough around the polar center that it constantly remains visible above the horizon for someone at such a vantage point. Likewise, in extreme southern latitudes during that time, the sun completely disappears from view for over 2 months because there at the northern tropic, at the innermost cycle of its boomerang journey, the sun is circling the northern center too tightly to be seen from the southern circumference. 17. Polaris. In the heliocentric model, they claim Earth is a globe spinning 1,000 miles per hour around its axis, while revolving tens of thousands of miles per hour around the sun, while the entire solar system circles hundreds of thousands of miles per hour around the Milky Way, and the entire galaxy shoots millions of miles per hour more off through infinite space. In reality, no one in history has ever seen, heard, felt, or measured such motions, and everyone can clearly see for themselves that Polaris, the pole star, situated directly over the North Pole center of Earth, never moves, night after night, year after year, century after century, with all the other fixed stars remaining fixed in their relative constellations, revolving perfect circles around it. Such circular star trails around an unmoving pole star seen in time-lapse photos prove that it is the stars themselves moving, and not the Earth. If Earth was truly a tilting, wobbling, spinning space ball undergoing these multiple contradictory motions through the universe, you would only ever see irregular, random, spiral-shaped star trails, and the night sky would never be the same twice. It would be impossible for constellations to exist whatsoever if Earth was truly performing all these various theoretical motions. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, "Why in the name of common sense should observers have to fix their telescopes on solid stone bases so that they should not move a hair's breadth, if the Earth on which they fix them moves at the rate of 19 miles in a second? Indeed, to believe that 6,000 million tons is rolling, surging, flying, darting on through space forever, with a velocity compared with which a shot from a cannon is a very slow coach, with such unerring accuracy that a telescope fixed on granite pillars in an observatory will not enable a lynx-eyed astronomer to detect a variation in its onward motion of the 1,000th part of a hair's breadth, is to conceive a miracle compared with which all the miracles on record put together would sink into utter insignificance. Since we can, in middle north latitudes, see the North Star on looking out of a window that faces it, and out of the very same corner of the very same pane of glass in the very same window all the year round, it is proof enough for any man in his senses that we have made no motion at all, and that the Earth is not a globe. 18. Sigma Octantis. Sigma Octantis is claimed to be a southern central pole star similar to Polaris, around which the southern hemisphere stars all rotate around the opposite direction. Unlike Polaris, however, Sigma Octantis cannot be seen simultaneously from every point along the same latitude. It is not central, but allegedly 1 degree off-center. It is not motionless, and in fact cannot be seen at all using commercially available telescopes. There is legitimate speculation regarding whether Sigma Octantis even exists. The heliocentric model claims stars south of the equator revolve the opposite direction around Sigma Octantis, but in reality, all the luminaries revolve the same direction, east to west, around Polaris, like in a planetarium dome. Our Earth planetarium, however, is too vast for any observer to see all the stars simultaneously from one vantage point, so their apparent motion, angle, and inclination changes based on perspective and the exact direction faced. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, "Another thing is certain, that from within the equator, the North Pole star, and the constellations Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, and many others can be seen from every meridian simultaneously, whereas in the south, from the equator, neither the so-called South Pole star nor the remarkable constellation of the Southern Cross can be seen simultaneously from every meridian, showing that all the constellations of the South Pole star included sweep over a great southern arc and across the meridian, from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. But if the Earth is a globe, Sigma Octantis, a South Pole star, and the Southern Cross, a southern circumpolar constellation, they would all be visible at the same time from every longitude on the same latitude, as is the case with the Northern Pole star, and the northern circumpolar constellations. Such, however, is not the case. 19. Local sun. Heliocentrists' astronomical figures always sound perfectly precise, but they have historically been notorious for regularly and drastically changing them to suit their various models. For instance, in his time, Copernicus calculated the sun's distance from Earth to be exactly 3,391,200 miles. The next century, Johannes Kepler decided it was actually 12,376,800 miles away. Isaac Newton said during his time that, quote, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well." Benjamin Martin calculated between 81 and 82 million miles. Thomas Dilworth claimed 93,726,900 miles. John Hind stated positively 95,298,260 miles. Benjamin Gould said more than 96 million miles, and Christian Mayer thought it was more than 104 million. Nowadays, current heliocentric theorists have settled on a figure of 93 million miles. But all of these ridiculous distances are easily proven wrong by the same method flat earthers have used for centuries. Measuring with sextants and calculating with plane trigonometry, both the sun and moon figure to be only approximately 30 miles in diameter and less than 3,000 miles away. Furthermore, amateur balloon footage taken above the clouds has provided stunning visual proof that the sun cannot be millions of miles away. In several shots, you can see a clear hot spot reflecting on the clouds directly below the sun's spotlight-like influence. If the sun were actually millions of miles away, such a small, localized hot spot could not occur. Another proof the sun is not millions of miles away is found by tracing the angle of sun rays back to their source above the clouds. There are countless pictures and videos showing how sunlight comes down through cloud cover at a variance of converging angles. The area of convergence is of course the sun, and is clearly not millions of miles away, but rather relatively close to Earth. The fact that the sun and moon's reflections on water always form a straight line path from the horizon all the way to the observer also proves Earth is not a ball. If Earth's surface was curved, it would be impossible for the reflected light to bend over the ball. 20. Scientific experiments. Several experiments have been performed and repeated by notable scientists like Albert Michelson, Edward Morley, George Airy, and George Sagnac, proving that it is the stars that revolve around a stationary Earth and not the other way around. The conclusive results of their experiments are not contested or even mentioned in modern astronomy books, but rather conveniently swept under the carpet to keep prying minds from seeing through the lies. For example, the experiment known as Airy's failure, since it failed to confirm heliocentricity, proved that the stars move relative to a stationary Earth, and not the other way around. By first filling a telescope with water to slow down the speed of light inside, then calculating the tilt necessary to get the starlight directly down the tube, Airy failed to prove the heliocentric theory, since the starlight was already coming in the correct angle, with no change necessary, and instead proved the geocentric model. The Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale, and Sagnac experiments also attempted to measure the change in speed of light due to Earth's assumed motion through space. After measuring in every possible different direction in various locations, they all failed to detect any significant change whatsoever, again proving the stationary geocentric model. Suffice to say, these 20 points are just scratching the surface, and there are many, many more proofs available, both in William Carpenter's book, 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe, and my own book, 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball.
Good morning, guys. What's going on? Anybody out there? Well, I hope you're having a fine and fantastic day on our flat and stationary realm. Just wanted to tune in myself and see what's going on. Well, it was popping last night. Maybe not so many Globers, but definitely heard from Mimas and Timbo. We always like talking about concrete. Always like learning a couple things from Mimas as well. So it was a good night last night. Tuned out at maybe 10 o'clock Central Time, but yeah, it's been a little dry during the days. But at the same time, I see it as victory. Because anytime there's silence in here, it's kind of golden to me. Just because it means the globe still has nothing, right? And as we know, it won't ever have anything anytime soon. But yeah, I take it as victory. Take it as success. But yeah, I was always willing and love to tune into what everybody has to say and think about whatever subject. So if you're out there, say hello. If you got questions about the Earth, come on in, right? But yeah, I'm just driving around, see if anybody was there. Looks like a couple people popped in. What's going on, guys? Or was it on your side of the plane? What's going on, Maggie? Anybody else tuning in?
Yo, what's up, man?
What's going on?
Another beautiful day.
Another beautiful day. Indeed.
Loving life, man. Like, it's wonderful. It's cold over here in the Midwest, but it's still great, man.
Nice. Yeah, we got a foggy one today. Kind of super allergy, if you know South Texas. But I don't know. I keep on going. Allergies don't hit the same way they did, today as they did 2 years ago. My body's cleaner. Doesn't get all gunked up anymore.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you. Like, you guys have been here through my journey of, like, having good health. And it's been like a night and day difference, bro. Like, I gotta say.
Oh, yeah.
I made this really awesome chicken soup yesterday. I diced it, but I didn't dice. I cut onion into the rings and put it in my Instapot, and got some onion powder in there, and some. I think I put onion flakes. Yeah, I did do that. And then
Nice.
I put some Redmond's real salt, and it came out fantastic. Awesome.
I love me some caramelized onions.
Yeah, the Instapot is a wonderful tool. I mean, it is. Really is. It's been instrumental, I think, in good health for me.
Nice.
But so far, man, the conversations in here, we haven't had much people chiming in on bringing in any evidence. None like they used to. We had 2 people come in yesterday. If you guys were listening, this lady named Ella and a guy named Brownie. Steve.
Yeah, I think I heard Brownie.
Yeah. And it's kind of like they want to hang back and listen. At the same time, they don't know if they should chime in or not. And then when they do chime in, it's like, they're starting to, because there's stages that happen when you're listening, because of the fact that the paradigm in which you think exists doesn't really exist. And so, at first you want to just like hear what's going on. Then the next thing you do is you want to ask a question, and then you go to the motive right away. And so Ella went to the motive, which I even said like almost as if it were textbook, that she was going to go directly into the motive. And immediately after I said that, she went right into the motive. Like why? I don't understand why they would. It was like, that's what I asked you. I just told you, without the evidence, you're going to go directly into the motive, and you're going to want to know why. The question is why would they lie? And I said it's a loaded question because there's multiple answers. I go, but there's one general answer that can cover them all, is to control you because of the information they're giving you. So, and if you don't believe that, I said, just talk to anybody who thinks the earth is a globe. Look how they react when they say the earth is not a globe. It's not something like as in a scientific endeavor where you're like looking at something and say, well, I could have got this wrong. Like, let me look at it a different way. It's more like, this is my belief and you're messing with it. That's kind of what it's like. So, when we start talking about it, it's almost the reaction that we get. We can almost see how the psychological ramifications of somebody under the spell would be reacting. So they would be kind of like, visceral reaction, like, what do you mean? No, you're stupid, kind of like, this is dumb. And so those are the immediate responses, because it sounds on the onset like it's something that just could not even exist. And so they're in their mind, they start to create a false dichotomy, which I've always said, it's the flat earth and the globe earth. Well, tell me how this works on your flat earth, or how does this work on a flat earth? And so they're in their mind, they're trying to reconcile the information. So they prop up the false dichotomy. And so I try to eliminate that by saying there isn't a flat earth and globe earth, there's just earth. And what it displays itself to you, me, and everyone else as is flat and stationary. And going at it that way, it eliminates that false dichotomy, because then you get, well, it's not 93 million miles away, it's local and close. No, you can't say that either. And that has been like, some of the things that have been holding flat earth back are the way that we pose the points that we make. Because we pit them against what the globe has to say, when the globe isn't even real. So I'm trying to get people in here on the same mindset, the same accord, to think, when you present flat earth, do you want to present it as a false dichotomy? Do you want to present it as, okay, you say that this and this is happening, but this is how it really is? No, you should say, bring me the evidence for what you're saying.
Right.
The onus is on them. They need to provide all the evidence for the earth being a globe. They don't want to do that. So you have to, like, your job is not to bring them the evidence. They have to bring it to you. So you don't have to prove the earth being what it is. They have to provide evidence that it's this imaginary globe that they're talking about. And that's where we used to get hung up with, like, and I'm always telling people about the point for point discussion. It's like we were caught up in like, okay, well, NASA this and NASA that. But it's like, you go into those derivative topics where it's already, NASA is presuming the earth is already a globe. That's why they exist. It's because they're going to space and they're doing all these things. So instead of going at that particular side of the argument, you go directly for the source, which is the earth an actual globe like they're saying it is? Does it have the measurements required for the geometric shape that they're claiming that it is? We have to stick to what is reality and how we can, because like the gentleman said yesterday, we have technology today that would be far more advanced than what like Eratosthenes was doing. And I agree. It's like, well, yeah, that's the point. We should already have some way of being able to detect, measure, and know that the earth is an oblate spheroid, but we don't. And that's even a bigger issue. That raises more red flags for somebody who thinks the earth is a globe. You know what I mean? So it's in how we're administering the truth to people. If you're not, what it comes down to, man, is like just being a good ambassador for truth. If you're over here just wanting to pick fights for the sake of picking fights, then that's not going to work. But if you're picking a fight because you know you're standing on the truth and you're like, hey, look, bring your evidence if you think the Earth's a globe, then yeah, that's justified, because you're having them think about and challenging them on what they think the nature of the Earth is. So that's different than you just calling them an idiot for thinking the way they do. You know what I mean? Like, you have to get them to realize there is no evidence. And once they beat their head against a brick wall, they're going to come and find out that they can't satisfy the notion that the Earth isn't curving at that set rate. And the mental gymnastics will come, but still, you gotta be relentless. You can't divert. You gotta always keep them on point. You know, no, we're not gonna talk about NASA, Coriolis, gravity, none of that. Newtonian and Einsteinian. We don't even have to go there. Thing that you have to do is to get them to understand the realization that the Earth isn't what they're always been taught, and harp on that point. You got to make them realize there's no evidence for that. And once you do, the doors are wide open. Then you can talk about the fakery from NASA and all that other good stuff. But if you don't, like the Steam Brownie was yesterday, and I had some dealings in the server to deal with, so I couldn't talk to him more about it. But I didn't get him to the point where we're going to be talking about the foundation, right? Which is the Earth curving at the set rate that it is? Is there measurable axial rotation? Is the Earth also next to the vacuum of space and sitting in the medium of the vacuum of space? We didn't talk about the fundamentals. So he was still trying to defend a point, and he didn't realize he was doing it. Remember, he was kind of like, no, you're interrupting me. I'm like, dude, you don't know that what you're doing right now is trying to find a way out to the question that the guy who was in here, NWO, was asking you. You're trying to like skirt around it and see if there's another. Well, isn't there an explanation? It's like, yeah, that's what your mind does, because you want to make the ball a reality. So you're going to look for an answer, an explanation. But if you don't have that's why I don't like to start talking about like the three body problem. You know, that's another assumption that we're talking about. Like, well, is the Earth alignment? Because like I can talk about it, it's not an issue. But it's already presupposing the Earth is a ball in space. And how would that work? You know, kind of thing. So it's like, and everything that we do, it's almost like it really boils down to the things that we can test, verify, measure, versus the things where we're like, well, if you look up at the night sky, the Earth isn't covering the moon. It's like, well, now you're using something that no one can verify, right? But that's fine. I mean, if that's where you want to go, it's a hit or miss. I said this before. It's a hit or miss with NASA. It's a hit or miss with like any other derivative topic, gravity. But you're not going to get the meat from that. You're going to get somebody who's already thinking the government isn't real, or not real, but they don't trust the government. And then they're going to be like, yeah, I can see your point. Other than that, you're not going to get the ones who are staunch in their position to stop and think. But the ones who you will do that are the ones staunch in their position because they don't have an answer. And the audience will hear them wherever forum you're on. If you're on a Facebook post or if you're on this particular vocal arena, like it doesn't matter where you are, you will not have, there will be like mic drop silence, really. So anyway.
No, I think it's good that you bring up that point, though, because at least a lot of people that I talk to in real life, you know, they're like, so you're a flat earther? And I'm like, well, I'm somebody who just observes the Earth, you know. They really do think they've already been propagandized of this floating disc in space even now, you know, whereas in like 2016, it was kind of still a battlefield, right, where people were really just questioning, I think, their objective reality. And now they're questioning two different models. They're questioning this globe model, which we know has all of its shortcomings, and now they're questioning this flat disk in space. They can't even like throw away the space model or the heliocentric aspect of it, right? So they often think that we have the burden of proof. They really do. Some of them don't even realize what burden of proof even really means. But they're like, no, you're making the claim. And it's like, no, it is just the way it is, right? I know it stinks to hear this, but actually the burden is yours. You know, where is this globe? And usually what I find is that nobody's really even thought about it, right? Most people, even if you ask them, hey, does it matter if it's flat or round? Most people will have never even looked into it. They, for some reason, just don't even care, right? These are also, I tend to find that there are people who also don't care about other important things in their life either, you know, but it's a good point.
A lot of the conversations that people like to get into are frivolous and they're meaningless. They really don't have much to do about anything. I mean, so long as they never talk about truth, I think people like to talk about just dumb things, you know? Like, I mean, what's your favorite sports team, or get all riled up about, and that's great. I mean, people have their hobbies and their likes and whatever dislikes.
Yeah.
But the thing is, nobody's ever talking about what really matters, right? The fundamentals. Like, how do we understand our critical thinking operates on this earth? And it's like, the moment shit gets real, it's almost like, oh, let's change subject. Let's talk about something else, because yeah, we can't agree. Well, why is that?
Yeah, I gotta go.
We've been taught not to speak of these things. The truth is something you don't ever mess with. It's like your truth is your truth, and just skip along that way, because we don't want to poke the bear, as it were. Because the moment we start talking about things that are like that deep, you know, like what the earth is, it's like, no, let's just stick to whatever's been said. There's enough people believing that the earth is a globe. You don't have to mess with the formula. It's already there. You know, it's not, it's like, it's working, you know. But then that's void of anyone ever thinking of anything critically. Like, how am I, you basically, like they tell you, you can do science so long as it's within the framework of like the idea that the earth is this particular, you know, paradigm. Anything else outside of that is not real. This is the only real thing that there is, and you have to work within those parameters. So when you start doing whatever it is, you have to imagine that the earth is already that, because you can't go get on a rocket and go verify that the earth is a globe spinning in outer space. So you have to presume that it is, and then work on that premise. Yeah, whatever science you're doing on the earth. Well, you know, the things that are operating, the physics on the earth are happening the way they do because said idea, bending and warping of the fabric of space-time is happening. Or, you know, Coriolis and, you know, the earth's movement. It's like all this shit is happening because the earth's doing what they say that it is. So the imaginary ball exists because people have put their belief and their faith into it. And it's void of critical thinking. They're not going to stop to think, wait a minute, what happens if because like the type of propaganda or the wrong way to think has captured people's minds when it comes to, like, there was a video that I'm thinking about that this guy was trying to think about, if the earth was a disc and you were to walk to the edge of the earth, gravity would increasingly get stronger and you would have to be walking uphill. Yeah, Vsauce. Vsauce has a video. I think it was the one that so there's a lot of people that would repeat that video because Vsauce has like tons of followers, so everyone's gonna watch it. But that video was out almost at the beginning of like when it came out onto the internet. There's a lot of already propped up propaganda that work against us. But daily we work against ourselves, man. Like, most of the flat earthers will dive into things that don't operate on the same wavelength as a critical thinker. They want to believe as well. Like, and I see, well, from the time that we started to like where we're at today, if you're not evolving, if you're not like really fine tuning the argument, then you're going to get left behind. Like some of the big, well-known flat earthers, they are already like years and years behind where we're at. So we're talking about the ones who still prop up the earth looking like a dome covered, you know, circular, like that. There's no verification for this. And yet they're still propping up saying that this is the paradigm, that or the infinite plane or whatever. It's like their models are what's being propped up and not the truth. And so the truth is you don't know. And so like that's kind of the point we need to get to. But see, that puts a lot of of the burden of proof back on flat Earth. It's like, well, you guys are claiming this is what it is. Now your specific overall worldview of the entire realm doesn't work. And I've heard of some debates that used to be propped up where the AE map was against the globe and stuff, and you know, they had the flat earther challenging the person on the globe, and look, this is the only way it works, and it only works on an AE map. And it's like, dude, like you are really like going into something that you both don't even understand is going on. Like the whole world and what it is, the entire existence. And so like trying to get people just to the right, in the right frame of mind when we're having the discussion. Because yeah, we like to get caught up in what we know. Well, I'm right because I'm a flat earther and I know truth. And well, everybody has their own like fallacies, right? We can get into. And then you got to just remember like what can be proven. That's the only. If you stick to that, you're golden, man. Because if you can't provide evidence for the thing, like you know, some people want to say like you know, there's a magnetic mountain. There's this idea magnetic mountain exists, and
Right.
and then it's like, well, then you hear like, and I didn't get into it. Well, who is it talking about? Like, Themor. Themor came in here, was talking about the alignment of north, right? And so there's a lot of things that they like to come up with that sounds like it's completely working in the respects of like how someone would think of the Earth being flat, right? But the point is, if we do have cardinal directions and they exist and they're functioning, right? They're functioning. So let's say you have a compass and somebody's like, oh, so where's north? And you're looking at your compass and it's like got the needle pointing to where north is. And you use your finger and you point to where north is, right? You're not pointing to a specific location. You're just aligning yourself with north and saying, look, that's north that way. Go that way. And I don't think there was anything wrong with that, but then it's like, no, you're not pointing, you're aligning. I was like, yeah, you're dicing words at this point. You're splitting hairs. What we're saying is the direction the person's going to go is that away. And you have to, I mean, once you take that away and the truther gets into some deeper truth, it's like, well, then you don't know any directions. And you're reducing the fundamental like concept into absurdity, into like where it doesn't even mean anything anymore. So you might as well not even use that. So it's like, there's like what we call deeper truths that can get people reducing the argument to absurdity. And then there's like where something would make sense if you said, well, it's not pointing to a location, it's actually just aligning with north. Like we couldn't get to the place where there was an agreement in this room where everybody was like, yeah, I understand, I get it. You know, it's not like I'm trying to win the argument. It's just like how we're presenting just everyday common, you know, knowledge. So, and does the north or the magnetic lines, do they move? Is it always, is it a constant? Like, is it somewhere that's arbitrary that doesn't move? Or does it have fluctuation where it does deviate a little bit from where it used to be to where it is now? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of things that we can know because of what we understand on like a compass or any tools of navigation, like how they operate. So within those parameters,
there's true north and there's magnetic north, and I still have no idea why those are constantly changing.
right?
Or I should say diverging from each other.
But there is some sort of like malleability or flexibility, or there seems to be some divergence from like where you would say, well, that's always been north, like that direction, and you can point to it and you're like, well, now this compass is pointing a little this way, so now it's, you know what I'm saying?
And there's a globe explanation, but then, you know, I've been asked too, what's the flat earth explanation of that? I was like, I don't know. Why do I have to know that? Like,
Right. And so there's something that functions, that works well with our concept and our knowledge of understanding of like the cardinal directions. So there's something that works versus something that, let's say you put it on let's just do it this way. Let's put it on a globe or a AE map. If you were to put that specific, let's say, location on either one of those, it would be the North Pole or it'd be the center of the AE map. And it would be a location, wouldn't it? People don't realize that. They're like, well, it's not a location. Well, that's fine. But then that means that you got to toss out your AE map and you got to toss out your globe too. Because none of it's going to work if it's going to be something that's not constant. I don't know if people realize that, but that's what, in essence, Timur was actually getting to. You got to toss these projections out. No, you can't hang on to your email, which is fine for me. I don't care. It's like I'm not hung up on a projection, so I don't really care. For me, it's like the entire realm of existence is not something that's discoverable. We don't know the boundaries and the ends of the earth and things like that. We don't like. There's not that, right? But what we can know is the things that we know from here, like what we can use, what's actually practical, and how we navigate. Using the sextant, and this sort of things. These are things that are practical and they're usable. But once you who is it? Anthony Riley. If you've heard of his way of demonstrating, like compasses and like that, it got into this whole thing of like it's very abstract, But I think you might want to listen. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but like if you listen to like his explanation on that, it sounded kind of like, whoa, this is kind of edgy, to be saying these things. But at the same time, it's like he can say whatever he wants because it almost seems like no one really understands the entire realm of existence. I mean, who can actually say what the entire realm is? Like no one. And then to put it in a concept, even worse. So anyway,
Agreed. Yeah.
For me, it was more of like challenging the notion that people can do these things for themselves and verify. And the thing where you take it outside of the realm, because people will undoubtedly ask the question, well, this is what the flat earth looks like. And then they show you the AE map. And you might defend it to some extent, saying that, well, this is just a concept. But at the same time, what are you defending or even advocating for? You should just say, you know what? No one knows. And just be good with that. But it seems like that's not enough. Like we have to have some sort of answer. Well, we have maps. Yeah, we do. Aerial maps. And that's great. We can chart certain courses to certain places. Wonderful. But the entire realm of existence, to know the extent and the boundaries and the landmass sizes in correspondence with like how, I don't think that's ever knowable because no one's ever done it. Like we would have a gold standard view of the entire realm, wouldn't we? We don't have that. We have like a general concept, like of something what it would look like if it were to be projected onto a map. But then we got different maps, so it's like,
Yeah, I mean that's what gets me too is like nobody actually knows, but then you have these things where like for instance Disney. I think Eli brought it up the other day where that part in Aladdin where the first thing Jafar does when he becomes a sorcerer is he sends Aladdins to the ends of the earth, and it happens to be this super snowy place, large mountains everywhere, and just desolate of life, right? So I mean it's kind of where we're getting our information in terms of what that looks like. But for some people, they don't still realize that that's of course just propaganda, right? It is hearsay of Disney, right? And it's of course just elaborately hidden within a cinema film. You know what I mean? But it is kind of strange, and it does make you wonder. Are they also propagandizing that they know when they actually don't know? Are they sort of bluffing with that? You know what I mean? Like, because you got Pixar with the snow globes and.
Well, the words have been echoed through the scriptures, and so like right. Holy text can confirm or concur. I would say concur, not confirm. They concur with like that frame of reference. So using the term ends of the earth actually are in line with like how it was spoken of in Enoch. So right. The Enoch version of it was when Enoch was going to be taken up to go see the entire realm of existence. He first had to go to a location where there was going to be like undoubtedly really cold, and most of his people wanted to follow him and go where he went. They were all like, no, we don't want you to leave us, because they loved him because of his wisdom and knowledge and things that he provided, and they wanted to go where he was going. So he said, you can't go where I'm going, like people will perish like when they go there. And so the people were like pretty stiff-necked, and they really wanted to follow him. So I think there was a band of people that actually did follow him, but not all the way to the place where he was going to get taken up. Just they seen. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, no, they did see him. He got taken up, and they got to see a lot of the spectacle that took place where he went to this very cold and dark place, and he was taken up. And so he was escorted into the, I guess, other side of looking at the entire realm of existence, and then going into detail as to describing it. He was taken by the angel Uriel. It even said that the chariots of fire came for him. So, like the whole song "Swing Low, Sweet Chariot," coming forth to take. That song is also designed and built on the understanding that this is what the chariot that came to pick him up at the moment that he was going to be taken up. And so he was like taken to a place, man, a location in our physical existence where he was going to look at this realm from a different perspective. And so it's like when he describes the earth and the things about it, bro, it's so metaphysical. It's so like out of this like mindset or mind frame of like what it has nothing to look like what a AE map or a globe or anything. It's like a mechanical construct. It's like something. If you were to describe it in a sense where you're trying to put like the cause of the effects, they would have some metaphysical like angelic hosts are governing the movements of the stars. You go into like these like concepts or like there's no way a logically thinking person here on this earth with this vantage point would ever conceive of. We wouldn't know that. Or to say the sun is going through portals, like 7 portals, and like it's the moon also goes through the portals, the stars do as well. And it's like, what the heck are those? What does that look like, and how are they moving through them? And what significance does that have to like how we perceive the luminaries? So all of these things in regards to like what the sun, moon, and stars are doing, we're trying to conceive of the idea in a way that can be spoken of physically, logically, in terms that we can say like our understanding of science or whatever. But there's things in that other particular realm of existence that happen to be doing things that we don't know the mechanics behind. I mean, the words are spoken of in Enoch, and he had to relay this when he came back. He had to relay all of the information about the precise movements, the governance of the entire realm of existence to his son Methuselah. And so when he was going to do that, it's like his presentation of the way it was going to go. They had scribes write down his words, and like everybody was like, they were anxious to know because they were happy to see him back from his trip. But the thing is, how could you convey that over to people that don't like their vantage point will always be this, and this vantage point is like, okay, Enoch, okay, like. How can you? There's like somebody telling you a dream, and then they're saying, "No, this is reality," and you're like, "No, it sounds like a dream." You were probably sleeping, and then came over here and thought of all this stuff, and so it's like, how you can't tell that to, and so it's like, think about the complexity, okay, so the creator, right? And if you start getting into like, how do things exist the way they do, and the dynamic of, the operation. So you're looking at the earth and what it's doing and how it's doing it, and the ecosystems that exist. It's like, yeah. You want to put some kind of like logically thinking description to them and how they move. But there's an underlying cause to all things. There's laws that govern everything, right? And so, I mean, even down to the most minute detail. I mean, have you ever seen like a person's white blood cells like inside their body, what they consider white blood cells? They look like little tiny machines that are inside, like biochemical machines. They're constantly moving through the bloodstream, and they're fixing, and they're organizing, and it's like they're tiny little. Like they have I don't know, man. Like they have a will, and their will is to keep your body in right alignment. So they're constantly fighting for you, and they're organizing. And people don't realize. I've seen them, like there was a under a microscope how they look, and they're moving through the bloodstream. They're because they put the blood under the little what do you call that thing? The little piece of glass.
Yep.
And so they put it under the microscope, and they were looking at the blood cells, and they're just moving through the blood, and the cells, and they're checking them. It's like they're checking each one, and then they're moving along. They're just making sure everything's going well, and it's like they almost have like if you were to think of like nanobots, like to me that's exactly what that looks like. If you were to conceive of what, like, a nanobot, I can understand what that is, but that's what this resembles. Like, it's like intelligence inside of you that's constantly fixing you. So what I mean to say is that what is the will that governs them? What is the law that keeps them doing what they're doing? Why do they do the things that they do? This isn't something that just they have information. It's almost like there's a processor, there's some kind of intelligence that's commanding them. There's a law that's governing them. And it's like, what is motivating them to do the thing that they do when they're repairing your body? It's not just some mechanical process that happens without any like intelligence or motivation. I'm looking at it more like there's got to be something that's there, because anything that's running off of like a program, or it's got some sort of computing power. There's something that's keeping them doing what they're doing, and so it's like, what is that for? What is that knowledge? What is that transfer of information? Why are they doing the things that they do? It raises more questions, because you see them when they're in operation, they're just constantly working. They're constantly working. And so think about, through your life cycle that you're living, these little creatures are inside of you. They're constantly repairing, and sometimes they get attacked and they die out, and they you know what I mean? Like, and so disease and illness and like stuff that they can't repair, and it almost seems like they're fragile, yet they're, at the same time that they're fragile, they're also strong. They can be made strong. They can overcome a lot of obstacles that the human body, sometimes couldn't. So it's weird, right? So you see them like these little fragile creatures that are in you, that are constantly fixing you. And then also at the same time, it's like they can be destroyed easily. And it's like all these things that are happening on a level that is so intricate, that is so incredibly complex, that we couldn't even fathom the motivation for them. Like, we wouldn't even understand what governs their movement. How are they made? Like, what makes them do what they do? Like, this isn't just a physical process that's just happening. It's like there's intelligence behind this. Why do they repair? Why are they just like, they are going on with the will, and they are formed, they die out, but they're constantly being produced in the body. And we're like a factory. We make them, and also they have their moments where they die out. And then there's mitochondria. There's another thing that it's your gut health. It operates on, like, I'm telling you, it is like when you look into all these different processes that make up our body, we're like a machine that constantly is under this like biochemical process that has been like constantly upgraded. And it's like these particular movements of like these little biochemical microbes, they're in our bodies, and they're doing the things that they do to keep us being who we are. So the chemical makeup of all of us, like, it's made up of like the structure of all these little creatures that are constantly working within us to kind of keep us on the way we are. But we don't often see that world, right? It's not like every day you're going to see the inner workings of your body and see how it's being kept up. So it's almost as if we take those things for granted. We don't see the complexity of the entire body and how it operates. So for us, it is what it is, right? We're just like looking at, so in that same way, I would say, let me get back to the point. The point is trying to relate the earth in a way that we can describe it, that best suits our logical thinking, so that we can be able to convey the simplicity of it. But my friends, just in the same way, the body is entirely, supremely complex. How can we then go into a realm of existence to where the Earth is operating on, and then say, well, the sun moves around the Earth this way. It's just like the AE map. And it's like, do you really know about the portals that they go through? Like, how does Enoch describe the mechanics of the Earth and what it's doing from a place that you can't even observe? And then we tend to think that we have the knowledge to say some things. It's like, well, what pride do we have that we have to put some kind of mindset to it? It's like, well, what else can it be doing? Well, it's something other than you recognize it to be, because you're not the creator. So this vantage point was taken, and it was for a specific reason. So it's like, so why did the creator give Enoch this knowledge? Just so that he can look upon everybody how we can't know things? No, it was future proofing the knowledge of his creation, so that it wouldn't get taken out of context by what we know today. Everybody wants to take it, well, it's an AE map. No, it's a globe. It's an AE map. No, it's a Gleason's. No, it's like, guys, you really don't know what the entire realm of existence is. There was one person that was ushered to take you there and explained everything to you, and we're like, huh? What did Enoch say? Like, it doesn't make sense to us. That's the point. It doesn't make sense to us because we can't fathom the complexity, the complete like awesomeness of it. And when we're not taken in by the mystery and the complexity, then I think it's our pride. Immediately, right to our pride. Well, we got to put some way that the earth and the sun and the moon and the stars are operating. We got to know the causation to this. No, we don't. We absolutely don't. The creator has made such incredible things in this earth, and the ecosystems are the way they design. But because of our pride, we have a lot of, well, this is the way the earth looks like. No, it don't. You just want to say that because you don't know what you're talking about. And in reality, the creator wants us all to say that. I don't know. But because of the fact that we even were shown an example with Job, because he was a righteous man, no doubt. But at the same time, he was taken through the gauntlet of having the creator explain to him, where were you when I created the foundations of the earth? There wasn't any answer to that. Like, how can you answer? So, like, with all of that, pridefulness goes away. But if you don't have that, if you don't have the humility, then saying I don't know is not going to be sufficient. You're going to want to find, well, no, it's not good enough. We got to discover. We got to go to Antarctica. We got to touch the dome. We got to do these things. And that's what's like, the pridefulness is going to be stinging you. You won't be able to get away from it. It's got a grip of you. So when people ask me, it's like, I'm thoroughly happy that I know that the information of like what causes the sun to do what it does and why it moves the way it does, I will never know the cause. I can see the effects, I can feel the effects, but the cause of what it does and how it's doing it, don't know. And it's like, maybe I shouldn't even know. Why would I wonder about the things that the creator has made if I can just say, look upon these things and say like, wow, this is amazing. This is such an amazing place. And I'm thankful that I'm existing because the creator put me here. So the overall, right, the takeaway is knowing, because people are like, well, we're all here with flat earth. Now what? Well, the creator brought you here. Why? Because you start to realize, hey, wait a minute, this place isn't just randomly burped out of into existence. There is a motivator. There's somebody, a prime mover, that's actually got all this together. And then when you start to realize, whoa, wait a minute, yeah, there is a creator. It then starts to realize, okay, I went from being an atheist to saying that there is no creator to now saying that there is a creator. So the creator, and then people are, now you take a look at that. We're in the same house, but we're many different religions, right? You got all kinds of religions. Well, which one's right? Everybody's trying to figure out that deep question because they don't want to be wrong, right? You just want to do what's right by the creator. But then we start to realize by what the creator has put out in existence, you start to see the reflection of who the creator is, right? The invisible qualities of the creator. We start to, and then so for us, recognizing that, starts combining all of us, like with the ideas of what we think the religious doctrines are and dogmas and all that sort of stuff, we start to walk together. And I've been trying to get people on the ideas like, yeah, you can debate on certain aspects of the doctrines and the words that were being uttered, but at the same time, we're in the same house. Have you noticed that? Flat Earth has got us into the same place. We now share the common understanding that it's flat and stationary. And there isn't anything that can shake us from that because there isn't any evidence against it. So we are bound together with the truth. That's what the truth does. It binds us. And so when we start to come together and start to realize the understanding of just taking people back to like what happened when people bound together, when they were all together under one tongue, under one nation, under one, were they like singing Kumbaya and everybody was like happy and joyful and singing to God? No, of course not. They band together because they knew that the earth was flat and stationary and they could reach God. So they created a tower to go fight him because they were under the rulership of Nimrod. So flat earth wasn't a great unifier. It was the creator. He's the great unifier. But they rallied around that because they knew that they could fight against him. They were going to create a tower to go put their idols in his place. Because they didn't want someone who was holding them accountable for the things that they were doing. So, let's go fight against that one. So, much like people today don't want to be held accountable for the things that they do, I guarantee you that's what let's not have a creator. How about that? Let's think of whatever we want. We can make the creator whoever we want to say. Like someone who's just doesn't have any role in this. But that's the thing. People don't want to be held accountable. And so that's what the creator is saying. So the truth about it is that when you see any text in like Holy Writ that leans to the understanding that you are being held accountable, it's like, ooh, yeah, let's not go there. No, we don't believe in that God. It can't be that one. It's got to be the one that is just like somewhere up in the clouds, just like looking down and saying, oh, I wonder how my kids are doing. Like, so that it keeps us away from being like held accountable for the things that we do here on earth. So the one that actually is holding us accountable, that's the one that's looking at the things that we do and how we react to the things that are being put here. And it's like, so it all comes back to, so the creator unified us, right, into the truth. It's not just flat earth. It's not just expounding on, well, let's go touch Antarctica's ice wall. Like, it's not that. That's missing the point. We're together, bound together with the truth of creation. The truth of creation is that it's flat and stationary. It's not doing what they're saying it is. Further than that, it's getting into like how we understand each other of like the different religious aspects, the dogmas, the doctrines, and all these sorts of things. We start to sift through all that and say, what is truth, right? What is really true about what's being said? And how does this apply to the creator and how we understand the invisible qualities of what we see in nature, the reflection of all of these things. And so that to me is like the deeper conversations where we can actually start to talk as adults about the different aspects of like why people are so divided with religious doctrine. And, just so that it keeps it civil and it doesn't go into like a religious debate and so on and so forth. But there is a lot of people who are very passionate about that. But I would say like, I'm always in the way of like presenting something. And if you're like, no, that's not what I believe. Well, fine then, you do whatever you think is your religious beliefs. You just keep going. I just presented something, but you don't have to take it on as your worldview. You can examine it and say, well, let me look at this. Oh, well, no, I don't believe that. Okay, that's good. Moving right along. I don't. There's nothing that I need to provide. I don't need to arm wrestle anybody into what I understand from the creator's perspective. I don't need to do that. I just need to present. Here it is. This is what I know to be true. Because of the fact that everything is like all of creation is speaking about it. Like I don't have to. I can rely on like religious texts for sure, but at the same time, like it's going to coincide with like the nature of people. Because if you look at the nature of us, who we are, yeah, we can sometimes say, yeah, no, I'm seriously, I mean what I'm saying, I'm telling you the truth. But the reality is of it, in what the way the going back to like the creator speaking about like how we are, it's like, yeah, we're prideful human beings. We want to have our ways and understandings to be thoroughly understood as like we're, people that speak of things that are profound. They want to sound very intelligent. They want to sound like they know what they're talking about. And so it's like nobody wants to sound like they don't know what they're saying. Therefore, our pride comes involved, where we're like sounding all highfalutin and lofty in our wisdom, so that people can look upon us and say, "Wow, this guy is really something, man. He's using these words I have to bring out a thesaurus for." But at the same time, just for the sake of sounding that way, that's not going to benefit anyone. But if there's truth to what they're saying, then it lines up with real understanding. So I might sound like I'm getting a little bit into it here, but what I mean is like, okay, so in this discussion when we have with people, sometimes we just got to keep it real. Just be like you were if you were out there talking to just everybody about the earth and what it is, and you don't have to get too involved with like how you're gonna sound like with this speech and everything. Just speak like you would normally, like convey the message over to somebody just as you would. Relax, just be like, hey, do you think the earth is what people think it is? And do it that way. Like it always makes it real when you are real. Like you don't have to be someone fake and put on a facade and your flat earth hat, let's say, and try to talk to somebody in a way that you wouldn't normally. So anyway, just kind of helping you guys out. But I went into a rant there, just like, well, what do we do now? We're all here together in flat earth. And I'm thinking that's the point. We're here to understand more about each other, and so that we can unify together for the creator, not against. Because before, that's what the unification was. They wanted to be unified. They knew the earth was flat and stationary because they built a tower to go fight against God, because they knew there was a place there they could reach. So in their minds, they were like, well, let's do this thing, let's go fight against him. Well, shoot, you want to be held accountable for the things you do after this life? No. Okay, let's go take our idols and go usurp them above the creator. And their, in their ignorance and their pridefulness and their ego, they were building this damn thing. And of course, upwards towards their mission, they were stricken. And so they were taken down, and, everybody's language got confounded and so on. So, yeah. But yeah, here we are today. We're coming back again. We're unifying the truth with the truth of the shape, or the conversation of the shape of the earth. But we're unifying with the truth that the earth isn't what they've been saying. So now the creator's gathering us together. And so it's like, yeah, I understand we're all different religions and so on, but we are starting to have the conversations, the ones that actually start talking about like, well, then what are we doing in this house together if we can't agree on religious doctrines and such? Is to understand that, first of all, that the creator is in existence, and secondly, it's to like understand where we went wrong, and why are we not meeting eye to eye, and why, what the issue is. Anyway. Yeah, I know. I'm crazy.
Nah, you're not crazy, man. I was just thinking the same thing.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to listen, to someone really talk. Just have someone in the room, I mean, yeah, I like what you're saying. Took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah, it's difficult because there is moments where it feels like we're always fighting. We're always like pushing towards a goal of having somebody realize, but it's hard because we never take the time to like just enjoy the fact that we have companions, brothers and sisters that were in the same fight, for truth. It's difficult, man, because like sometimes we get lost in the mission, right? We're just always trying to like find a better way to talk about the earth and convey that message over. But oftentimes we forget that we're in this together. Like, it isn't just me, going in here and talking to people about the Earth and what it is. It's more of like we're doing this as a concerted effort together. You, me, and everyone. Like we're all in this together.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with what you were saying too about like the unification, like especially under Nimrod. Like some people are like, yeah, if we all knew about flat Earth, it would change everything, and it's like, well, would it? They're trying to do this like one world order thing too. Like, do you think that's a good thing? Like,
no, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's like the great unifier isn't flat Earth, folks. It is not flat Earth, because Nimrod and all of them understood that they could reach God. So apparently, it wasn't the idea that the Earth was spinning in the globe in the vacuum of space. Because why would they build a tower? Think about it. Why would the people be like, no, this ancient understanding of knowing the Earth is an orb flying in a vacuum? Like, there's no reason of building this tower. Why? What is Nimrod talking about? No, they unified because they knew they were going to be fighting against the Creator himself. So they were like, yeah, let's do this thing. United.
well, now you got NASA, the next tower, if you will. I always think of a tower when I see those rockets go up, trying to do essentially the exact same thing. They even took a picture for you and go, look, we're God now. This is your Earth,
Well, and they also say, like, there's memes about it, but like even the people that go into space, because they're mostly people that just would say that the Earth was burped into existence, and it's like its origins were all having to deal with like nature creating itself. It's like, well, just a mechanical process that took place billions of years ago. It's like, and so when they would claim that they would achieve such feats, it's like they're doing it outside of the realm of a creator. It's just us out here. It's just us and possibly other life forms on other, right? But that whole idea is just built on that, like, they are, masters of the universe. They're traveling the stars. They're going places, and then like it goes completely against what our place is. Our place is here on Earth. So just relying back on the Creator's words, especially in Holy Writ. It talks about like the earth is our domain and the heavens are his. So it's like we need to know our place. Our place is here, not in the water, on land. And it's not in the sky, it's on land. So it's like we need to know our place, and then it is like, I guess, be content about it. But of course, it wasn't satisfying for some people who knew that they were going to be held accountable. So let's go fight against God. So it's like, okay, let's just take, for example, the governments of the world said, you know what, guys, we have to keep the secret from you because, it was going to cause war and chaos and whatever. And whatever. And then they came out to say, but the earth is actually flat and stationary or whatever. Who knows, right? But if that were to ever happen, it's like, you think they would unify the world in a common goal to understand the Creator exists and then support the idea the Creator exists? But like, no. You're going to be like, well, then the one that we really need to fight against would be the one who put us here, kind of thing. So it's like, it would still be a struggle, I would say, not a unifier. It has brought us together under one roof for a reason. So then that's what I said. So now that we're here for the reason, and everybody's like, well, what do we do now? We're all here. You know what I mean? All the religious differences that we have. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm going to make me some brekkie.
Yeah, I'd say they're all the same in the sense that you can use religion to peacefully communicate with the other. That you both recognize a creator that places value in your life, and then someone else's religion could be like, oh yeah, me too. So now you've got a baseline for positive communication.
I thought there was only one religion in here usually.
No, there are many. Pumpkin.
I only ever hear atheists and Christians.
There's a few Muslims around as well.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Well,
Thanks, Jeff.
I'm Muslim, but I haven't seen any other Muslims.
It's just, I can maybe give you 2 or 3. There's not a lot, but they are around.
Jews? Oh, that's more than you'd think. I mean, Jews are pretty rare.
According to my lineage,
let's bring out a point of note that the server originated in Western society, specifically in North America, of which, generally greater than 3/4 of people identify as Christian. So the probability that the majority of people you encounter, being that they come from the Western world and North America specifically, you would expect.
Like, you're saying that Flat Earth was originating here?
No, this server.
I gotta say, the server? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, there's other servers out there that are... Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I know a lot of flat earthers who are part of the international community, but they're too scared to come in here because they think that everyone in here is going to be too Christian for them.
Well, to be blunt, why would they be scared of such a thing?
Because I'm like the only American they know.
Oh, okay. Okay, so they're not aware of the American culture, and they have predispositions.
Well, they're aware of, but know what it feels like to be an American.
Yeah, I sent you a pumpkin invite to a Muslim Flat Earth Discord.
Well, the problem with that one is that it's the Quran and Hadith, which I don't know if you guys know anything about the Hadith, but it's basically just legends of what the Prophet supposedly said that people follow instead of the Quran, which is just blasphemy in every order. So I don't want to associate with those people.
Well, yeah, and that's the problem with all religions, is that there's what's considered by some orthodox, and then what's considered by some heterodox.
No, literally.
Heresy.
They were not allowed to write down what Muhammad said for 300 years after he died so that they wouldn't be able to create a new religion around it. But they still did. They still made a whole religion where people know tons of hadith and none of the religious book that it's supposed to be based on.
That's happened to every religion, where there's multitude of permutations that come after the fact. Which is one of the problems. Like, yes, Flat Earth as a concept does have a certain unifying theme to it, where a lot of people in disparate ideologies or religions could say, oh, well, I believe the earth is flat, and I generally believe in a creator, but it's the specifics that matter. In general, we all believe, certain categories similarly, but it's the specifics that draw distinctions. And I'll submit to the audience that the available world religions, the majority of them are mutually exclusive to each other. They have mutually exclusive truth claims that can't exist simultaneously. So it's not possible that all religions in the world are true.
I think you should only pursue religion if you believe that you can find the truth in it. Well, I think that to pursue religion is to pursue the truth. And if you're not doing that seriously, if you are doing that seriously, then you know that they can't all be true. That you're seeking the truth. That necessarily means that one answer is better than another.
Yes, and that's a base axiom of the endeavor. So by telling everyone that all our religions are equally as valid, it's disingenuous if you're actually operating under a matrix of truth-seeking.
Mm-hmm.
And look, that's offensive to some people that I hold a view, and therefore by categorical necessity, the opposing view, in my opinion, is false or is necessarily false in reality. That offends a lot of people. They want the world to be subjective, where everybody has my truth and you have your truth, and it's all just truthy truth.
Sorry, I'm reading these memes. There's no pair. Why does it matter? It's not moving. What difference would it make? Space is fake. Oh.
Well, we'll leave you all with this. The mainstream consensus, so-called scientific paradigm, is moving towards subjective reality as the base level reality. They are going to swindle everybody by thinking they arrived at this conclusion through objective sciences. So they arrive at a subjective reality through objective sciences and get everyone to believe it. And that will be the auspice of the new synthesized world religion. And the majority of people, including flat earthers, will fall for some permutation of it because, as we've already described, they haven't come to the hard truthy truth of truthness, which is, if truth is true, then all contradictory propositions to it are false. With that, I'm going to eat some lunch.
Stay blessed, man.
Yo. Oh, sorry. I'm back. Gemsy in the house. What's up, Gemsy? Haven't seen you in a minute, bro.
See Gen Z. Oh, Gen Z. I mean, like Generation Z.
Hey everyone, I'm good. How about you? Just jumping in and out. Been a little busy lately, but yeah, glad to hear you guys. How you doing?
Pretty good, man. Haven't seen you in a bit, so that's why I was like, look, everyone, Gemsy's here.
Ooh.
Yeah, staying quiet for a bit, but I've been jumping in and out, but haven't spent much time. Yeah.
Yeah, same old stuff happening around here, but nothing to write home about, you know.
For some reason, I do like the creators talk when people talk about, the similarities or even the differences. And I think AI put it kind of. I like what he said when he left. He said that there is the truth, right? And then there is things that go against the truth. Will be something that is false. And he said it in a better way, but I kind of follow what he's saying.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, we all believe that, don't we? That there is a real truth, a true, as they say in Cloud Atlas.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's the truth. They try to say, like, that there, is only gray area. There's no black and white. But there is black and white.
And a bunch of other colors in between, no?
Oh, yeah, for sure. A whole spectrum.
There definitely is the truth about health.
When you see children's programming, the cartoons and everything's so colorful, they have the pink, the purple, the green, they have all separate. It's kind of tricky. The way they look at the colors, instead of looking at light, at the combination of the colors to give everything kind of like a spectrum of visibility. When we're looking at cartoons, you're looking at all, like everything is separated. It's kind of tricky. the way it looks. But yeah, I like the creators talk sometimes when people can sit down and talk about it without yelling at each other. It's kind of cool. Right.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Everybody here in the house of the truth of the Earth being flat and stationary, it's like we're all here now, and a lot of people ask the question, "Well, what next? What now? What do we do now? We're all here." Well, isn't that the next step? I mean, further than just being here because we're all unified under the understanding the Earth is flat and stationary. The next step is getting to know the Creator and why we're here. Like not just here in the sense of in this forum, but here on the earth. Like, what is the purpose? What is our goal? What is the focus? And so when we have those conversations, it gets us even more of in alignment and in the same accord, because we're not just bickering about frivolous, vanity. Whereas, like, you're just talking about things just to talk about things. It's great, right? Let's discover more than we can about the earth, but what after that? Once after you're filled with knowledge in the earth and how it operates, then what? Are you going to take that into the next life? Like, what is the next life? Like, is there a next life? So it's like those conversations are so like, what is important? Because we see each other's lives here limited. They're only a good 100 years. If you eat right and you do everything correctly, you're still limited into like how long you're going to live. So there's a clock ticking. And with that, it's like, what is the importance of the thing you should put your stock and value into? Is it this life? Is it supposedly the next life? Or what is it? Because if it's this life, then you're just your focus is incorrect. I mean, the byproduct of living for a creator, the creator, is going to be, one that's going to be in alignment with his truth, truth about everything, right? And the intelligence that we gather from being here on earth, and the health that we have from keeping our bodies in alignment with his ways, and also spirituality, which is like the three tenets of, like, I always say, mind, body, and spirit. But like, that's, if you got yourself there with all those, then you're in alignment with the Creator and not keeping value and stock into this life, but more so into the value of being forever with the Creator. It's like, how do we achieve that? And so that's why there's many different conversations of like how that happens with the different religious texts and doctrines and so on. But that's the thing. We're all here. We're trying to figure out what's next, and that's what's next. It's not unifying just for the sake of unifying. It's unifying for the sake of following after the Creator's ways, which is the thing that we should be looking at from our vantage point, not the globe earth, but like from the perspective of knowing the true reality of the creation. And like, that's what pushes us to like brotherhood, sisterhood, and like we're gonna agree, because it's like, you know what, we're still family. It doesn't matter if you're in a different religious house, we're still family in the sense. So at some point the Creator will acknowledge, like, will either give us the information so we can acknowledge the truth and say, you know what, you're right, versus it being just like a battle where we're always like, no, you stay with your religious texts and doctrines. And if that's what's keeping you on the road to know flat earth, I think that when we start to realize that there isn't like 7,000 truths, there's only one, then we start to realize like what the importance of that one understanding is, because that understanding is going to give us the reasoning behind, like what I was saying it earlier. People don't want to be held accountable. So any religious text that holds you accountable, then nobody wants that. They're like, yeah, let's say that's not a religion we want to follow. Or, one that calls for like understanding human nature, like why we are the way we are, and one that reveals who we really are. And so once we see a reflection of that written in like holy text, then it makes sense to us. Like, they're like, yeah, that's reality, because that's how we are. And the Creator knew that, because this is how the design was made. And so once we see that, then it becomes reality to us, and not just your truth, but no, that is truth. That right there, was being said, that's truth right there. So I don't know. But because it's like, it's not so much the fact that people put the emphasis on doing. It's actually more of the emphasis should be on knowing. So doing it's got its value because you want to. I'd say doing is the byproduct of knowing. So you're gonna do what you know. So like some people put a lot of emphasis in religious aspects. Like doing is the most important thing. You just have to do. That's it. But you're not supposed to be someone who has a relationship with the creator. That you're just because the creator is like a supreme being. So it's like the relationship aspect shouldn't be there. It should just be like humble servants of that. That is true in a sense, but at the same time, the recognition of understanding the relationship that the creator had with us from the beginning, which was why did he make all of us? Why are we all here? What is the purpose of our existence? And so when you look inward to like find that, you start to realize that it's not just serving a powerful creator, it's also understanding that there was a relationship aspect to it. As in, why would we draw near to a creator? And so the creator gave us all of the things in this world so he can show us the importance of like what we mean to him. And that is like the wonderful things that we can find from family to great tasting food to like, I mean, just different things. Think about it. Like all the numerous ways that we find happiness on this earth are all meant because the creator wanted us to see that and experience it. But we oftentimes don't realize that, so we lean on, other people's understandings of who the creator is, or like let's say, religious ideas, versus what really is. Because you can know truth, right? Like let's say when a child is born and it's your child, and you look upon the child, you're overcome with like such an amazing feeling, like you see a reflection of the creator. It's like, I don't understand how this is, like it's like a miracle to you. And then like that way, because of the thing that you see, it's like you can understand, like almost like at that moment you can understand the purpose of life and the meaning and like all that. Just, I don't know. Because it's like a lot of people have the questions, right? But like certain things that aren't written down somewhere make you realize the creator exists. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, the menu is not the meal. I can't just develop a relationship with the creator by text. It helps, but I don't think that you just come into the truth on your own. Your willingness to do it, to find truth, means a lot. But if you're unwilling, then you're going to have a delusion of what's real.
I mean, I think we're all constantly under some level of delusion because we don't have perfect perception. We have very limited perception, in fact. What our job is to try to make sure that our delusion is kept to a minimum, and that it's not about the most important things.
I find that when I don't try to control every situation, and when I don't worry, that's when things tend to work out better.
Yeah. Have you seen those bumper stickers? They say, "Let go and let God."
Hey, I mean, there's something to that.
It kind of bothers me, though,
I'm
the
not saying
humor of
that
it.
you have to. Well, I think that there's something to it, but there's also, more to it than that.
Yeah.
I can't lean on my own understanding when it comes to any kind of divinity. of the Creator and what's set aside, what's holy, what's I can only, be who
Just
I am.
if you well, if you can't trust your own judgment, then whose judgment do you trust?
I mean, I'm given discernment. I'm talking
Okay.
about the judgment. I'm talking about like leaning on my own understanding about why we're here. What is the purpose? I can only be who I am, who the Creator made me.
I don't know about you guys, but it seems to me like the purpose is like definitely like the meaning of life definitely seems to be centered around responsibility. Like that definitely seems to be what it's about.
Do you know that the Creator gave us a perfect example of what the meaning of life is? And I don't know, Kim, if you have a Bible app or if people have a Bible app, I just wanted to take it really quick and just the scripture, Romans 11:36. If you guys can just look that up, Romans 11:36. Romans chapter 11, verse 36. That answers like the question that feels like no one can actually have an idea or an answer because everybody has their own truth. But I think the truth there was to be spoken. Why are we here? Let's say that would be another. That's a huge one, right? Why are we out? Why were we created? Why were you created? Why are we here? And that answers it. So Kim, if you want to look that up, because I know you do have a Bible app or Bible.
I have a Bible. I'm already here.
Oh, okay. Romans chapter 11, verse 36.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Last verse.
Yeah, it's
For of him and through him and to him are all things, to whom be glory forever. That.
Yep. And so everybody's saying, well, why are we here? Because he wanted us here. What is the purpose of the meaning of life? It's for his glory, not yours. So we see
the Quran says explicitly that humans and jinn were created for no reason but to worship God.
Yeah, that's saying the same thing. So it's like the purpose of like the life that you live on this earth is not just so you can create your own kingdom and build, a nice life and wealth and all these kinds of things. Usually what people have their minds and focus on right now, the value of life, like is meant to be, 3 kids and a cat or something, like it's not really the American dream, let's say. It's not supposed to be the focus. The focus should be what this part of scripture is talking about, getting to know the Creator. It's like to know God, right? And so the purpose of your life in existence is to know the Creator. And through the idea of like, well, you in your way of like worship, right? Like, what would you do in that sense? It's designed around the Creator. It's not designed around your life. It's designed around the Creator's life. The existence.
Yep, and that's something else too. How would you? Okay, when you are created. Hold on, I've lost my train of thought. Let me think of it again. Okay, the way that I guess my own default setting is in prayer. I don't pray for things to happen. I pray to thank and to be grateful, and I pray for others, and I even pray for my enemy. And it's like it's hard to wrap my mind around it, but in a way, I love my enemy because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't know the truth that I know now. So I'm even grateful for that. So it's really it's really about being grateful. That's how you give glory to God. He gives you everything that you have, and you have everything that you need every day. You don't have to worry about it. You just have to be grateful.
Yeah, just like give a shout out to everybody in the room. What's up, guys? We're just having a easy conversation this morning, or at least for me, morning for me anyway. Might be late in the evening for some people, but yeah, no, we're just chatting right now. But if somebody wants to talk about the shape of the Earth, if you're listening right now on the YouTube live stream, all you got to do is click the description of the link and jump in here. We can talk about the Earth and what it's not straight away. If you think the Earth is a globe, if you're on the fence, or if you know the Earth is flat, come on in here. Let's have a conversation. For sure.
I'm here, but just waking up, so I'm gonna be quiet on mute for a while. I'm listening.
So, do y'all want to hear some flat Earth from the Quran?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Quran 15:19. And the earth we have spread out like a carpet, set there on mountains firm and immovable, and produced therein all kinds of things in due balance. 20:53. He who has made for you the earth like a carpet spread out, has enabled you to go about therein by roads and channels, and has sent down water from the sky. With it we have produced diverse pairs of plants, each separate from the others. 43:10. Yea, the same that has made for you the earth like a carpet spread out, and has made for you roads and channels therein, in order that ye may find guidance on the way. 57. And the earth we have spread it out, and set thereon mountains standing firm, and produced therein every kind of beautiful growth in pairs. 51:48. And we have spread out the spacious earth. How excellently we do spread out. 71:19. And God has made the earth for you as a carpet spread out. 78:6. Have we not made the earth as a wide expanse? 79:30. And the earth after that he blew and stretched / spread it. Apparently people differ a lot about how exactly to translate that. And the land after that he spread out, and yeah. The Khalifa translated it as he made the earth egg-shaped. He just translated it however he wanted. Can you believe that?
Hey, Pumpkin, how do people reconcile the information, like coming from a religious aspect, like the Muslims who look at the text and like where it says he spread out the earth like a carpet? Like, how would they interpret that? Like, are they saying that it's just poetic speech? Like, it doesn't mean like a carpet.
The truth is that most Muslims don't read the Quran, so they wouldn't know. They have no idea. And then you have people like Khalifa translating it to he made the earth egg-shaped. They take out the flat earth parts as best they can.
You know what's weird is that every aspect of like religious text, this has been happening. Like what you just described, like that happens. Like you said the Quran, right? Like they transfer the meaning into something else, right? Like it's now it takes on a different meaning. So they would argue from that meaning, not the one that was originally at. So that happens. Like I said, in the Christian realm, like that's the same thing. They would say that the heliocentric globe Earth exists in the Bible, or it's being said that it exists in the Bible, in a way that like there's a verse that says the Earth was hung on nothing, and it's like, well, you see it right there. It's in space. It's in space. So they're taking certain like scriptures out of context and then using it to kind of like prop up the globe. And so I don't know how they would turn the scripture you mentioned out of context and make it prop up the globe. Like, to me, that's like carpet signifies.
What they do. Well, what they do is that they go back to the original language and they question the original meaning because in the language that just today doesn't do it back then. Question, you can turn anything on its head just like you can anywhere else in society. But you got apologetic claims like this. It says Earth is a geospheric shape. The Quran mentions the actual shape of the verse. We have made the Earth egg-shaped. The Arabic word daha means egg-shaped. It also means ants. Daha is derived duhiya, which refers to the egg of an ostrich, which is geospheric shape of the Earth. So that's what you get. You get people saying like "fance" now means it. So
Is it just me or can is this body?
Over.
Pumpkin, I hear you roboting. I don't know if it's just me. Sorry. You guys, is it just me? Does anybody else in here hear Pumpkin roboting?
Yeah, it's roboting.
Okay.
She's roboting.
That's fine. Yeah, I didn't hear it. Said you were roboting.
Okay.
I just heard you say something about better. No, your connection is like pretty bad.
You bad? All right, hold on. All right, is that better? No?
Yeah, it's better. I hear you better. Yep.
Okay. Sometimes I just have to shut off my mic for a minute. Okay. Says the translation really is the place in sand where an ostrich lays its egg, because that's where an ostrich spreads out the earth with its feet and then lays its eggs there, because it doesn't really have a nest. See, that's what I was saying. Like, you know, they say it means the egg, but really it's the nest. I have some pictures in here somewhere. Of an ostrich nest that I can post. Not actual ostrich nest, but some diagrams that are helpful. Oh, here they are. Okay. So it says that it translates dahaha to mean the place in sand where the ostrich lays its eggs, not the eggs themselves. So it's really saying it's spread out like an ostrich egg nest. Did that upload? There it goes. Y'all see what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I would agree, but like the thing that you have to do is go up against people who are going to disagree with that. And they will be more focused on the egg than the nest that the ostrich makes.
Right, right. Right. Well, everywhere you go, they're going to have things to cover it up. So it is what it is. It doesn't matter how true something is. Well, it does matter how true something is. That's the thing. We can't get caught up in thinking that, just because they have some way to say that it's not true means that the proof was useless. Because they'll cover any proof up. It doesn't matter how absurd the cover; they'll cover it. Okay. Yeah, and then so Quran 88:20 says, and at the earth how it is spread out, 91:6 by the earth in its wide expanse. 2:22, who has made the earth your couch and the heavens your canopy, and sent down the rain from the heavens, and brought forth therewith fruits for your sustenance, and set not up rivals unto God when you know the truth. 1886. Until when he reached the setting of the sun, he found it setting in a spring of murky water. Near it he found a people. Okay, well, I'm going to skip the rest of this because the point is just the setting of the sun in murky water. 1847. One day we shall remove the mountains, and thou wilt see the earth as a level stretch, and we shall gather them all together, nor shall we leave out any one of them. There's another verse that talks about facing toward the Qibla, which is it's like how I guess Jews they were supposed to face Jerusalem originally or something, or Israel. I don't know. That's what the Quran implies. Anyway, so they call it the Qibla, the place that you center yourself when you pray. So it says that you're all supposed to pray toward the new Qibla, the Kaaba. You're familiar with the cube type thing in Mecca. And basically this isn't possible on the globe, because you would pretty much always be facing Mecca. It's on the other side of the world if we're on a globe, so I just have to face downward the whole time? That doesn't make sense because literally the meaning of the word prayer is standing. So, yeah, obviously that's a new for them. And in fact, they had made a new method, a geolocational method to figure out how people should face Mecca now. They're like, oh, well, since it's a globe, we have to reconfigure everything. So now everyone's facing the wrong way. I should be facing east, but instead, according to them, I should be facing east, but in reality, I have to face north. Yeah, there's more stuff too about how about the day and the night follow each other and stuff. There's also a verse about, or that mentions a tree which is neither east nor west, which obviously that just screams Yggdrasil. So I don't know, that's just some of the flat earth stuff in the Quran.
Yeah, thanks for that, Pumpkin. I'm cooking some food, so I didn't answer right away.
Oh, gotcha.
I think Sasha always says it best. Water cannot lie.
Yeah.
When it rests flat and level. You can change the meaning of level all you want, but water can't lie like humans do.
Hmm. I know. You know, lately I just can't get over just this idea that we have air right up against a vacuum. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, you have to have it separated. I mean, there's a lot of good reasons to believe in flat Earth, but I feel like that's the most poignant one in my mind lately. Like, you would have to have a bubble. You can't have air pressure without a container. Someone in here posted like a video of like the best of flat Earth, and it was like 5 hours. I haven't gotten that far through it yet, but I had some great stuff right at the beginning.
And we find ourselves arguing the meaning of words because, we can change the meaning of words all the time, but it is what it is, man. There are laws of nature, and that has, you don't have to be scientific to understand the laws of nature. They are what they are. They always have been, and they always will be.
Mhm. Yeah, someone was saying that that knowledge matters so much more than action, but I honestly don't think that's true. I think that they're pretty equal. Pretty equal. Honestly, if you do something good without knowledge, you've still done something good. Doesn't really matter. And also, even if you have all the knowledge in the world of what's good, it may not mean that you actually do any good, thus rendering it useless. Like I've been in that place before. My energy was potential energy, and I couldn't muster a single amendment to do to my life. Like action is extremely valuable. It's not all about knowledge, in my opinion.
You don't have to know a lot. Just know what you do know, as little as it is, know it for sure. That's what I like to say.
Mm-hmm. And like, I think it's good to be in here so we can all like accumulate knowledge, but and also so that we can accumulate action. I think we all are trying to further the movement, but I wonder sometimes if people are really taking care of their own lives in a way that enables them to improve in a way that helps them be of use to anybody. Like people spend all their days out their knowledge and their own. The only reason I worry about that is because I know that I've been guilty of that.
Yeah, speaking of, I'm about to take my son outside, so I'm going to get off here.
Oh, nice.
We're going to go play outside. You guys all have a good one. I'll probably hop back on later.
All right, ciao. Okay, guys, if everyone accepted flat Earth right now in the whole world, what is the first experiment that you would suggest we do as a, like, world scientific community.
Well,
Is anyone
in a
here?
hi- yeah, I was here. I mean, since it was just such a highly speculative, sort of creative question, and we were just saying, like, we were kind of talking about that earlier, how, like, would that be a good idea? You know, if everybody finally sort of woke up together in one common cause, or would they just slightly believe it, or would they all know it? But I like the way you phrase it. You know, they all woke up and they all know it now, right? But I do think that, you know, the first thing would be like, what if they gave all the money back? Like, and we just like fix society. Like, everybody who wants to like rebuild it gets to rebuild it. You know what I mean, kind of thing, or make it better, or take care of the homeless. Like, you know, what if it was sort of this unified situation where, because it's like trillions of dollars, right? You know, it's like entire nation worth.
Right.
You know, it could feed armies. You know, with all the missiles that, you know, they do to each other and all this stuff and all the chaos that we've gotten ourselves into, all because of these damn simple lies, like a globed earth. But I don't know, because, you know, I think everybody does have that optimistic viewpoint sometimes that, like, you know, it could actually turn out really, really well. You know, and that might actually be what the creator's trying to show.
Yeah, like-
you got to go through all this stuff to get it good, you know.
So what? I hear you. But I wonder what route would you suggest we take scientifically first?
What would there be to scientifically question at that point? I mean, at that point,
Exactly. Where would you go? Where would you direct science?
Well, in that case, it would be like, okay, well, the Antarctic Treaty is now down. All nations agree. Let's go see what's out there. You know, like, there's the first scientific expedition.
Yeah.
If you ask me,
I'd say electromagnetic levitation.
Yeah. Sorry, what'd you say?
I'd say electromagnetic levitation, but I'm still tired. I'm sorry. I can't wake up. I'm going back to sleep for a minute.
get well, kid. It's still roboting a bit, Pumpkin.
Let me.
But yeah, it does bring up a good point. Like, what if the tables were turned? You know, what if everybody was actually about this flat Earth, and that some people were, a small minority, were going, no, it's a globe.
Yeah. Honestly, I do kind of think that's how it'll be, though, because people are so influenced socially, you know? It's like, and I've noticed, too, when people find out the truth, because in my family, you know, they know I'm a flat earther, they know I believe in the Quran, they know that I believe that, you know, like, there are evil people at the top, you know, they
Sure.
know that I, like, believe in these conspiracies, right? And so, like, over time, like, people just tell me everything that's going on in the, like, conspiracy side of things. And before they know it, they believe it now. Like, at first they were like, oh, that's just nonsense. I can't believe you would believe that. And then as they find out it's the truth, they're like, wow, yeah, it was true. And they never apologize for calling you crazy. You know, like they're just like, oh, that was the truth. It turns out, and you know, you never get any redemption for all that you suffered for foolishly blabbing your mouth, because in reality, it just wasn't the right time for them to believe yet, and we put all this pressure on them and ourselves for it to change. And it wasn't going to come about until just the conditions were right. I think that's how the majority of them are. And I mean, I think it was helpful that I came out as being what I am, though, because it enabled people to believe that that was a way that you can be, you know, someone who believes these things and still be like a rational person, you know.
Yeah. No, I definitely hear you there. I haven't had much success with like my immediate family. Excuse me. But you know, they've definitely come a long way.
They did come a long way.
They've come a long way, right? They honestly, it's kind of weird. My dad and my brother are probably, you know, the most interested, and my brother's sort of a biomedical engineer guy, you know, so he's very academic. You know, my younger brother, I'm more had to be creative and go architecture, but I've been trying to connect with my dad the most about flat Earth, and you know, we've made observations, you know, we've talked, you know, mostly about the sky, because any glober, of course, is very concerned about the sky. Every time you talked about the ground, it was like, well, we can't prove it. And this is, mind you, back in like 2015 is when the conversation started with my dad. So
right.
It wasn't until, you know, even I was actually in the know, you know, actually doing my observations too, because, you know, all I ever looked at in the beginning was the sky as well. And, you know, testing the moon and the temperature and realizing things and being like, oh, wow, you know, this is weird. How could that possibly be the reflection of this supposed light if I'm actually getting a different wavelength?
So did you test the temperature yourself?
Right.
Oh, that's awesome.
In one of the greatest, flattest places in Texas, you know, Lubbock. If you're familiar.
Yeah, I am familiar. I live basically in Fort Worth.
Nice.
And I have my family half comes from there. Like Texas Tech is a big deal.
Oh, it's a great place. But yeah, so here's this guy who's
a place called Levelland near Lubbock.
Yeah, that's right. It's Levelland. Absolutely. No, but it's a great place to be. But you know, in this journey of telling my dad, you know, him coming up to Lubbock and going, hey, you know, look out this building, look how far you can see. It's kind of amazing. Like, and I didn't really do any tests at the time. But, you know, you'd see those sunsets from, you know, the 9th story at Texas Tech, and you were just amazed. You know, I took so many pictures, and, you know, I can't even find them now. But, of course, that's what wakes you up and, you know, realizes, especially when you're studying and you're actually studying your field and you're actually, you know, like architecture, you're asking real questions. You're trying to understand your reality. You're trying to draw it. You're trying to build on it. You're trying to create for it. You're trying to solve a lot of things, right? So in that journey, you know, that's how I started discovering flat Earth too, and looked like the crazy guy for a long time. But now that it's sort of become mainstream, and seen it on TikTok and all this stuff, my brother and my dad have really caught on, right? And now they got these little digestible 30-second clips of like, oh wait, Chris was trying to talk about that, you know, like, so they haven't really ever said sorry or anything like that, but they didn't really ever call me names or anything. They would just avoid me, cold shoulder, you know, these types of mannerisms. But at the same time, like, I can tell how much more humble they are to talk to me now. And they're like, well, of course, once I became a professor, I was like, well, look at this, you know, I've got the degree. I might as well go and be a professor and help other people realize these truths too, as much as I can, right? You know, I don't go blabbering around the hallways, the earth is flat.
Well, you know, people treat people shitty for lots of reasons. Literally, when I moved to the country, I moved
always
out
insecurities.
in the middle of nowhere. My older sister, who I helped to study for the LSATs, I literally helped her write her final paper in, like, graduating. Like,
Oh yeah.
She
No, it's just a
acted
piece of
like I
paper.
was stupid because I lived in the country. Can you believe that? She's like, "Oh, you're a country person now." I was like, "I've been here for less than 2 years. I don't even talk to anybody."
There's definitely those stereotypes, though.
So, I mean, well, if you actually pay attention, it's very pervasive in all of TV. Anyone who's in the country is portrayed to be very stupid and racist, which there are racists in the country. I'm not going to lie. There are. But just because you're in the country doesn't mean you're stupid. Just because you're in the country doesn't mean you're racist.
Nor would I say do the majority actually hate each other or anything like that. But I mean, from what I've recognized in even a social engineering way, like television, media, propaganda, all this stuff, it causes this fear, this desire, this unnecessary want, for materialistic things and situations of how we should feel when we're put in those situations, like, television shows and things like this. To a point of programming, right? So people actually play out these instances. And it's caused chaos for sure, society-wise, but to the point of where people don't even question the reality or what they're looking at. Sorry, I'm going way off in the left field, but trying to keep it flat Earth.
Right. Well, it touches many subjects. It's just like cult people. Like they just don't really question it because they think they have it sorted out. And if the world were perfect, then there would be nothing wrong with that. They could just trust the people around them. It's fine. But this is an imperfect world. It is a corrupted world, and it's not safe to just believe what society believes.
Right. It's like when I meet like a Glober in person. I kind of had one. I think it was during Super Bowl weekend. I went to a Super Bowl party with the family and everything like that. And my dad actually brings it up. Hey, tell my friend about flat Earth. I'm like, I hate when people do this, but sure, right. And she was just kind of combating with me the whole time, like, no, there's no way, like, you believe this. Like, I've seen the aurora. She's definitely well traveled. She's very well off. And, she has her pilot's license and she flies. She's eccentric, of a lady, but she was asking me these questions about flat Earth and, things like that. And, she's like, there's so much science, there's so much astronomy. Like, she's just almost gish galloping back. I mean, it was just like, what do you tell this person? Especially even in like reality, you're like, and she's respected, by my dad as well. But, so I said, well, can you measure your shoe size? And she's like, what do you mean? I was like, can you believe in your shoe size, or can you know that your shoe size is what it is? And she's like, yeah, you can know, you can measure it. And I go, exactly, right? We can measure our foot and we can know objective reality, right? I can go across the room and I can even look at it weird. I can look at it through a tube. But it still is that exact measurement, right? And so she was like, okay, so where are you going with this? And it's like, okay, well, NASA, JAXA, RASA, all of them, they give us this measurement of the globe, right? Don't mind history that they've even changed it throughout, with distances to the sun and all this crap, but they've settled on this geometry, right? And when we go out and test it, right, and we test this geometry to see if that curvature is actually there, it's not there, right? And I basically said it as simply as I could, just like no curvature, right? Because she was going to satellites, she was going to like, neutrinos from the sun and all this like stuff you can't see, right? You can't verify, can't falsify. And it kind of clicked with her to a point to where we pretty much just had to stop the conversation because it was just getting too heavy, as it does for a lot of people in the beginning, I think. It's like unplugging from the matrix, as we say. But overall, it was a good experience, and I left her with this. I go, so-and-so, no matter what, if it's a globe or if it's flat, I can guarantee you it's an absolutely beautiful Earth that we live on. She was kind of already tearing up because of something else. But it was kind of nice. And I tell people that too, like, it doesn't really matter, especially when, they're so heated, they're kind of maybe mad at you. They're going through a lot of cog dis, and especially in a reality thing. I don't think that really applies to the server. Because people just leave, right? They don't get super emotional here. But at least in my experience, people can get really emotional with this. So it's always been helpful to be like, hey, look, it's a beautiful world. Like, open your eyes, look around. Like, even though all this black pills and all these terrible things are happening, there's evil people at the top. Oh no, like, stop, like, and realize that everything you have, like, material or not, the people around you or not, that it's still such a beautiful world. And that usually kind of cheers them up and makes them realize that I'm not coming from like I'm right, you're wrong, as sometimes it comes off, because we are right and the globe is wrong, so it's kind of funny. It's hard for us, honestly, not to laugh sometimes. I at least think it is. But anyway, thank you for, of course, hearing me out.
Of course. I'm sorry, but is that a picture of Eddie Busel?
Who's Eddie Busel?
Cut off the knees. Eddie.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. Is that his name? Eddie Busel?
Sorry, let me try to find him. I feel like I recognize that face. What is that face? Oh, I know who that is. Never mind. Okay.
But yeah, that meme is absolutely correct. Like, in world hunger, in world poverty, paying NASA $60 million. So true.
It's not aligned in their interest in world hunger, so what are you going to do?
Well, that's the thing, too. Like, do you even want the food that they're giving us?
Like, they literally want to starve their people. Like, they want to do that. That's a good thing for them because it keeps people from fighting back.
Yeah.
People who are well fed have the luxury to take action against their government.
See, that's where it gets weird too, though. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it is kind of evil that any pacemaker in a system starts to control the other cells of a system, right? So, I mean, we were talking about white blood cells earlier and how they're like all these organic machines, and I, of course, love that topic as well. But I would say they definitely resemble sort of the same emergent system of humans, I would say, in a large populations. Where, pacemakers like cops, sort of control the other cells and things like this. It's interesting how Flat Earth is also being combated this way, sort of in an information perspective, right? So like the internet, kind of these things. I mean, the earliest that I can think of Flat Earth is of course, like elementary school. And when they tell us, Christopher Columbus found out it wasn't flat, everybody kind of laughed a little and, they told you it was a ball. but it is interesting that if it's sort of always been this way, or if it's just sort of recent 100 years, it's still kind of questionable. But
I think it started in like the 1910s or something, didn't it?
I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there, and I've never read any accounts except for like the supposed testimony of like Dave Weiss with that older lady.
Did you read that Zetetic method document?
Right, yeah. And then you have like Samuel
That
Robotham.
implied it was like early 1900s that they had started acting like everyone believed that.
Right. And then I think there was a resurgence in kind of the 90s. Just kind of really just overall conspiracies being talked about. But then again, you had like the Flat Earth Society as early as I think the 80s, of that guy kind of going around and going, I use this rock to not fall off the edge. But I just think it's interesting because it seems like as a system, something is aware that they knew that this was going to come out in a large number because of the tools that they gave society in the first place.
Yeah. They were always going to marginalize us. Though good for us for not just being shut down. Yeah,
Right.
good job,
Absolutely.
guys.
That's why I say even the silence is a victory.
And well, like the fact is that people who get converted don't convert back. So
That's
even
true.
though they have slowed how many converts there are, they haven't diminished our numbers at all.
I mean, even if it is a numbers thing, I tell people, like, do you go back to believing in Santa Claus? And you're like, oh, you know what? I do think it's a fat guy. Like,
You can't unsee it. There's not enough eye bleach in the world.
and people really kind of get that one too, because some of them, I don't know. I'm kind of lucky. My dad didn't force feed me Santa Claus and stuff like that. We eventually started celebrating it, but for the first 6 years of my life, it was just normal. It was a regular kind of day. But like I remember other kids, like and my parents definitely made sure, hey, don't tell anybody that Santa doesn't exist until they're ready, kind of thing. I was like, okay, but I just remember other kids, even at that time, when they found out Santa wasn't real, and they just broke down. And even having kids myself, I tell them, but at the same time, I go, you got to be good. I tell them God's still watching. That's really who's watching. Just because kids need that structure, I think, or at least mine do.
Yeah, it's funny. It is kind of a picture of like God in a way. It's like if you're good all year, all life, then you get a reward at the end.
Right. But I often tell them about how it really works. You don't do good deeds to just to receive something. They do it because that's kind of what God wants.
It's better to do
for
a good
Him.
deed for a bad reason than to do a bad deed for a good reason.
Right. But yeah, I don't know. It's changed my life dramatically. As somebody who remembers being scared, who remembers being an NASA fanboy, and coming all this way. And honestly, if you knew everything at the beginning, you would have never grown in the first place, or learned about it the way that you did. Right? It's incredible how well this place is really designed, all in perfect time. It's incredible, and it's truly a gift. It's enough to make you tear up and kind of just relax in the sun, and enjoy it.
Yeah.
Because I'm working kind of all day, just kind of listen to you guys, but then realize I've been talking, and I'm like, I just want to sit in the sun now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Flat Earth's the way to be.
I know it's nice for
The way
February.
to see.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it is here. It's particularly warm.
Yeah, all of Texas is. Yeah. My husband didn't want me to tell my daughter about flat Earth.
Oh yeah.
He didn't want her to be ostracized.
No, I agree, and I mean, my wife kind of said the same thing. Like, just don't talk about it so much. And I say the same thing with my oldest daughter. That not everybody knows that. I still teach her the globe too. It's funny because I'm laughing at the same time, and so she knows. And kids, they read you more than you think.
Yeah, true.
They know you better than you do sometimes. Like, but we always have those conversations. She laughs every time she sees the Universal Studios, like because it's a ball. It's just so it's kind of funny to her, but she's.
Yeah.
But sorry, I was getting a call. But yeah, it's a hard thing because you don't want your kid to be ostracized, but at the same time, you don't want to lie to them. I kind of got lucky. Mine was like, she actually asked me. She goes, "Dad, are we spinning?" And my response was, "Well, what do you think? What can you tell me? Do you feel like you're spinning?" And she kind of paused for a moment, really thought about it, looked back up at me, and goes, "No, I don't think we are." And I go, "I think the same thing." So no lie was exchanged. It was purely observation, and it was a beautiful moment that I'll never stop talking about because it's probably my favorite. It's just like, because that could have gone so wrong if I didn't know about objective reality. I would have been, "Yep, it's a spinning ball. You just don't feel it," and how much power we kind of have being able to tell people because they're just going to make better decisions from there. It's like a tree. Starts as a seed, stems, makes leaves, it branches, it gets stronger, it branches, it gets stronger, and it's trying to reach something, its source of energy,
In the end, I couldn't stomach lying to her the same way I'd been lied to. I couldn't.
Oh yeah, it hurts.
Because I was such a good student. Like, I am so good at school. You have no idea how good at school I am. I competed academically, like the same way that other people compete for sports. Like, I was competing for academics, and I studied so hard. I studied geology. I studied history. And I'm good at all the different core subjects too. I loved school, and I felt so betrayed when I realized how much I've been lied to.
Oh,
Why did I dedicate so much of myself to this and it turned out to be lies? Oh, so I just couldn't do it. I couldn't lie to her. At least this way she'll be able to maybe maximize what she gets out of the school system. She can tell right away what was a lie. She won't be still have remnant memories of what something is from, that was based on a lie. Or at least paper. But yeah, I told her not to talk to people about it, so that I could, kind of appease her dad a little bit. And she told me that her friend said that what I said was wrong. I was like, Daphne, you were supposed to talk to her about that. And she goes, "Well, but I did, and she said that you were totally wrong. And she said that space is real, and that Star Wars is real, and that Baby Yoda is real."
Hey, so we got some new people that are in the chat right now. I'm just gonna say their names. I'll unmute them and see what they want to have a conversation with us. We have Natalie that's just joined our chat. We have Yuko and we have B. I'm gonna mute you guys. If you want to, go ahead and have a conversation with us. We're always talking about the shape of the Earth conversation, so if you guys want to, go ahead and chime in. I've unmuted Natalie, unmute B and Yuko. So you guys you can talk to us if you want about any questions you might have. Okay, yeah, I'm unmuting all of you. So Yuko, I just unmuted you, and then now B, I'll mute you.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, welcome to the server. Also, looks like you guys are anime fans as well. But yeah, welcome.
Who anime?
Hello, anybody there? Yuko, B, Adelaide, are you there? Knocking on the door, but no one's there. Hello. You guys often jump on Discords and don't say anything? Come on now. Don't be shy. I guess they're quiet. That's
Maybe
okay.
you prefer to jump in.
Can you hear me?
John?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I hear somebody. Yeah.
I hear somebody who's talking.
Thank you for the confirmation.
Who is this?
Is that Jan?
Yes.
What's going on, Jan?
Well, my question is, do you believe that money exists?
Do I believe
money exists?
Yes.
Yeah, money.
Yeah, I got it in my pocket.
You buy stuff with it. What's up?
Okay.
Can I ask you something?
He's gone. Do you believe money exists? Okay, that's all I need. Earth is a globe, guys. Earth is a globe. They said money exists. Earth is a globe.
So you know money makes the world go round, right? So if it exists, it must be going round.
Okay, that's a good one. Oh my gosh.
We also have May that just joined our chat. We got some strange avatars on these people's names, which I'm gathering it might not be good to open up their mics. But anyways, let's poke the bear. All right, May, I've just unmuted you. Welcome to the server. And if you guys have any questions for the conversation, go ahead and ask. We got a whole bunch of new people in here right now.
Bring it on.
They're like, you go first. No, you go. You ask him a question. No, you go first.
I saw Nadia leave the other day. Haven't seen May. But yeah, more than welcome to talk. I think me and Pumpkin were just, talking about the kiddos and in relating to Flat Earth, but because it can be quite a journey, after waking up to this, like, well, what do you do?
None of us grew up with it. None of us did.
Right.
Knowing the truth.
And I just go with that moral compass, like, well, it feels good to be honest, so probably should be that. But still at the same time, you hope for the best and you prepare for the worst, But maybe that's just my mentality.
Yeah. Well, it's hard with kids because you never know if their reaction is going to be the best or the worst. It's really not up to you.
And you just want to help them, and sometimes you kind of, we were talking about it, I think last week, sometimes by not helping them, they figure something out and that actually helps them. So life is, like we were saying, it's complex, it's designed, it's But when you like trust the creator, when you know the truth about flat earth, when you're eating healthy, when you're putting good information into you, like, yeah, it does change absolutely everything. Does it mean you suddenly have every answer? Hell no. In fact, it means you have much less answers. But until you know that, you're confused. And I guess I can say that because I was once very confused, and I see that. You know, I see an old picture of yourself, and you're just like, dang, I'm so glad you made some good decisions, though, to get here, you know? So, I don't know, you're just, like, thankful of all yourselves. Even the dumb decisions you made, like, oh, man, well, I'm really glad I learned from that. It really sucked then. But it's, like, almost as if the creator was putting me through an entire design of it, you know, for me to even realize this very thought right now, you know.
All right.
And it's beautiful.
There's a video that was posted last night in a different server that I'm in that talks about like the disease that is created in your body when you when basically your body gets out of whack either by stress or by trauma.
Right.
And I think it does a much better job explaining sickness than like doctors have been doing. Sorry, just a side note. It just reminded me.
Yeah. No.
I wanted to let y'all know that that's there. You know, correct your body posture if you can, and try to get the stress out of your muscles so that you don't start having disease.
That and relax. Like, it's called dis-ease for a reason, you know.
Exactly.
It's not pleasing. And it's usually self-inflicted unless I'm kind of a terrain theory guy. You know, I do think it is our natural environment that is somewhat being poisoned. And our food, and, you know, there's a lot of variables to it.
Yeah, he talks about toxicity too.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a hard subject to dive into, especially like, you know, I was telling you, my brother's like this microbiologist. He's got all these microscopes. He actually gave me one. It's been wild to really look at that size of the world. But, you know, he gets super complex into these things, and he's like, well, they're actually all following this program, and yada, 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 chemical imbalance, and I'm just like, don't you think there's something a little bit more to it?
Well, also the prescriptions that everyone's taking is giving them toxicity as well. Yeah, and his whole point was just that the body is actually extremely intelligent, and these diseases that we develop, or like symptoms of disease, like high blood pressure, high cholesterol, whatever, like that's actually what you're seeing is evidence of your body creating a sophisticated solution to a stress that is being created in your life or in your body.
Right.
You know, so instead of just putting more and more pills or whatever, like things to modify your body, the best thing to do is to resolve the physical ailment that is causing these layering of issues.
Right.
Well, the body, there's a combination of things that result as disease, like an excess of toxicity in the environment, also a deficiency of nutrients, and in combination with that, when the host has those two problems, the deficiency and the excess of toxicity, the host can be a good host for disease like bacteria. I mean bacteria, but also parasites that can live in the host. And I don't know if the terrain theory allows for infections, parasitic infections, but parasites are a thing. I mean, I don't know why anybody will negate that. And also, many of the diseases that we have these days, like in the organs, like problems in specific areas of the body. When people go check, there's infections, parasitic infections in the body. I know in the TVs, they're giving us these days this cartoon side of things, just like the globe, you know, the viruses and all that kind of stuff. But when you go to the actual thing, the deficiency of nutrition the excess of toxicity, the environment, and also hosting. It's called zoonotic diseases. These are parasites or diseases that would normally happen on other animals instead of people. But today you have an environment that people have developed diseases that are normally happens in animals, and they have passed that down to people, to men and women and children by this health system that is actually spreading disease and spreading bioweapons and injecting babies and adults with.
Right. Well, I like what you're saying too, Jimsy, about that connection with the nutrition value too. Like, I mean, because definitely there's parasites, there's life forms, period. And then of course there's a difference between viruses and bacteria and those compositions and where they come from within the body, and even other organisms like horses. I think everyone kind of knows about that experiment of the guy in the 40s that was trying to like make other horses like sick, right? Basically one coughing into a bag. And basically what he found was that the viruses, did something different than the bacteria, essentially. I'll water it down that way. But yeah, clearly the environment has been rapidly changing, I would say, for the last 100 years. With those examples that you were exactly putting. And it's terribly sad when you think that there's just so much profit and criminal. I mean, that was something that was wild to me. If you look up, some of these companies, the most criminal fines paid of a company. I'll put it that way. And it's some of these guys making jibbies. And jabbies.
Look into zoonotic diseases. C as in zebra. OONOTIC. Zoonotic. And you'll see there is zoonotic diseases. There is even the government themselves admit that they have grabbed diseases from other animals and making them transmittable to people. The government has spent billions of dollars to be able to do this. To transfer a disease from an animal to a human, and that's what they've been doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
I mean, when you look at the extracts of the stuff or the natural flavors in quotations that they put into these foods, even you're like, what? Beaver anus gland juice? That's a thing?
Yeah.
And it's right there. And they spend, like you're saying, billions of dollars. They also spend a lot of money to make sure that it's not the first page news either,
Well, in the first page news, they're gonna give you the cartoon side of things and the fantasy, so you worry and stress about something that doesn't even exist, just like the globe. They tell you everything that is happening on a globe, even your health is happening on a globe, and it works. You have to do these things that we know works on a globe, and you have to follow this. Like when they tell you about these diseases that evolved and still evolving and changing, and they want you to follow their directives, so they don't even know what they're doing, but you have to listen to what they're saying because, authority. And they completely ignore hundreds of years and knowledge of actual addressing infections, problems in the body, parasites, deficiencies, excess of toxicity, and they ignore that, and they want to give you a new drug that hasn't been tested or proved to do anything, and it could be dangerous. That's what we have these days.
Well, it reminds me too, like when supposedly the Rockefellers took over sort of holistic medicine, right? So there was a point in time where I mean, yeah, there's possibly always ailments or diseases of the human body, and you step on a thorn, you're going to get infected, like stuff like that. And what are some of the holistic ways to, of course, fix those things? But then how it was turned to petroleum, right, for a lot of industries, right, and specifically sort of this petroleum industry now with health, it's pretty wild because it makes me wonder how they figured out stuff so fast, but at the same time you look at it and there's not really a lot of success. There's just kind of a lot of alleviation of symptoms, and then does that make sense?
Yes. Most of
there's innovation,
the
but there's
things
not a
we
lot of
address
success.
these days is alleviating the symptoms, not addressing the root cause of the problem. Which
Right.
a lot of times, a lot of the diseases, including cancer, diabetes, even people that have problems with vision, bipolarity, being bipolar, even like mental problems. What's the name? Dementia. Many Lyme disease, many of these like I'm saying, including cancer. Cancer is huge. You can go directly to the what we call cancer, and you will find they describe us as tiny animals or animalize, and they can find these parasites that are depending in the host in the body to thrive. And you also have another term, which is parasitic host manipulation, which you have these organisms that live on almost any part of the body, including the brain, the organs, in the eyes, almost any tissue in the body that they can live in, and they cause disease. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like the environment, obviously, because we were eating I'll imagine that if we were like in a clean environment and eating good food, staying away from the toxicity of the injections and the environment being oversaturated with toxicity, I will say the body will thrive mostly. But these days there is an effort to make people sick, in my opinion. Starting with food and then going to the doctor and being given. There is a lot of. I will say there's a lot of good doctors and a lot of good ways to solve problems out there. But I think there is a protection and an effort to actually make people sick, and that is being hidden with other problems that people look at this problem but don't look at that problem because they want you to ignore one side and look at the other side. So you worry, like you're saying, stress and fear and all that kind of stuff, looking to that side and ignoring what is actually happening from the root cause. And that's why they have to push a lot of these theories, and then one day they say one thing, the other day they say another thing, and they make it overcomplicated for everybody. And hiding the truth, making real beneficial, let's say, molecules or things that can help the body, they make that you can't access the real things. It's difficult to go against the propaganda machine, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, especially as an individual, that's where I think the answer is actually just sharing information with each other. But as we all know, that can be a pretty slow process.
Oh, yeah.
But I do think optimistically that it is successful because even in my lifetime, I've noticed things have changed, right? In terms of even just what people buy, what people are thinking about now. Even if it is just such a subtle, gradual change, people are starting to care about their families a little bit more. I noticed with that 2020 thing that happened and people had to stay inside, they were either forced to be destroyed, and I found a lot of friends, like, they went through divorce and, it kind of just it derailed their life in a way. But for some people like myself, you know, I was like, man, I'm going to start a business. I'm going to do it. Okay, I'm going to get married because I love this woman. We're going to have another kid. And, you know, it made me finally decide a lot of things that I was like, you know, I know about the flat earth. You know, like I need to start acting on this truth. How do I want to spread it? You know, be a professor, you know, just find access to a bunch of people. You know, and just, it is kind of crazy because the hardest part is not to let it go to your ego. But the easiest part is honestly just helping everybody else in any way that you can. And then going, well, I don't know what I don't know. You know, it just makes it too easy.
You don't know what you don't know, but you obviously don't worry about that. You spend your time always finding information and also engaging with your family, with your near circle of people, and getting, like yourself, getting a wife, having children. Yeah, you have to do all that stuff for sure. And then obviously knowing about health, about flat earth, about, I don't know, politics and that economics, and knowing about those things, that comes with the environment, because that's part of the environment. So you have to adapt to that kind of stuff.
Right.
We have B. B doesn't have any roles.
Yeah, we had B earlier.
Juco. Oh, detention. Yuko. What's going on, Juco? You're in detention. What you been saying in the chat? You can say here. You can say to Lloyd. He'll answer your question.
Sure.
New people, come on, open your mic, say something. You have a question. Don't be too scared. This is a big deal about talking to people in the internet. It's not a big deal.
The honesty and the integrity. Questionable.
I just have
go ahead.
I was going to say I have a quote or something to cite related to all that, which is the Quran 4:76 says, "Those who have attained to faith fight in the cause of God, whereas those who are bent on denying the truth fight in the cause of the powers of evil. Fight then against those friends of Satan. Verily, Satan's guile is weak indeed." So there is a propaganda machine, but it's not as strong as you think.
Correct. I agree with that 100%. Can you read that again?
Those who have attained to faith fight in the cause of God, whereas those who are bent on denying the truth fight in the cause of the powers of evil. Fight then against those friends of Satan. Verily, Satan's guile is weak indeed.
Satan's guile is weak indeed, yeah. I can see it because the whole, even, you know, the whole propaganda machine, the whole lie machine is even fundamentally, it requires reality and people to do things, right? Get stuff done, being productive. This whole system is dependent on reality. And on top of that, people have been building these systems of, fear, lies, and politics and war on top of the fundamental place that everybody lives on. But I think the propaganda machine can just, if people realize it, the propaganda machine can just fall apart. That's why they have to push the lies, push the fear, sell everything they're selling, and keep it under this system and keep people dependent on maintaining the machine going, the propaganda machine and the lie machine going, keeping people dependent on that so they can run it. But that machine will definitely fall apart if people wanted to.
You know what it relates to me as? The story of David and Goliath. When, like all the people that were trying to fight against the army, the Philistines, they were looking at Goliath as this like tall, like huge person that was just like battle ready. Like this guy had like all the armor. He was fearful in the way he looked, and nobody could challenge him, confronting him with the battle. But the idea that David couldn't even wear the armor or hold up the sword, like was just an example of how the might of God was like not in the idea of like how men see strength and how they view intellect, but it's in how God provides the evidence for creation and all that. So it's like you can take down like this facade of like intellectual, realm of like, how they talk about the cosmos and they sound so highfalutin, and it's just like, how can I ever talk to these cosmologists, like these guys who are like pillars of knowledge when it comes to like what academia looks to? So you coming into the arena being somebody who doesn't speak like they do, it's like a David and Goliath situation. They have all of academia behind them. You have nothing, just yourself, your critical thinking skills, and you're coming up against like a huge army, a huge machine. And that whole system, however, can be toppled by the simple truths that we talk about in here. So that's the same way, like a David and Goliath situation, because David, even though he picked up 5 smooth stones, it only took 1 to take the giant down. So that's the same kind of representative analogy that to me makes a lot of sense, because you see this big, like huge system that has a lot of moving parts, and like when the globalists come in here, they're like, dude, I'm not a scientist, and you just like, we don't need to be. And see, they don't understand that they have the one smooth stone that's in their hands, that they don't know how to like defeat the giant. So in order for them to understand what truth is, you have to show them like the example of what it is. It's like reality. It's getting somebody to reconcile the fact that they can know things, like for sure. Like, what are you doing right now? Are you standing up, sitting down, laying down? And then when they tell you, you're like, okay, well, that's what you're doing then. But to say that they can't even tell you that they're sure of that a reality is something they can be sure of, then it becomes like, that's why these people, this propaganda machine has gotten so far with the people, is because they've been believing that they can't know anything, and they have to rely their trust on and value in other people's thoughts and imaginations. And that's like the whole. That's why that system is doing what it's doing, is because it's just making people believe that they can't discern their reality, that their reality only comes from an expert or somebody who's studied the thing for many years. It's like that's why they don't even have the will to fight, I feel.
Just side note, I guess. I was just wondering what you guys thought about giants, since you mentioned David and Goliath, because in the Quran it mentions a specific prophet who was sent to the giants, like a prophet from among the giants.
Well, me myself, I can see. I look at the record and I see the Smithsonian, like they have on the news, and they said they found these huge bones and skeletons, and in the scripture we can find that those stories, and our ancestors did spoke about bigger people, and I do kind of have to believe it in my opinion, but I haven't seen it myself. I've seen tall people, like 7 foot tall, but then the giants, it's probably, I don't know, our ancestors from the past or something. Who knows? Maybe they're not too far from us what we may think.
Well, I don't know if I haven't read into the Quran too much, Pumpkin, but do people in the older days, like in the holy text, would they live to be past 120 years? Any number of length of years? Could it be like even in the 400s, 500s, 900 years old? Like, does it say anything about that? Mm-hmm. Or, because that's even something more like that's not even realistic today. Like, you couldn't even conceive of somebody living that age. Because when we talk about people like that are in the holy text, it almost sounds like it's like poetic. There's no justification for us to believe that somebody could live that long, because it's not possible.
Yeah. It's funny because we find in the Bible and in the Quran it says that 1,000 years is as a day to God. And so I think for humans to have lived longer is not a big problem in the grand scheme of things. In fact, I think in the Bible it talks about how he speeds up time for us at the end, right? Because of all the suffering happening.
Does it says that in the Bible?
Yeah, the length of days are shortened from the time period. It's the supposed tribulation period. So there's a tribulation period that's going to come upon the whole world, which tribulation to those who are like, and I would put a distinct kind of understanding to this. It's for those who are following after the Creator. So the ones who don't care about like their lives or just whatever, they actually enjoy living in like whatever times it is, like godless, let's say. But the people that are going to go through this are the ones who believe the Creator exists, and so there's going to be a tribulation period. And some say that that's not possible because they're going to be taken out of it, but that's kind of a different idea. But there is a time period that God's going to shorten because of the people who are going to be here on earth enduring this like this time period of like I guess you could say of lawlessness. So and you could see like so the decline of society and where it's going, because we're under the grip of like still Satan's counterfeit kingdom right now, and so
Yeah.
you know what I mean. So like it's going downhill, and not anything we can do is going to stop it. All we're going to do is really we're going to like kind of rescue people out of the ignorance into like the knowledge that God is real and just Creator just exists. And so that is the most we can do until he comes back and then reinstalls his government back on the earth. And so before that, there will be a decline and a tribulation period that's going to be because of his people, because of the Creator's people. He's going to have it to where those days are not going to be as long as they should be, like as in the time period. So we're not going to endure like a long period of like tribulation from like the world like mocking, scoffing, coming against us and so on. But I mean, because you can see right now that if you go out into the world and you speak of truth about the Creator, look what happens. Like on every platform, you get cast down, ostracized. You're thought of as a person who can't even think. Like they put you in a camp. So that's going to be multiplied increasingly throughout our future, as we can see it declining now. It's like, yeah. So, and then there's going to be a point where, maybe our kids or our kids' kids are going to be like suffering something that we couldn't even imagine from just the world coming against people who are critically thinking and so on.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say because it's like it feels like it could be near the end, because now that we have technology, it's almost like now they can really get us so that we'll never be free. But on the other hand, God is fully powerful, so he could easily throw that off balance again. He could even destroy all of the internet that we have. Anything could happen, so you really don't know where we are. Assuming, though, that God doesn't end utterly everything, like that we have. I mean, I guess it's destroying utterly everything we have one way or the other. But, I mean, something's got to give, I guess. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like because of the fact that this is one of the last places for critical thinking to exist. Other forums are usually into debates and stuff like that, and people here talk a little differently than other forums. So I think that we're onto the right track. We don't have like anybody that's a glober or saying things that don't align with truth, like holding office here. People that do know the truth are the ones that are kind of running the place here. So other forums, you have like the globers or admins and the moderators and stuff, and they get to mute people that want to talk about the truth about health and about the earth and about that stuff. So this is the only place that I think it's like, from what I see, as far as forums go, that talks about truth in a way that at least we can have a civil conversation with those like-minded.
Mm-hmm.
But then it gets to like where you go to other forums and everything's a debate.
Yeah.
But But I always stand by that truth is not debatable. You can't debate. Like, somebody's going to come up and tell you that at some point, well, the Earth is a globe, and I have the evidence, and then we're all going to be like, oh, geez, I didn't know that. The Earth's a globe. Like, there's. But one thing is that once you arrive to truth, there isn't anything to usurp it at all, not even close. Because of the fact that if that was the case, it would have already been done. How long have we been asking for the evidence for the Earth to be a globe measurably? Like, there isn't anyone that can do it, and they're always saying something that sounds like they're gonna get to it, but some guy somewhere has the information, and they're not the one. So it's like, okay, bring me the guy. Who is it? Well, I don't know. It's just somebody out there has to have the answer. It's like
someone did it. Someone figured it out.
Someone figured it
Well,
out.
think about how powerful this machine is. It's funny. I just finished saying how not powerful Satan is, but just how huge this machine is.
Influential. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, well, because of the whole all the money being poured into climate change, that's being directly poured into fighting us. You know, like if we destroy the globe, then there is no climate change to fight with.
Planned Parenthood got like $80 billion last year. So there's a lot of resources, energy going into the wrong places.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine all the people trying to be productive. Here, what do we want to do? Okay, we have to be productive. We have to, be a man, be a woman, have families, grow our families, the communities, and do the good work because someone's got to do it, right? But then we're being taxed, and taking our efforts and our energy and our productivity is being taxed and being given to the opposite of what we're trying to do.
Think about it like this, Jemsy, because you spoke on a good point. How can I attack the person so that they can be utterly confused? You attack the family. You attack their health. You attack their world paradigm. You attack all the tenets that make up what somebody would think reality is, to the place where they can't know anything. So if you attack all these aspects of like what reality is and what goodness is, then they will never have discernment. They'll always be confused. They think that all you got to do is go to a place and get rid of a human, like as if it were a human's disposable. Like people are disposable. It's like, this is nuts, bro. Like the level of confusion that people have right now on what they think reality is. And I'm telling you, some of the residual baggage that comes over from thinking like a globalist follows us in flat Earth. It follows us. We don't know this.
Thinking like a glober is very detrimental, in my opinion. Like people that think like globers, it's pretty bad news.
Absolutely, because we can sit down together on the table of flat Earth. Like we're always like, flat Earth's flat and that. But then you go and talk about like health, and the person's like, oh no, you guys are wrong. Like this isn't the way. And it's like they're only backed up by like, they don't know this, but mainstream health has been bought and paid for. I'm gonna tell you that right now. The food pyramid that you think is the right way to eat is bought and paid for, and you are consuming the things that are so bad for your health, and they don't care that because their special interest groups are flowing money into these pockets of people that are going to be pushing out mainstream health news to you. So what you're receiving is basically something that's going to get you sick, so that they can pay the health industry, the people that are going to give you, like the doctors and them. It's like a car. It's like, why would you want to build a vehicle that never needs to be fine-tuned or taken into the mechanic shop? You want to build something that's going to have disposable parts, stuff that breaks, stuff that's not going to last long, so that the car can go in continuously giving certain industry money. Well, we need jobs. Yeah, so the thing about it is, like, this is what happens, right, with your health. And the same thing goes for your intellect. Like, you have to go to school and learn about these so-called professors telling you things about stuff they don't even know about. They talk about gravity and put a bowling ball on a rubber fabric and say this is how gravity works. When in all reality, even the mainstream rhetoric is speaking how they're teaching how gravity. It's so crazy, guys. So it's like
it creates many unnecessary fields, even of jobs and workforces. Like, there's so many politicians out there, and even the pharmaceuticals. All right, we're gonna give you this shot, Yeah, we know. I mean, we're talking about video games. You know, Discord is video games. We're not talking about any medical advice or anything. But anyways, every corner you go find, in this corner you find a CVS or a Walgreens, and they have all of the products for all of the adverse reactions for their initial cause of the effects needle.
Yeah. They say they're gonna fix one thing and then they screw up about 10 others. It's like, and you never get well. You're in a perpetual.
Well, since we need jobs, we gotta make you sick because we need nurses and doctors. We gotta make you sick so we can make jobs.
Oh, if we cured anything, Miggy, we would shut down the big pharma. They need you to keep going to big pharma. So the food is a big part of the process.
Yeah, the food goes hand to hand with the pharma. Yeah.
So what's the solution? Have your own phone?
Well, the solution is to educate yourself and to try to understand how food is used as fuel for the body, and not to just go all out with the perversions that we have for food. Putting 4 patties on a burger and things like that. So if you just pare back and eat real food, not Franken food. Just try to stay away from boxed foods, packaged food. Eat real food, live food, food from the earth, real animal products if you eat animals. And that's a starting point right there. Try to minimize the amount of processed sugar that you get into your diet. That's the part that's going to help with your health, help with your clarity, because when your health is well, then generally speaking, you have better clarity in mind, and that's the starting point there.
Yeah, whatever you're eating, obviously stay, like you were saying, stay with the real foods, away from most of the sugars, and definitely eat as when you're hungry, as a part of the process of life, right? Like you're hungry, you eat, but don't eat and go out there just to eat candies and eat stuff for flavors and kind of like just for fun. Just eat food for fun or anything like that. Also, I'll say, besides eating well and having good nutrition, definitely do at least once or twice a year. Definitely do a deworming protocol. Definitely deworm and get rid of the excess worms that are not supposed to be in the body. For sure.
Yeah, detoxify every so often. Yeah, that's a good
deworm
idea.
and detoxify. Yeah, 100%.
Hey, that's
And of course,
How do I detoxify when I ask that? But they're right. It's very simple. It's not complicated. It's just the will to do what we know is simple. That's what's hard to do. So with eating, I'll tell you from my own experience. It's not the law. I don't. It's just I decided I'm going to only eat when I feel like my energy is getting low. Not when my stomach is burning, because that's the same sensation that we get when we're doing ab workouts, right? So I don't want to be disrupting my body from doing anything while it's in a process. Like, trust me, actually, when you have that burning sensation, so my whole thing is probably should just what I did was stick to meat. Guess what? It was much cheaper. I could eat a half a chicken for $7, $9. I can eat, a nice sized piece of salmon. Same price, $7, $9. And guess what? If I get hungry 2 hours later,
$7
I'm only
for
gonna need a quarter chicken. Yeah, because you know why it costs a lot of money? Because you get the rice, you get the peas, you get the sugar drink with it, you get the greens, you get everything. You get the little salad on the side.
You get the food pyramid for the $7. You get the food pyramid.
No,
you guys know the food pyramid is like
$17
not legit, right?
That's what I'm trying to say, man. Like you all that extra stuff is a $17 to $20 meal.
Okay. Yeah.
Just the meat by itself is $7.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you get full, once you get full off of meat, you don't get hungry 2 hours later.
You get
If you
satiated if you eat enough. If you eat if you're hungry, eat enough protein or meat or fat, and you get satiated. You don't have to eat anything else after a while, and that's fine.
There's
It's going to
plenty of
slow your gut
information.
down though if you don't have any fiber.
Yeah, there's plenty of information out there on how to satisfy yourself with real food so that you don't be hungry, 3 hours later. It's based on proteins and fibers and a whole bunch of other things that will keep you, satiated. And you have to drink tons of water, tons and tons of
Well,
water.
I'm having some pretty good success right now, losing weight, so I'm happy with that. But really for me is more like the overall concern about the toxicity of what they've been putting in our foods that we buy from them. Um, Certainly other things too, like how everything has way too much salt. Though, actually, I do want to mention there's an article I read a couple years ago uh, that talks about how we actually get our energy from the hydraulic power of water pushing our nutrients like to and from cells. And so it's not actually about if you get enough energy from your food. Like you do need food; it has important stuff in it. But where you're really getting your energy is the water, and it makes sense too because when you are overweight, in other words, you have too much food in you, you don't have too much energy. You don't. You're sluggish. You don't have enough energy. What you really need is water to push it all through. And also drinking enough water, like drinking water reduces your blood pressure. Like peeing reduces your blood pressure. Just keep it going. Just keep drinking water.
Water is the nectar of the gods.
I do drink a lot of wholesale liquids, enough amount. I try at the least to not drink too much water before I'm gonna eat a meal, and not to drink too much water after I eat that meal. Like I wait maybe an hour between drinking water and eating, because the body has a certain acidity in the digestive system, and if you put too much liquid, too much water, you will dilute the acidity of the stomach, and the digestion will be slower and less efficient. So
I
you
always
do
thought
need
it was
to
weird
drink
that
water, but during the digestion, instead of flushing by drinking water, you want to digest the nutrition and the fats. And there's a lot of nutrients that are only fat soluble, so you have to let the fats do their work during the digestion. And too much water while eating, you're just gonna mostly flush and dilute the digestion.
Oh wow. I always thought that it was better to drink water right before a meal because then it makes you kind of feel fuller.
You could probably make it work multiple ways because all depends in the water as well, in my opinion. But
it also depends on the individual and what you're trying to attain and what goals you're trying to reach. So there are a bunch of different factors, but you can't go wrong with water.
Yeah, just make it make sense. Drink it 20, 30 minutes before you eat, and don't drink gallons. Like if you're thirsty while you're eating, yeah, sure, take a sip. But the idea is don't let the food does what it does, and then let the liquid does what it does. I try to least as possible. That's why I said just eating just the chicken or just the I did that because I wanted to see what it was like not mixing all of these different foods. And this is when I lost I was losing weight and I was trying to figure out how to stop losing it. I started ODing on carbs. I started ODing on sugar because I was like, yo, I can't lose 3 pounds a day. I don't even know. I never did that before. So I was scared. You know what I'm saying? My body is just chiseling itself right in front of my eyes and I wasn't even going to the gym. and then I was getting too skinny, and I was like, okay, all right, so.
Wait,
And then you starve, and then you stop. Then you did no carbs, and you started starving the parasites, and you gain weight again.
Yeah, the idea behind like losing weight has kind of been a bit of a myth, and so people don't realize the bad part about inflammation. And inflammation causes a lot of things to go wrong, which like Gemsy was talking about with the parasites. So when you feed these parasites, they can cause all kinds. They wreak havoc on the body, causing all types of inflammation. And I didn't know how bad inflammation was like until we started getting into like starving these parasites. And when they can cause certain ailments, you like the puffiness some people look like they have when you look upon them. They're not. They seem like you want to say they're fat, but they're like puffy. They look like they have inflammation. Yeah, like bloated, like a puffiness. That all comes with the inflammation of eating too many carbs. Like all the carbs is a carb overload. So carbs basically turn into sugar in your body.
I found out recently about not having too much like carbs, but I can't figure out how to do it. Honestly, there's so many carbs in all the foods that I love, and other things like if they don't have carbs in them, they almost don't feel like a whole meal. You know what I mean? And for me, feeling like I have a whole meal is almost all I need. If I just like have a small, tiny bowl of cereal, even though it's carbs, it's like then I only have to have like 200 calories for that meal. You know what I mean? As long as it feels like it's a meal, I can curb the calories.
Do you know that I've switched over to like how I thought how to eat into like how I'm eating now, and basically it's following the same type of thinking like Gemsy, me, Julius, Dave Hinkle, all in this server. We've been talking about health and like how to eat because you want to eat like and feel satiated. You want to feel like you've eaten enough, like not to where you're just watching what you eat. So basically, like when you see animals out in the wild, they kill, they eat as much as they want, and then they go about their business, right? But they only eat when and they only hunt when it's time to eat, right? So a person going into the mode of having to like just like thinking like these animals, they go on basic instinct when they know when they're hungry. So when you're hungry, you want to eat, right? So you eat, and when you eat until you're satiated. But you can't go with ideas of overloading on carbs. Carbs are what's like, considered to be turning into sugar. So you want to keep your carbs low as you can, right? But you keep your proteins and your fats high. And so I tried this balance out for a while. I'm on like my 8th month already. And I've seen a dramatic in your mental stability, like in your mental clarity. So the brain fog that you have where you're like, oh, I don't remember this, or like it clears up a lot of things in that. It clears up, like I used to have anxiety, that's gone. Like there's a lot of other ailments like sluggishness, the 2:30, like tired feeling, all of that goes away. And from my experience,
carbs make you tired for sure.
Yeah. And so, but like doing it this way, I'm gonna tell you, Pumpkin, like I've experienced life. I never thought I could see life in this way. It actually, your gut health, like it improves your gut health, actually affects your whole body, and the way you feel affects how you think. It's like a chain reaction. And once you start doing the right things with your health, everything feels like you wake up and it's like, man, let's take on the day. Whereas the opposite way, when you're going high carbs, you're just like, you dread it's another Monday, like, oh, I'm gonna have to go through life, and you dread like having to do things. But because
and that's part of the mentality. That be careful with that kind of thinking. Definitely, that because we all do that. But once you learn how
connected. I would like to say that a lot of people are giving their personal experiences on, what happened with their diets, and you'll hear some amazing, stories from these folk. I think that you have to be careful to take someone else's way. You have to find your own way, right? Because each person is different, and each person is an individual, and there are so many different diets that you can actually be healthy with, whether it's a Mediterranean, pescatarian, whether you want to do, some of the other diets, vegetarian or whatever. You can be healthy with any one of these diets if it's properly controlled. You have to understand what you're eating and understand what you're taking in. But more than anything, if you're eating natural, that's going to be the best course correction that you can make first. Is to go natural and to get away from processed foods. The cereals, I know they're quick, but the cereals are processed foods, and it's something you should probably get away from and eat clean foods, and then start to tinker with your diet to see what's best for you. If you're a runner, maybe you do want carbs because that's going to give you the energy to run, 15 miles a day if you do those kind of runs or whatever.
During the seasonal, if you want, let's say carbs, most natural carbs come from fruits, and fruits will be seasonal. So you will be eating fruits by the time that they're ripe, at the time that you're supposed to eat them, but not eating those fruits that are 24/7, 365 days at the supermarket. I will say you can still eat them, but gotta keep them on the low, because during the summer, where you're gonna have more activity, I would say, and burn more energy, you can still do the fruits. Eat some of those stuff, that fructose carbs, but it has to be seasonal, in my opinion. I'm not an expert, but when you naturally look at the cycles and look at the fruits will be by the season, depending on the time of the year, and by the time that they're right as well.
And think about like where you live too. So that affects what you eat as well. Depending on the climate and where you live, you could live in a more tropical region where fruits are available to you mostly all the time. And I think those are already because the climate produces them. So then you're able to eat them at whenever they're produced. So it's like, because they're grown naturally in a place where the climate actually supports that. So in a place like in, let's say, northern regions, you'd have like the colder climates, that's not natural. So then you're thinking, well, what do you eat then? So you're getting more your proteins, your fats, and that's going to keep you kind of like through the winter cold months, versus like if you're living in a tropical climate where it's going to give you the fruits that are always available. So Jimsy is correct. Like eat them like in the northern region, seasonal. But if you're living in a tropical region, that would be something that you would be kind of having in your diet, like mostly, because people in the tropical regions, they have a lot of fruits, but we don't in the northern regions. Does that make sense to you guys? Like the body knows, because like when you're eating these things, the environment is producing them as well. So that's why you're eating them, because you're consuming what the environment produces. And if it's conducive to like the weather and all that, then yeah, it's eat fruits, and when it's warmer and it's colder, you're higher proteins and fats. That's what you do.
Yeah, I've posted a few things in Health and Nutrition about Dr. Berg. I think he's gives good advice for the most part, as far as I've seen. So Dr. Berg's still on YouTube. I was going to post Tom Barnett's thing about water, but he's pretty much been removed off everything, so I can't find the video. But basically, he was just advocating for getting your water from the food you eat. You might need a sip of it here and there, but this 8 glasses a day stuff, no, he doesn't go for that. So he knows a lot more about this than me. And one more person I'd recommend is Amanda Vollmer. She's great. One of the things she says is, let me think. Your body's in a constant state of trying to sort out what is you and what isn't you. So,
yeah. Well, also you know, drinking water, it's just like, I mean, it's common sense as when you're thirsty, drink water. When you're hungry, eat food. And it sounds so redundant, but it's just that simple. And just keep it that. If you listen to your body and it's telling you when to do something, you just listen and just do it. Like, it's not going to be like you're going to overindulge, like you drink a whole gallon because you're thirsty. It's like, just drink water till you're satisfied, your thirst is quenched, and then you move forward. You don't sit there and dwell like, did I drink 8 ounces? Like, it's just drink water till your thirst is quenched, and keep going.
Sounds redundant, though, but we seem to be finding ourselves in a place where people need telling these simple things. Really.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the fact that you are doing that, and like you said, you use the word satiate. It's a good word. Satisfies. We eat these, M&Ms or whatever it is. They don't satisfy. You just keep going back for more. But if you're eating berries or whatever it were, grapes or whatever it is, fruit, natural thing. You just eat, and then you feel satisfied. You don't feel like you need to keep going back for more and more and more.
Exactly.
Very simple.
That's the natural way of thing. And it's always like, because we've been fed a story, like the story that they're telling us about our health, about our world, about what, religion and all. We're told stories. So all these, we're like, we don't know what to believe because everybody's got a beat on the truth, right? Well, let's just say everybody has their own truth. Their own truth is their truth, and our truth is our truth. It's like nobody ever settles on what really is supposed to be the proper human diet. We're all kind of tossing out ideas and everybody's going every which way. But there is a guide and a roadmap because the body responds to it. And it's also, the climate is like conducive for the things that the foods that are supposed to be produced in your region where you live, seasonal and that, are going to be able to give out to you. So it's like, if you can grow it and it grows in the climate where you're at, and the animal products that you consume are available to you, I think that's what's appropriate. But what's not appropriate is things that are out of line of like the place where you live. You know what I mean? Like Jemsy was saying, when you have fruit all year round, it's like that feels unnatural. Like in the climate where you live, that wouldn't be the thing that you would eat, because the climate would respond to your body. Your body responds to the climate. And so if something's wrong with the diet because of like how you're eating, you got way too much carbs in a place where you're not moving around too much and you're indoors a lot because it's cold. You know what I mean? Like, it's not how your body should be responding, as to where if you're living in a tropical climate, it would be something that you would be eating more of. Anyway. But we've been lied to about a whole bunch of things. The food pyramid has been one of the things that it's like, it's so bad, man. Like, I'm looking at all the stuff that's on there, and now even the you can look into it. There's a lot of people talking about health right today. There's stuff coming out everywhere now. It's like even becoming mainstream. It's popping up on like Fox News and stuff. Like, people are lobbying to get like shredded wheat into the food pyramid. That's like high up there with like the things that you should be eating every day. That's like freaking shredded wheat, dude. That's like crazy. But yeah, this is going to be the kind of thing that's going to be put into the future food pyramids. And if you're not helping people understand like what good nutrition is and like what it's supposed to look like, then like in the future, because of the amnesia that people get of our history, right? Because it's like, think about 100 years ago, what was going on in our times. Think about 200 years ago. Soon enough, you start going another 100 years back, and it all becomes a blur. Nobody really knows what happened. And then you go another 100 years, and it's like amnesia. Nobody remembers. So think about it. That's what's going to happen if nobody is keeping up with the truth and like talking about it. So at some point, that's the reason why there's people that have the knowledge that they do to keep continuing to talk about the good things about the information that we speak of in here. So. Yeah, it's all to deal with amnesia, guys. That's because we're always asking, like, well, what were people talking about the 1800s? Like, what were they saying? It's like we speculate on a bunch of things that they could be saying about the shape of the earth, or about health and that. But it's like we would never really know, because a lot of that stuff's been kind of put to us by those who are giving us the information, right? History written by the victors and such.
I disagree, but it's nice to see you talking. Hear you talking, sorry.
You disagree about everything, or just one thing, or what do you disagree about?
Just in general.
Okay. All right.
Is there like a specific point that you disagree with? Something specific, or you just disagree on everything? Just because?
Excuse me?
Or you don't know why you disagree, but you like to say that you disagree.
Excuse me?
You need somebody else to say it?
Yes.
Maybe a third person could say it too. And
No, I just enjoyed listening to someone speaking his mind.
yeah, that's all good and well, but you said I disagree, and usually in this room we ask, well, what's the disagreement? What do you disagree with?
I'm not here to argue about anything. I'm happy to hear someone talking.
Pues, híjole.
I'm disagreeing. That's all.
Make it start over. No, please.
I disagree with all of you guys in here, but I'm not here to disagree.
Yeah.
What the hell? Like, if you said something and I disagreed with it, I'd be like, I disagree with what you just said. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
But if you have a disagreement, I would say, what is the reason for the disagreement? Because earlier you came in here and said, do you guys believe money is real? And then Flat Lloyd Wright was like, yeah, money's real. And I was like, I chimed in too. Yeah, money, you can buy stuff with money. And then you left. And it's like, why did you leave, dude? Like you weren't sticking around to tell us any more things about what you wanted to say except for that.
I was just interested in what you will think about it.
Yeah, but I think the reason why was a leading question. See, I'm very good at studying people and why they ask certain things, especially in this room. And the reason why I am just going to go off on the basic assumption that you asked that, leading you to the fact that you want to know where you gauge the rest of the people in here in their thinking as to how we gauge what we understand and what we know. So by you saying, is money real, you indirectly were talking about the shape of the earth conversation in a way that it sounds like you want to ask the question of what we think, but at the same time, you just want to ask something about something you know to be true, and then see if we respond in the same like manner, or if we're totally in denial about reality itself because we're talking about the earth being something other than what you think it is. I understood this in the very short sentences that you said about asking money, if money was real. You know that? I did. And also, you are being kind of illusory now. You want to be kind of like in the shadows by not being very vocal on what you disagree with, but yet you still want to say, I disagree. Therefore, giving us the understanding that you want to take almost a contrarian position to anything is said in here. Unless you speak up and say why you disagree, we're just going to assume that you're just an automatic contrarian and that you just want to refute anything anybody says in here because you think this is the most absurd topic that you've ever heard of. And why do people today think that the earth is what it is, right? Or am I wrong?
The assumption was right, but your assumption was wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, then go ahead and enlighten me.
Well, everything you said before you start talking about, I don't know. Maybe you are right.
I am. It's basic. It's a basic human thought process when people come in here. I'm going to address you by your name because I want to know. John?
Yes, yes. Jan. Jan.
Jan. Yes. It's a basic human response. It's fine. All right, I'm going to tell you, it's okay. But what happens is the mind starts to reel when you're in here because it's too much, too fast. And without you engaging, it'll be an overload of information. It's going to be like, no, wait, whoa, what did you just say? Like, and it's going to be too much. So you need to it's a process. And yes, we are going to hear a lot of denial. We're going to hear a lot of excuses, a lot of your way of trying to explain things. No, but you don't understand what I'm saying. We've gone through the process. So I'm going to save you some time, but I am going to tell you ahead of time that this is the process that your mind will go through when, confronting the topics that we talk about in here, because they're provocative. They make you think about things in a way you probably never did. And I'll give you one example just to show you what I'm talking about. So if I was to ask you, has anyone ever measured the Earth to be an oblate spheroid in any time in history? What would you respond to that, John?
I don't think so. I think everyone that says that is a liar.
Okay, so nobody has ever measured the Earth to be what it is. So how did we come to the conclusion that we have set metrics for the oblate spheroid? Being is that the public knowledge is, when you type into Google, what is the radius of Earth? a value will be spit out, and then you'll know the exact radius of Earth. How did we come to that conclusion?
How do you or how do the science people come to that conclusion?
Academia, people in general. How did we come to that understanding?
I think they're just lying in their own pockets. They think they are smart, but they are not. That's all I can say.
Well, that's a different take. Anyway, but if you would think that, then are you not certain that the Earth is an oblate spheroid or globe, as it were?
If I think that?
Yes.
Well, if I think that you can measure it, I think I would come to the conclusion it's round.
Okay, so then it can be measured? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think it can be measured. I said if I think that I measure it, I can come to the conclusion, but in my real life, I don't believe that.
Wait a minute, you got a fake life? Sorry. But, what I'm trying to get to, though, Jan, is that people would assume that it's already been figured out. And this conversation that we have in here is a bit archaic. And why are we talking about something that we've already discovered is not the case? So do you feel that way?
Not really. You were talking about weight and how you should eat. I thought it...
Yeah, that's great. So these are certain truths that we talk about, so pertaining to like maybe derivative topics that pertain to like overall truth. But in concerns to the shape of the Earth conversation, right? Because this server is built around that. So when we talk about that, what do you think the Earth is? You said it's round, but do you think that we've arrived to some sort of conclusion that we know its radius, diameter, and circumference? Or we don't know?
You mean like we? You mean like the flat Earth community? Or?
More specific, academia? Because we're being told this, you go to school and we're being taught or told that the Earth is a globe. And with this information, everybody carries the understanding that the Earth is a globe beyond our physical and natural perception. Like it's extra perceptory. So you have to be, let's say, on a rocket ship going to space and then looking down and be like, oh, the Earth's a globe. So outside of that, can we know that the Earth is a globe by way of knowing how they figured out the metrics? Like I said, the radius, diameter, circumference. Academia. I'm specifically talking about academia. School.
I think I understand why they think the world is round. I understand it because I was there once.
So you don't know?
Excuse me?
You don't think that now?
No.
Well, I thought you said you do think it's round.
I never said anything like that.
You just did earlier. You said, I think the Earth is round.
No, I said that I understand why the people from the academia thinks it's round.
So you don't...
No, not me. Not me.
Okay.
Why you don't think?
Yeah, I guess you didn't notice. You asked him why, or like who's saying that it's a oblique, spheroid or whatever, and he was just like, well, no one with any brains. So I thought maybe he.
Yeah, I thought maybe it was. Yeah, that's what I was picking up too. But he clarified. He said he does.
Yeah,
well, I figured he probably might be a flat earther since he said only an idiot would think it's a sphere.
Why, Jan? Why you don't think it's a globe?
I will just return back what Pumpkin Madam said.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's right for you to automatically assume that if someone said, I don't believe this because it's dumb, that he's talking about flat earthers. It's not a good way to look at this whole topic.
Well, we asked some clarifying questions to make sure. That's what we're doing now.
No problem. I'm okay with that.
All right. So, we're getting to the bottom of what we're saying. I think Sasha had asked a question to you. I don't know if you, maybe after you were saying what you were talking about, you forgot that maybe he asked you a question. Sasha, do you want to repeat your question?
Yeah, because he said, I don't think that is a round. Did you say that?
Well, I don't think it's right that there's 81 government documents,
hold on.
15 from NASA.
Just a second.
Yeah, just let the man answer Sasha's question, please.
If I think if the world is a giant ball flying through nothing, don't believe that. No, not at all.
Why?
Well, even the even the imagination of that is just, to me, it's really crazy.
Yeah, but you're learning that only because it's spinning in the. Because of that, you don't think. Because
Not
of that
just because.
story. Okay.
Think if who
Go
told
ahead.
you that
Go ahead.
story.
No, I ask you maybe if you say because of spinning to the space, it's not telling me anything. It could be also globe spinning to the space. For me, it's also ridiculous. But is that all?
No, it's not all. The story is that nothing exploded, and that everything happened, and then there was stars. It is crazy. It's fun. It's not crazy. It's funny.
Okay. What? Let's say that. How do you understand what it's on some shape? If I say to you, look, this is pyramid.
How I see the shape?
Yeah.
Well, I look at it and somebody tells me that this shape is called triangle or something.
I'm asking you this because you said spinning it through the space. Okay, Big Bang. Yeah, also that it's ridiculous, but still I'm not getting the shape. I know that it's made it in global Earth model. It's made in Big Bang, but that's the story. Why it's not round?
Did he leave?
For example, sphere. If I show you
left,
sphere,
man.
what is
He
sphere?
left, man.
He left, Sasha.
Why do you
Oh,
keep asking him when he already said he believed it was flat?
no, he didn't say that.
Yeah, he didn't believe it was a
He
globe.
definitely believes it's not a sphere. That's good enough for me.
Yeah. Yeah, but he left with Sasha. The guy's not here anymore. Like, he left. So I don't know.
I believe he could say, I believe it's not a sphere because I wrote the Bible.
So?
Yeah, like another reason why he would think that the Earth is not a globe. So you're just trying to clarify as to the reasoning behind his.
The reason?
I think that's all Sasha really wanted to get to, but he didn't long enough for that. We do have Gin and Juice in here. Gin and Juice, are you there? Gin and Juice, are you there? Can they talk? Let me see.
Down the street.
1 second.
Sipping on gin and juice.
Or maybe kids now something want to say,
Maybe. I don't know. Gin and Juice, are you there? Hello. Hello. Anybody out there? Hello. I guess he's not. Or she's not. I don't presume. How you doing, Max?
I'm chilling like a villain.
Yeah, we're just you know what we do, man. We're just hanging out.
Yeah, we're talking about everything. We're talking about some truths.
That's what we do here.
We got Pumpkin in the house. We got Morvis, the popcorn machine madness guy. How you doing, bro? You out there killing it? He's got all kinds of popcorn, man. Birthday cake popcorn. He's got friggin' ghost pepper popcorn. He's got all kinds of stuff. He's got 31 flavors for you over there. Nah, he's pretty cool with it, man.
What else we got in here? Zarek entered the chat. Super Fluoride's in here. Sasha, what's up, dude? Timbo, what's up?
Just going through the chat and like opening all these pictures in my browser so I can like look back to them later. Map to multiplication. Whoa, that looks awesome. I love that already. I need to study it. That looks so cool. I'm a big fan of math. And this particular one even looks like a die.
Who's that person you have in your avatar? Is that some random person or is that you?
No, that's me.
Oh, because, some people put their image on their avatar and you don't never know who it is.
Yeah.
Because I know that's not Morvis, although I'd like to think that is. Because he's immortalized in that cherub. So... he changed it one time. I was like, nah, that ain't gonna work, bro. Like, you've been a cherub for as long as I've known you, so.
Uh-huh. Just need a simple thumbs up reaction. There we go.
Yeah, these stereotypes, Pumpkin, like you were saying earlier, because you're from the country, and like people.
I'm from the country. I literally just moved there for 2 years.
You have a country accent. Is that?
No, I don't have a country accent. I have a Texas accent because I live in Texas.
Southern accent.
Huh?
You have a Texas accent.
Yes. No.
So you moved from Texas into the South?
A Texan from the true country of Texas. Now, that is a strong accent. Strong as you'll ever hear.
Yeah, she don't have it. She don't have it. She don't have it.
Freaking Texans.
Yeah, no, like I've had Texans refuse to believe I am a native Texan because how strong the accent typically is.
No, you're only a Texan if you say Coke instead of pop or soda. That's the only way you're a Texan. Other than that,
I don't know, but I like it. Thank you very much.
My mom always tells a story. She said that when she was little, or when she was a young girl, she went to a restaurant and she was like, they asked her what she wanted to drink and she wanted to like buy time. So she was like, I want a Coke. And then she just like walked off and she was like, what? And she like came back with a Coca-Cola and she was like, no.
Good old IBC root beer.
I might have to change my name to George Strait. All my exes live in Texas.
There you go. That's why you're hanging out in Tennessee, huh?
Only 10 I see.
Oh, that's one of those lame pickup lines, isn't it? You're the only.
Yeah, it is.
Some of the corny ones would probably still work, wouldn't they? Because they get the lady to laugh. She laughs at you. So.
Yeah, that's the whole point, right? Icebreaker.
Your feet must be tired because you've been running through my mind all day.
Oh gosh.
She said, "Take it easy, baby. I worked all day and my feet feel just like that."
Oh god, yeah.
I'm weird. I've got many voices.
Mike,
that's something people don't know how to do anymore, right? They don't know how to approach each other and speak to each other publicly any longer. It's a hard thing for people to do.
That is.
Yeah.
How do you sound like you're kind of working in an industry where you have to meet people all day, Max?
No, I'm in healthcare.
Healthcare? Well, you deal with
people. Yes, I do.
So you're a people person.
Office rat.
It depends. It depends on what day.
It depends.
Blue Mondays are the worst, and then the Fridays are like probably you want to they beat you on a Friday or something.
Have you guys taken that 16 personalities test?
The hell is that?
What's the 16 personality? Wait, I think I've done this before. I think I've done the 16 personality test.
INFP, like it's whatever.
Yeah, I got the weird one, the one that nobody hardly ever gets. INFJ or something like that.
Okay.
Me too, Max. INFJ.
Is it normally INTJ?
You know what? I didn't get into it in depth, I took it because one of my friends sent it to me. I read it.
I didn't
It was
think
really
that
interesting.
impressive.
No, but it is interesting.
Apparently, some of the personalities are more heavily populated than the others, so I think it might just not be that great a test, to be honest.
Well, I think that generally speaking, I would say, easily 50 to 60% of people generally operating on the same basic level, and then you have, the fragmented groups, that are a bit different. But for the most part, people generally operate the same way. They have a similar sort of thought pattern, in my
Yeah,
experiences anyway.
well, that's why it makes it for a poor psychological profile, as if it fits too many people.
So,
It's too general.
I know that they've spent tons and tons of money on this particular subject. I can't say that I know a whole lot about it. I know some surface sort of information. But yeah, no, they've spent a lot of R&D developing on group psychology, individual psychology. I mean, this is a big part of the control mechanism. So yeah, they spent hours. Now, as far as the psychology test that we took, I can't really speak to it. I mean, that's like trying to speak to the IQ test. People are going to be out on it. So people are like, it doesn't measure anything. So, I really don't know. I just did it. It was fun and it made me smile. And that was it. That's a good outcome for me if I'm smiling.
It said you were an introvert.
Not really. I mean, I'm not an extrovert. I'm not an introvert. I'm just a vert. uh, I don't shy away from people. And I think anybody in here is not an introvert. I don't think anybody joining these
kind of
rooms
what I
are
was
introverts.
Well, some people come in here and they don't really talk, though. They like turn their mic off and they just listen.
Observers.
Yeah. It's not that they don't want to be part of the conversation. It just feels like they're part of the conversation by being there and having the chance to speak. Like, doesn't matter if they choose to speak or not in a way.
And freaky dicky ones, the peeping toms.
Well, they're here. They're here. We know they're here. They're listening.
Peeping toms, yeah.
They're all like, what'd he just call me? Well, it'd be madness if everyone tried to talk at once, though.
Everyone in here has something very interesting to say when they do decide to turn on their mics, though, and and you give them a few minutes to speak. I'm amazed at some of the information that I've been attaining since I've been in this room.
Let me play something real quick because there's somebody in the room that I wanted to have their introductory theme music to it. Let me see if the bot plays it.
Absolutely. Know it.
That's he's here.
I love every single second of that. That was beautiful. Thank you.
That was for you, Jedi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We couldn't play the other one, which is Fresh and So Clean. That's his other one.
Yeah. Can't do that one. Copyright strike, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you for that, mate. That is some definite intro music. I love it.
And be very aware when he's in here because he's coming in like Darth Vader.
Mm-hmm. I will death grip you from afar. Yeah, absolutely.
I just started introducing my kids to Star Wars. They're 3.5 and 7. Boy to girl.
Cool.
Gotta love Star Wars. But I appreciate that, Miggy, mate. Thank you so much. That was so cool.
Darth Vader is one of the best characters out there.
Yeah, very iconic for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we still await for anybody to come in here and have a conversation about the shape of the Earth. You guys are listening right now. We got a few people listening on the YouTube live stream. Go ahead and click that link on the description. Come on in here and have a talk with us. Don't be shy. They probably still will be. We asked them, hey, do you want to have a conversation with us? I just want to come in here and listen to what you guys have to say. I'm like, well, I'm not talking to you. I'm going to be talking about other things. But I'd rather be talking about what you think the shape of the Earth is, because I want to know why in 2023 you still think the Earth's a globe. Come on now.
I said the exact same thing yesterday. The exact same thing.
You know what to say about great minds.
Anything been happening in the last couple of hours since I've been away, mate? I've been at football training, so anybody popped in? Anything happened?
You know, we're having the same old conversations that we do, but just I usually go into the topic of a little bit of spirituality, going into health somewhat, but nobody really to challenge. We had this guy named Jan that just came in here, but he came in at the very first thing that he asked when he was in here was, do you guys believe in money? And then me and Flat Lloyd Wright was like, yeah, of course, you know, like, and then he took off. He's like, where'd he go? I don't know. Then he returned again, and you know, I was asking him some questions about like the topic of the shape of the Earth and if he thinks that it's a globe and that, and you know, he didn't say that he does. He doesn't think it's round or whatever. But at the beginning, it kind of sounded like he did. I could be wrong. I got to go back to the live stream. But oh, my bad if I thought he did. So he said he didn't, and then. But that's about the gist, man. This morning or today.
No, fair enough then, buddy. Fair enough.
And then the usual suspects in here, like Max and Pumpkin, and you know, just the rest of the people in here. Timbo, Sasha, Gemsy. Gemsy was on. He's probably listening right now, but he was on earlier. It's just another beautiful day, man. I'm sitting down on my couch, kind of relaxing before I go into work today.
You got work this evening, yeah?
Yeah, I work at a factory over here, slaughterhouse.
Do you slaughter globers for a living? That would be awesome if you did.
No, that's the my other job.
Yep.
I like it when they cut. The more prideful, I think it's like when you get a juicy steak. You know, you don't even need A1 sauce. You're like, nope, I don't want anything on it. Just want it like it is. Don't need to spice it up at all.
I like the prideful ones. I like the ones with all the knowledge, with all the confidence. I love those people.
Yeah. You know, we used to live for those days.
Oh God, yeah.
Every Friday we have Friday night fights.
Oh God, yeah. Bloody hell, those were the days, Mig. Wow.
Oh yeah.
We have fights with like Fight the Fat Shirt and Lagoon and those guys.
He came in at one point. Did he challenge this guy named Bev? Bev is doing his own thing. I don't even know if he's doing flat Earth. He's somewhat like he's on like a idea that the Earth is level, but it's not level. I don't know. It's just some other thing.
I don't understand Bev's logic. Yeah, I don't necessarily understand that or everything that he consents to.
Yeah, he's on something. I don't know if it's the same. Probably not the same thing we talk about in here, but still. But he when he was in this server, he was challenging Fight the Flat Earth, and it just resulted in Fight the Flat Earth just like trying to berate him, not about any information or with any sustenance. So it was just like, okay, we get it, great put downs, and Bev wasn't really like fighting him back on that point. Like just he wasn't like blow for blow coming back at him, so. And that in that way, he was kind of like winning. Fight the Flat Earth was winning the argument, as in like I know how to belittle you better, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
I've listened to him a lot.
It was just abusive. It was just like a really angry man shouting at someone who hadn't shouted at all. It was just abusive. He started having a go at him about being a child abuser. Not in a physical way, but in a metaphysical way, as in you're teaching your children the wrong thing.
Yep.
And he was getting really angry about it. And I think there are even threats to have Bev's kids taken away from him or something like that. I mean, this was the state of a flat Earth, globe Earth debate. The globe Earth, fight the fucking flat Earth or whatever he's called, was just an abusive, obnoxious wanker. That's all it was.
Well, he's still a wanker.
He's still obnoxious.
Yeah. He's got what?
Yeah, that's why it's like that kind of guy, man. He's for the birds, man. I don't even want to.
Listen, those guys know that the Earth is flat. They have spoken to so many people and been presented with so much fact and information and truth that they can't dispute. So what they do is they obfuscate. They go around in circles. They say a lot. You know, they get help from each other. You know, they look on the web and then an expert about what they just looked at. Miggy, you point that out a lot. I like the way you do that. You know, they're looking at something and all of a sudden they're an expert in it. You know, these guys are full of it. You know, they understand. They're totally disingenuous. They have to understand the physical realm that we live in. It's been presented to them so many times, so many different ways, by so many different voices that they have to know it. And when they ask these stupid questions that they ask, you know that they know it. You know, they can't frame their argument in the right way any longer. They can't just throw a bunch of math equations at you and say, well, because this math equation, or we have M1 over M2, or, you know, whatever, you know, that doesn't work. It simply doesn't work. It does not resolve itself out in reality. And so they are totally disingenuous, and they're just out here trying to make a living. That's all they're trying to
capitalizing on people's ignorance, which is what they've been doing. But more than that, dude, they're imploding, meaning that they're already contradicting each other. Where you have Bob the Science Guy and advocates of the Earth being able to be measured as 8 inches per mile squared, showing that Bob the Science Guy's measurement with his theodolite test over half mile was showing that there was deviation and drop on the fact that he's using a tool, taking it out of its working parameters to make it sound like he's got something going, something golden with his proof. And then him doing that, and then you got Professor Dave, or Dave Farina, because people don't like to call him Professor Dave because he's not a professor, was talking about how anybody doing saying 8 inches per mile squared is a con man. I even told Bob the Science Guy directly. I was like, when he was in here, dude, do you know that Professor Dave, the guy who's on the internet who has way more followers than you do, because apparently you got 22,000 subscribers, he's got millions, it looks like, that he would say that anybody that says 8 inches per mile squared is a way to measure the curvature of the Earth is a con man. So what does that make you, Bob? A con man? And he was responding like, well, I don't know what he said, but I agree with him. I was like, dude, you are a freaking moron, because he just called you a con man and you agree with him. You don't even know what you're saying, dude. Like I was like, I was all over Bob, man, because Bob, you know, he's kind of old, right? So, but see, I don't put that as something to say that because he's old that wouldn't excuse him. But he's in the arena here with critical thinkers, having us look at what he's trying to do, saying that looking at astrolabes is a way to describe how the Earth is a globe. The guy is nuts. He's batshit insane. And so I'm saying that because he's pointing to an astrolabe and saying that because he has one that looks like one of the looks like they got the Earth in the center, and it's got like the celestial sphere all around it. I don't know if you've seen those. They're kind of like brass or whatever. But he's taking one of those and saying that that's a great way to show that the Earth is a globe because of that. I'm like, dude, it's epic proportions of idiocy, man. Like, I don't understand how you would think that this points to a globe, because when you look at what astrolabes are talking about are positions of stars and where they are. They're not talking about the shape of the Earth. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. And so he doesn't, like, for the life of him, man, he's been trying to like use that as evidence for the shape of the Earth, and also his theodolite test over half a mile. And I was just come back and tell him is like everybody that's higher up in your pecking order are telling you that you're an idiot and a moron and a con man for using this, because they don't ever say that you can measure the Earth with 8 inches per mile squared, although you do. So yeah, they're imploding. So
they like to say parabola, right? They say 8 inches per mile squared is a parabola, but everyone uses 8 inches per mile squared or whatever the formula is up to like 1,000 miles, and that's basically, you wouldn't need to use it any further than that anyway. So I guess if you want to get specifics, they might be right if you got specifics and talk about the entire shape that it would make if you followed it along that line for 360 degrees or whatever it is, right? So in that way, yeah, it does not make a globe, but neither is what we're standing on a globe. So it really doesn't matter, does it?
Well, Professor Dave, his whole point was that because we're talking about 8 inches per mile squared, I even came back to Bob and I was like, you know what? We don't even care. Do you know why? The Earth isn't curving anywhere. So we don't care about 8 inches per mile squared. That's what you guys have been saying that it's useful for 1,000 miles. I don't care. I can care less about an 8 inches per mile squared. To me, that doesn't even matter because it doesn't conform to our worldview. So I don't care if Professor Dave is saying 8 inches per mile squared. If anybody says it, they're a con man. Good. Then that means that all the globalists are con men. He's just agreeing with what we're saying. Because we don't care. We're just pointing out to you that is exactly how they claim they're measuring the curvature of the Earth. We're not saying that. They are. We're telling you that they are saying that. So that's how it's explained to these guys. These guys think that we're flat earthers are coming up with 8 inches per mile squared, and whoever's saying that's a con man, well, good. That means that the globalist that invented that is the one who's a con man, conning people to thinking that the Earth is curving at that set rate. So also, if that's not the rate that it's curving by, please point us to the math that's correct. That's telling us how it's curving. And then we'll go ahead and verify that that math that you've given us is also verifying that the 3959 is conformed to the radius, diameter, and circumference of the Earth. But your math has to coincide with the fact that the Earth's metrics already been given. So you better work it out somehow, because 8 inches per mile square is already doing that. So if you're saying there's other math that conforms to it, then bust it out. Where is it at? Because you just said that it's not 8 inches per mile squared. Then what is it? You know what I mean? Like, that's the truth. Because we don't.
The way I understand it, yeah, all of the math conforms to the 8 inches per mile squared when they do it. I haven't done it myself, but I've heard other people take the formula that they give you that's a little bit different from the 8 inches per mile squared. There's another formula. And when you work it out, it comes out exact to 8 inches per mile squared anyway, at least for the first 1,000 miles. So, it's a non-starter, and I don't like to get that far deep into it anyway. It's like, no, let's go back to the basics. Not doing your math.
These guys have always, like, so far as we can tell, have loved to get into debates. And the reason why this still exists today is because people really haven't been exposed to the fact that, well, let's hear what they had got to say, because we don't know how they would approach the topic. So debates, in one way, shape, or form, as redundant as they may sound, have some kind of benefit to people who have never heard of anybody rebuking the fact that the Earth is not a globe. So they got to hear something like, let me just hear what they have to say, because I'm curious. I just want to know how they would respond if you're saying that the Earth is flat and stationary and it can't be measured. It's like, what would they say to that? So basically, people haven't been exposed to their sophistry. And so when they are exposed to it, they're like, I get it. So now they're just making shit up, right? Yeah, that's all they do. That's all they do. There is no meat to what they're saying. They're only telling you things about how something would work on a fantasy, on an illusion, on something that doesn't exist in reality. Because we can't go somewhere and say, okay, let's measure this globe. How are we going to do that? Let's figure this out. Well, you can't, because it isn't. So therefore, there's no possible way you can even construct figuring out if it's a globe. because it can't be done. There's no way that you're going to measure something that's an illusion or a fantasy or an idea. Like, and that's the
I
thing.
hear guys, they talk about what Einstein thought or what Newton thought or what anybody else thought. And it's like, I mean, I want to ask him, I know you're pulling that from Uranus, because you can't tell me what anybody else thought. You can tell me what they wrote on the paper. That's it.
That's all you can do. And then going into like analyzing this data. Well, he was actually thinking, no, you don't know that. People divine their thoughts and expect to be experts. Hey, that's another thing too. You can catch them on if they say that, Max. If they start divining the person's thoughts, is like, you don't know what they were thinking. Well, he was actually in the frame of mind of like, you don't know that. Like, they always assume, dude, I'm telling you, man, if you want to see my eyes burning red with fire, like, or like smoke coming out of my ears, is when they start going that route. They start divining people's thoughts or, going on to saying, being experts on something they just Googled, like just right now. They start talking, well, let me look it up. Oh, well, this thing. I was like, nah, not today, Satan. You're not going to come in here. Nope. Not gonna happen. Like, no, it's not. Because if you already knew about this, you wouldn't need to Google it. The reason why you Googled it is because you didn't know, and now you're gonna be like speaking here, like you're gonna tell me something. Like, what's what? I don't think so.
Dude, I love when you get on that. I love when somebody comes in there and does that, because I love you to go on your spiel and just kick their teeth in their mouth, man. I love it.
Dude, I'm gonna burn them up on Hilltop, man. I swear, like, there's that irks me the most, and because like I think to me, what I'd rather have is the humility of somebody saying, geez, man, I don't know this, and I'll be like, great, that's wonderful. You at least from this aspect, this part of the knowledge you didn't know, but it's different when. I could have done the same. I could have just Googled it and found out. I could have read back to him what he read to me, and then presumed to be something that he's saying that he is. Like I could say that I'm a pseudo expert at something by collecting information off Google. That doesn't make me the expert. Don't have experience with the thing that I'm talking about. So it's like, yeah, let's not go down that path. Because that's
all I need to do. All I need to do is read the first 2 paragraphs in Wikipedia, and I'm a specialist.
There you go. That's I mean, basically in their minds, it's because you ask them, it's like, well, they're experts. No. Okay. Well, who's an expert? Well, the expert who studied over 20 years and like I lean on their understanding. I'm like, yeah, man, but don't you think that they Google things too in life? Like, of course they do. Like everyone does, right? So it's like the thing that you think that they're an expert on, they have no knowledge of. Because they're just telling you things that they learned as far as being educated. They picked it up from, memorizing certain things and then regurgitating it back to someone else. So, and really, in cosmology, that's all they're doing. Because tell me how they're going to verify that Mars is a red planet with a nickel iron core. Please, somebody. Like, there's no way by looking at the color of Mars is red and it's shifting red because it's, that's so dumb. You know what I mean?
We can't even verify our own core.
Yeah, let alone something else's core. But just information. Like you hear things and it's like somebody's likes to imagine things because they're like, well, the sun, it's got the energy source that's being emitted from its core all the way to the surface takes about 1 million years. Once it hits the surface, it creates this nuclear fusion that happens on it. And then what happens is the light that it emits from there takes 8 minutes from that point to your eyes. Oh, that's lovely and convenient that you know this fun fact. How did you get that information? Like, who told you that this is the way it is? Like 1 million years from the inside of the sun's core all the way to the surface. Like, these are crazy things. It's like the ramblings of a madman. Like, who would say such things? Like, who knows things like this? And then on top of that, we're putting that as actual knowledge? Like, this is crazy. Like, we live in crazy town. Like, when we listen to somebody like, oh, that's an interesting thought. How did you get that?
One debate I'll hear these guys say, well, I studied physics. And then another debate I'll hear them say, well, I learned engineering in the military. And another debate I'll hear, well, I do have a degree in physics. And it's like they just keep embellishing, their bona fides. And it's like, no, you don't have any of that. You need to present something the same way you need to present some evidence for flat Earth. Now you need to present some evidence for who you claim to be, right? So they don't take this approach. Then the biggest thing, this is the big thing that I love, the way they all love to throw this guy Tyson under the bus. This guy has been a science communicator for the last 20 years.
Exactly.
And you guys all claim you're smarter than this guy already all of a sudden. Okay, whatever.
The man is holding master classes. Like, he literally is teaching other professors. Like, this is crazy. Like, they're quick to get rid of somebody who's like, nah, that guy denounced Pluto as a planet. Like, we won't talk to him. Like, who is he anyway? He's got enough clout to really silence you, because there's millions of viewers and people that listen to him would probably advocate for his position more than they would yours, unknown person on the internet coming into Discord. Like, this is like the reality of the situation. People are who they are because they've been propped up to be that. And so because of that, like, you can't negate the fact, because people look to experts in the globalist mindset in the arena. They look to experts. They're like, well, just talk to the expert. Well, he's one, right? You can't say that he's not, because he is a science communicator. He is one. He's an expert, I guess, in their worldview. So is Bill Nye the Science Guy. So is Michelle Fowler. So is all these other big name people.
Tyson and Nye, I think, aren't these? Sorry to butt in, by the way. And how are you? Aren't these like just TV personas? I mean, Fowler maybe a little bit different. Maybe she's actually done some, so-called research in the academia. But I'm not sure Tyson and Nye are.
Yes,
Tyson has a PhD.
They're the voice of science, bro. Like, this is what they are. They speak.
I mean, Brian May has a PhD in astronomy. The Queen's guitarist.
Yeah, pretty sure Tyson is an astrophysicist. This is the guy who loses and gains planets when he chooses.
Exactly. These guys they got clout, bro, and they don't get that just by being unknown people. They're propped up by certain special interest groups, because they have to. They're like they're the megaphone for science. That's inherently why they're called science communicators, because that's what they're doing. They're communicating these aspects of their academic worldview from let's say the scientific aspect of like knowing the cosmology and stuff. So they're coming from that side, and they're giving a platform. Their platform is that people don't just have platforms; they're given platforms. So they're kind of put in a position to be saying these things. So they're not just like some randos on the internet gaining fame. They're actually put there specifically for a reason. Like him and you got now what's his name? Kaku. What's his name?
Michio Kaku.
Michio Kaku. Yeah, that guy. All these people have been propped up by those groups to kind of be the megaphone for the community, the science communicators.
Brian Cox, right?
Brian Cox, he's another guy, and so some well-known people, because like we all know their names, right? So when you name drop these guys, it's like, oh, I know what you're talking about. Why? Because their platform and their reach is so far and vast that they cross country boundaries, and they're probably translated to different languages. So because of that.
I swear, I only learned about them when I came into this arena. I swear. So I didn't know about them before. I mean, of course they're there. I agree with what you say. It smells a lot like propaganda to me, but thankfully I haven't heard of them until I got here.
It is, but with good reason though, Dances, because they're speaking loudly on their forum. Whatever forum it is, whether it's TV, radio, but they're in almost every platform that you can think of, and they're translated. Their words of wisdom are translated over into many languages. So why are they the ones that they were chosen for? You can see why, because they're continuing the propaganda for the globe as redundant as possible. And these things that they're saying, they're not profound scholarly things. They're like, well, Bill Nye the Science Guy. He's like, how do we know the Earth's globe? Well, it's easy. Ships disappear from the bottom up, and he's going into this little story about ships from the bottom up. Dude, it's like something you would tell a second grader, a third grader. Like these are kid stuff. And so they go about telling like some of the things about the mysteries of the universe in such a way that it just seems like you have to, dumb it down to like just reducing it to something so redundant, man. It's just, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, and that's what they're saying the evidence for the Earth being a globe is. So that's why people come in here like, nah, man, it's got to be more complicated than that. I'm like, no, it's not. The majority of the times that people come in here and say, how do we know the Earth's a globe? Boats disappear from bottom up. I'm telling you, this is what people are saying. It's not complicated. It's like, oh, the Earth it's a complicated subject. Well, not according to these science communicator people. They're making it sound like it's just boats disappearing from the bottom up. Voila, there's the Earth being a globe. I mean, it's not.
Sorry, Mickey.
Yeah, everything disappears from the bottom up.
Wasn't it Neil deGrasse Tyson who said that in an American football game, the conversion was scored because of the spin of the Earth? So the field goal was scored because American football. So, sorry, I'm still eating my dinner. So yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson says that conversion or field goal, whatever it is, was only scored because of the actual rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, the Coriolis effect had an effect on the spin of the ball going through the air because the Earth was spinning. I'm telling you that you can search it on the internet. There's a meme even about it, where his quote is put his wise words in quotations, like as in that's what he's telling people. I think he even tweeted about it. He put it on his Twitter. But
we have to. Sorry, Mick. I'm just going to say that we have to remember that these are the people that we're fighting against. We're not necessarily fighting against the people that have come in here and made up their own fucking bullshit to try and get out of an argument. It's the mainstream consensus that tells us where we are, not these individual people's thoughts and feelings.
Yeah, the guys that come in here, bless their hearts, they're trying to do their best with like trying to explain gravity. I'm like, dudes, don't you understand? These other guys, the science communicators, they don't even know what gravity is. So your little contraption you have here, your torsion bar or whatever, that's not proving anything, because they were like, well, what is gravity? Oh, what it is? Oh, we don't know. And they sounded like doofuses when they're saying it. So it's like we're telling you what they're telling us, and then you don't even get it because you're some random person on the internet just got like some revelation of what gravity is, and now you're going to come bring it here. Well, I know what gravity is. It's the Earth pulling everything to the center. Like, bros, you guys don't even know. These guys are claiming that the understanding of the theory, they don't even, it's so complicated, they can't even understand it, so they don't know. They'll just say, I don't know. And so it's weird that someone on the internet would come in here and advocate for a position that they have no, and that's why I say with even more emphasis, they have no knowledge of what they don't know. Like they're coming here, they sound like, well, what do you mean gravity doesn't exist? And you're like, dudes, like what? Like how are you not getting this? You're coming here thinking that this whole world paradigm in which you built your life around is so solid and true that there's nothing that can take you away from it. It's like this whole belief system. When just you pull out like on a sweater, you see like a little thread, you pull that thread and the sweater just comes apart. So that one little thing can just take it all apart. It's like, how? If it's something truthful, they wouldn't be moved. There wouldn't be anything to take away from it. Which is kind of like the same thing we talk about when we say, when you go out into the field, you see the Earth that's flat and stationary. It's not going to change ever. There's never going to be a day where it's like, we're just waiting for the guy to come with the evidence the Earth's a globe and I'll happily go back to the globe. No, because that's never going to happen. It's a dream. That's not even real. It's like saying, once somebody proves Narnia to me, then I'll believe that the lions actually do talk. Like, wow. That's never going to happen. Like, Narnia is never going to exist in reality. Although you might think it does in your head, but not in real life, man. So it's like the same way with the globe. In no way, shape, or form are we waiting for this. We just wait a little longer. Maybe we were wrong. Maybe there's just an inkling chance that we're getting it wrong with saying flat and stationary. There might be somebody who's going to disprove it. Never, ever, 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 ever.
So the flat and stationary part, right? That's one hurdle, right? But then you got to get over the whole space thing, which was a real challenge for me in my journey. Initially, it's like, wait a minute, you're saying there's no space? Let me turn this off. This is some bullshit. I can't listen anymore. I understand that the world's not curved, and you can go to the beach and you can pull boats back, and everything disappears from the bottom up. When you see someone walking away, their feet disappear before their head does. So everything kind of disappears from the bottom up in perspective. So but then you say there's no space. Wait a minute. I've been seeing space my entire life. We send rockets to the moon. There's stars out there. What do you mean there's no space? And that one is a tough one. So it's like there's layers to it, and it's a lot to unravel sometimes.
Well, the interesting part about unraveling it is that it starts from the beginning, and the foundation is where you're standing on. So you work your way through it, right? Like there is a process, but you also got to be mindful of the audience. So identify who you're speaking to. It's always a case by case scenario. So you're dealing with a person or people based on their reactions and how they're taking the information. You know which direction to go. Whether you're going to use the soft kid's glove, or you're going to, swiftly kick them a nice kick in the pants, to kind of get them on their heart and mind right. And I say that in a way to how you're going to address the conversation. Meaning, if somebody's rebuking you and saying, "No, I got an explanation for that," I know, and they're just waiting for you to finish talking, they're not listening to you. They're just waiting to see how they're going to disprove what you're saying. So, then like what we said, the greatest way to go about it is have them bring the evidence. It's not what you can say or explain; it's what you can prove. So, if you're going to tell me that the Earth is a globe, bring your evidence. What is it? Go ahead. Measurement of Earth's curvature. We need that. We also need a citation. We need a primary source. We need a demonstration. And let's get into axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. The Earth's moving. Tell me the primary source, citation, demonstration. Go in vacuum of space. Please tell me how gas pressure can be achieved without a container, because that's what they're saying, that the Earth is uncontained from this vacuum of space. So now all of this needs to make sense in the way of primary source, citation, and demonstration. So you got to bring all those. So we got to know who said it, where is it being said, and the demonstration to it.
Space is probably one of the easiest things to take away, but it's one of the things they hold on to the hardest, I've always found. Simple conversation about gas pressure and containers, and it is the simplest argument. But space is fucking emotional to people. They can't let it go.
Hey, I'm going to be heading out, guys. It's been nice talking to you. It's time for work, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Take care, Mickey. I got to check out for a little while myself. I might jump back in later.
All right, Max. Take care, buddy.
All right. Take care, gentlemen.
Nice French Jedi.
Literally all I can remember from a trip to school. I mean, I might be able to tell you what my name is, and je m'appelle, and where I live, je habite, but apart from that, mate, I might be able to order a croissant from a shop, maybe, but yeah. Not that.
You order a beer, mate, that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I can definitely do that. Probably in the wrong shop when I do it, but I can order it.
Yeah.
So yeah, voice check-in looks really busy, or looked really busy earlier.
Really?
Yeah.
So where our old dude is, that's why you asked.
Yeah, exactly that. So I think there was about 7 or 8 of them in there earlier. There's only 4 of them, 3 flat earthers, and I'm assuming this French person. But yeah, hopefully we'll get
Must have come in from another server like they always do.
Yeah, very possible, mate.
Go in and gang up on these retards that think the Earth is flat.
I like that mentality. Yeah, come and gang up on us. That's absolutely fine. Bring your fucking family. Bring your friends. I don't give a shit. Bring a picnic chair. Whatever. The more the merrier. But yeah, like I said, voice check-in seemed to be a bit busy earlier, so hopefully we should get some traffic come our way. But apart from that, it's good to see all of you. I hope you're all having a fantastic morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever the fuck you are on this plane. What are you up to today, Tim? Was it super?
This week I'm at doing some training upgrades. So I'm getting a reboot system built into my brain.
Oh, okay.
Just I'm actually I'm going for my 3rd trade license. So.
Oh wow, man! Good luck.
hopefully I'll have my plumbing qualifications in a couple of years as well. So that'll be me, carpentry, building, and plumbing. So
Awesome stuff, man. That's fantastic. Yeah, you will be.
Sign off on all my own work.
Well done, man. That speaks volumes for the type of person you are, right? So well done.
Yeah, no need to rely on anyone else. Except for electrical. That's one thing I just don't understand. But
That's what I was gonna say. Electrical and maybe some foundation work is the only thing missing there.
Yeah, because I've got a builder's license, I can do that stuff, but I have to actually hire a concreter to do foundations. I can do all the stumps and things like that, but any foundations for a slab, I've got to get a concreter in. But luckily my brother-in-law's an electrician, so.
Oh, not bad. It's always nice to keep business in the family.
Yeah. So hopefully I can.
I work for my parents as a mortgage broker. So if any of y'all want to move to Texas, let me know. Let's go.
I heard like property prices there are quite cheap. Well, in relation to here, but anything's cheap in relation to here, so.
I don't know. If I've tried to buy a house in the UK, it's ridiculously expensive, mate.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I think I missed it. My son was over here singing, I am thirsty, I am thirsty, I am thirsty, so I couldn't hear anything that's happening.
So we're at a high at the moment, and I'd say in Melbourne, well, the median house price is about $1 million.
The median house price?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
$1 million for a house, mate.
Yeah, that's
what the hell?
average. That's an average house.
Where?
This world's gone absolutely batshit crazy. Yeah, because we've all got $1 million floating around, haven't we?
Yeah, well, the problem is that people are paying it. So, you got these young kids coming out of uni who get married young, come out of uni, and they're getting $1.4 million loans from the bank at 27 years old.
Jesus Christ!
And we're going to have a plummet soon. It can't keep going like this. So house prices are going to drop, and everyone's going to be fucked.
Yep. That's what's happening.
Yeah, they're going to own a house that they've got a $1.4 million loan for, and the house will be worth $800,000 or something. Sorry, Pumpkin, what was that?
I said, you're saying there's a problem because the young people are too rich?
No, they're borrowing too much.
Well, I mean, can they pay it back? Do they have the ability to pay it back? Are they like getting bad loans?
Well, the interest rate's pretty low, but the cost of living here is very high. So it depends what they want to do. If they can afford to pay it back, then all kudos to them. But our grocery bills have almost doubled in the last 6 months. Our petrol prices are, paying I think it's $2.20 a litre at the moment. So what's that, about $10 a gallon or something?
Do they blame the grocery increase over there on Putin's war?
Yep. Yeah, petrol prices, mate. Yep. That's what they blame it all on.
That Russian.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. Which is weird. They were doing a lot of shit. They were blaming lettuce. They were charging at one stage $9 for a lettuce, just a normal iceberg lettuce. And then I found out we actually grow them here in Victoria, and it's like, wait a minute, what's going on? So I went to a normal grocery shop, like a private one, and they were like $1.50, $2. What it was the supermarkets had a deal with with a certain company, and then there were floods. We had floods all over the country, and all those big companies got wiped out. and the supermarkets weren't allowed to buy lettuce off any other company. So this company was buying lettuce off other smaller companies and reselling it onto the supermarkets at inflated rates because the supermarket had contracts with that company. That wasn't that the lettuce prices or we were running out of lettuce or the prices were really high. It was that supermarket had a contract. Everyone's going, oh, the lettuce is really high. Well, just go to a private greengrocer and buy one there. Stop shopping at the supermarket.
Yeah, increased prices and out of control inflation isn't the result of any war or any whatever excuse they're giving you. It's due to a lack of accountability for government spending is what it is.
Price gouging. Yeah.
They take what they want from us and they do what they want with it, whether we want it done or not. And then if they tell us, oh, we overspent over here, we just go, oh, okay, well, we'll pay a little extra this year then and cover that.
Yeah. Oh, the spending's been out of control. Paying people wages to be out of work during that thing in the last 3 years because we weren't allowed to leave the house. Such a wasted money. They just wasted everything. I don't know. Our economy's bouncing back, but I thought we were gonna die. Not die, but I thought the country was gonna collapse.
Yeah, it's definitely looking that way, mate. When I look in the comparison, say, between my country and the UK, America and Australia, shit, you guys have had it really bad. When we're talking
really bad.
Yeah, but we're talking about the last 2 years, for example, or 3 years. Yeah, I mean, you've had natural disaster after natural disaster, right? Fires and floods.
Fires, floods, droughts, you name it.
Yeah, exactly, man. You've had everything, but with everything else that's happened over the last few years with enforced things, shit, you've had it much worse, mate. Much worse.
Oh yeah, it's like a test project to see how far you can push people.
Yeah, but
already complacent people as well. You know, well, everyone's pretty law-abiding, goes by the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how far we can push these fuckers.
It's like a prison island, isn't it? It's like an experiment on this population without any.
Exactly. That was what I meant. Yeah.
Same in New Zealand as well, mate. I mean, both those countries.
They pushed them even further.
They really, really did.
Yeah.
I mean, we were lucky. I guess we were out of these lockdowns kind of relatively, soon, comparative to the rest of the world. You guys were still going through them. You were still being locked down, and it was awful for you.
I think the test is the population size here. Imagine trying to keep that down pat in the UK. You're going to have riots in the street.
Well, this is what you'd hope, right? You would hope there would be some kind of backlash. But didn't necessarily seem to happen all the time, did it?
You've got to leave
really
that up
lost
to
a
the
lot
French.
of faith in humanity throughout all that shit.
Part of the problem with standing up, whether individually or as a group, is if you take my country's example from last year, completely peaceful, basically wanted to talk to the douchebag and say, hey, you can't take jobs because somebody doesn't want to put something in themselves, and we deserve better. And they had the cops trample them and push them away. And I haven't been able to drive by my parliament since then. And the demonstration wasn't even as long as the roadblocks have been there. The roadblocks have been there longer than the demonstration. So as a free citizen in my own country, I haven't been able to drive by my parliament longer than the demonstrators were there. And then if you look at France or other places as an example, they're getting shot at with tear gas and all kinds of crazy shit when they stand up. So I'm not sure what the solution is, but I have a bit of a maybe naive idea that the older folks are going to their old ideas for old problems that aren't fixing the old problems have to go away, and the younger people with the new ideas to fix the old problems. And now there are no problems, homelessness, hunger, joblessness, etc. That's what has to happen. less taxing, more positive solutions to the old problems, fix the old problems, they're no longer there, then real progress can begin.
I think it's quite interesting as well when we look at the things that have actually happened over the last 2-3 years and who's come out owning lots and lots of land. We know there's a massive land grab going on at the moment as well. So farmland in the Netherlands, for example, that's been very well fought over for the last year, maybe 2 years. Dutch farmers not very happy because they're being kicked off that land. Who owns the majority of the land in the United States of America? What's his name? Oh yeah, Bill Gates. So he's bought an awful lot of land, chucking farmers off of their previously owned land so he can own it and keep it, well, whatever he wants to do with it. It's interesting when you start looking at what's happened kind of behind the scenes, what's shuffled around over the last 2 years. Yeah, there's less landowners and the land is in the hands of the few now. It's been happening in France as well. So we've had loads of riots in France over the last 4, 5, 6, 7 years, primarily because of farmers being taken off of their land. It's interesting, right? In a world that seems to be going towards hunger and starvation and famine, that the production land isn't being used to produce anything anymore. We've got things like meat production factories and so on that have been closed down over the last 2-3 years and haven't opened back up yet. You know, had a massive culling of animals in the UK over the last 4, 5, 6 years. It hasn't necessarily grown back to pre-COVID standards. Scary. When you take a big look around you, it's actually quite scary. The Earth is still flat though.
Only on a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's still flat here.
It's always been flat. That's the point. It has never been a ball, right? It's only been a ball in mathematics and people's imaginations based on those mathematics. The Earth has never been a ball. That story about people being really, really stupid, and only because we've, grown wiser in technology and stuff and discovered the Earth was a ball, that story's bullshit. The Earth was never a ball. We weren't stupid enough and wasn't stupid enough that we couldn't figure it out. It was obvious enough that we figured it out straight away. This place isn't going anywhere. I don't detect any movement. This place looks flat, for example, when I look over vast distances of water. So they got it right straight away. It's just an unconditioning or the taking away the programming from people that have been born into this system. Literally, it's the first lie that you get told when you come out of your mother's womb. Oh yeah, pleased to meet you. The Earth's a spinning ball in space, by the way. Crack on with your day. Oh, and dinosaurs exist. That type of shit.
You came from a puddle.
Pretty much. You big accident, you. In actual fact, everything you see around you is all an accident. These people believe in accidents and illusions. Brilliant.
Also, don't forget when you're born, everything looks good, but you're still vaccine deficient, so they gotta give you some shots because you can't be active. We're gonna fix you up.
Yeah.
Pick babies up, stick them on the dartboard, and start throwing needles at them straight away. Yeah, that's what they do.
Yeah, it's horrible.
You're still deficient, so give him some shit.
Yeah. Oh, your baby. Oh, it's born really healthy. Congratulations. Oh, we're just going to stick some of this stuff in there. What?
Guys, it's crazy because 3 years ago, I would have been like, yeah, you're the doctor, you know best. And I'm going to have a baby in 3 months and we're not vaccinating it for anything. I mean, it just blows my mind how... sorry, I didn't mean to say that word, but it blows my mind how my perception of all that
Yes, you did. Yeah, the perception. Once you have the information, you can act upon the information. Because when we make decisions about any topic, when you wake up and open the door and go outside and do things, you're pretty logical and sensical about what you're doing on your day to day, including your health. When you get to know something and gather some information, then you're gonna act upon that and make your own decisions instead of just listening to the propaganda because TV said so. Just like the globe. When you're a child, hey, 1 + 1 is 2, and the Earth is a spinning globe, and there you go in the corner, that globe that you see there on the table, on the motionless level table. You live on that thing, on a globe.
I've always wanted to walk on the bridge of a ship and just see this and see a globe on the captain's bridge. You know, it goes, "Oh, we're going here." Points underneath. This is the map we're using. Globe.
Quick, catch it! It's rolling away.
Yeah, but it's so fucked up. Like, think about it. You're on this boat. Everything looks level, and then you've got this globe in front of you. You go, "Oh yeah, we've got to go around here, this other side. We're going to be 90 degrees from where we are now." Yeah, what?
Get on an airplane at Heathrow Airport 20 odd hours later when you arrive at Sydney, you're actually upside fucking down from when you first started. When did that happen then? What happened?
Feels the same.
What's that?
Into the Forest. It's a game that just came out. You guys heard of it?
No.
I'm not a gamer.
Check it out. No?
Nope.
You should check it out.
Oh, you're one of Gonzo's mates, aren't you?
Gonzo?
Yeah.
No.
Gonzo and Fowler, one of his mates, aren't you?
No, not another.
So what were you saying? It's a flat Earth video game?
What? No, it's just a survival game.
Oh, I thought it was related to the topic.
No, I'm just excited about it.
That was a slight dig at you, by the way.
So, Effie Apostle.
Mm-hmm.
What's your best proof that the Earth's flat?
It isn't.
It isn't? Oh, I thought so.
I mean, I could see the Earth flat.
There he is. I knew you guys were fucking here together.
Like me?
Yep.
Together with you? I'll be with you.
Yeah, that's a bit weird.
Whoa.
With Effie Apostle, I knew you guys were friends.
Oh, so do you play the Forest?
What?
He denied you as a friend first, though.
Bro, I'm so confused. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, neither do I.
Oh, my best friend's here. Chris, what's up, bro? How you doing?
Up, yeah, good. Cheers, man.
Gonzo. Oh, it's Gonzo, not Gonzo. Oh, sorry, man.
It's all good, bro.
So, have you come back with any more proof of the globe? We're going to go around in circle about the Black Swan.
No, I mean, I can't really go around in circles because that doesn't exist. But
proof for the globe? Who's got proof for the globe? What did I miss?
We got two complicated rocks in here trying to learn us about the globe.
Two dinosaur descendants.
Bro, can I get a funny roll? Do you guys have any funny rules for people that believe?
You've got one, mate. It's called Globe Earther. Oh, you don't even
Yeah,
have
as
it.
soon as someone sees that, they just start laughing. So don't worry.
I saw someone
Isn't it funny that you've been in here for so long and you still don't have any proof of the ball that you live on?
I don't think it gets any funnier than this.
Facts.
I mean, surely that should start ringing true to some people. Every time I go into this Flat Earth server, I don't seem to have any evidence that seems to stand up to verification, falsifiability, and, the scientific method. I don't have that. But the Earth is still a fucking spinning ball in a vacuum of space. Why can't people prove it? I mean, look, I've been in this server for 5 years. No one's ever really come back with any... Yeah. No one's ever really come back with anything. It's one of the main reasons that I'm a flat earther, because when you ask for evidence of it, no one's got anything. All they've got is misunderstandings and convoluted arguments. They literally end up saying things out of their mouth that they don't even understand. So, 8 years into this, one of the main reasons that I'm a flat earther is because anybody who tries to prove that the earth is a ball can't. Literally cannot. That's interesting, right?
Yeah, and they also get angry and they start telling you off and they call you names. They get annoyed. They get very annoyed. What's up with that? Oh, God damn you! I can't prove my ball. You're stupid.
Where you from, Dances?
Black Plain.
He's from Far Plain.
Yo, what's up, everybody? How's everyone doing today?
What's up, bro? Welcome to my YouTube video.
What's up, Steady Sea Line? What brings you to our server today? I'm not going to speak for everybody else, but I'll tell you they're all great.
Just to observe and just like
Herbert or something. What?
No, sir. Unfortunately, not.
Okay, cool.
Unfortunately not. Don't you mean fortunately not?
No, I said it right.
Silly, bro. Do you think the Earth is flat or no?
I prefer not to say my claims.
Whilst joining the Flat Earth Discord server, I prefer not to talk about the fucking subject in case I look fucking ridiculous. Yeah, we understand.
Fucking ridiculous, bro. Fucking, bro.
Welcome
silly
to a
sea lion.
24-hour, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, constant streaming about flat Earth. And yeah, sure, don't talk about flat Earth. So what do you want to talk about?
Guys, you just said easier to listen. Be nice. You're the one saying that now.
Are we concerned trolling now?
Yeah.
Are we bringing feelings in here? Feelings.
If you want to listen, you can listen from YouTube, right?
Yo, flat man, does this CA stand for Canada or California?
Canada.
Yo, pull up. I'm at Confederation Street, bro.
Enzo, can you shut up for a second, mate? You take up too much airtime, mate. So, silly sea lion. So, do you have a position, or you just prefer not to say your position?
I have a position, yeah. But
yeah.
I know that if I say something, then I know sometimes the chats in here get a little crazy. So
Okay, well we'll promise you that we're just going to have a chat. No one's going to get heated. We just want to have a chat, see where you're at, and see if we can have a discussion about it.
In fact, if like, you can have a one-on-one with whomever you'd like from the Flat Earth side, and there's going to be four quick questions. Quick questions are going to run you through first. They're going to make you aware of the live stream voice text where we will post information pertinent to the topic. And then 3 simple questions that have yes, no, or I don't know answers.
Pick me.
Pick him, bro. Pick him.
I vote Dances with Fools.
I vote Dances with Fools too.
Yeah. Pick me.
Oh, do you
So
ask the next?
Dances, you're on, mate.
Yeah.
So, what do you want to talk about?
Oh, God's sake.
So, okay. So, before science and natural science and before philosophy, comes common sense, indeed, because without common sense, you don't have any foundation for your natural science, the rest of the science block, and philosophy to be founded upon. You know, you need a bunch of common sense principles. So now these are not necessarily proven to you, right? That's why it's also called common sense. As in, you've got your five senses, I got my five senses, they're similar, yeah, right? They give us information about the environment that we live in. But on top of that, we've got a mind, or we've got access to a mind. Doesn't really matter. But we have the capacity to reason, and we've got some we've got common sense that helps us, be of good contact in affairs that are common between humans in societies, unless you're a hermit, which you're not.
Dances. Get to the question.
Yeah. So okay. So at which level does this water that you see being level and that you experience it as level and build machines and buildings that work based on that level, at which point does it start to curve? And where in your everyday life, where do you have to compensate for the so-called curve of the Earth and the acceleration of the Earth? That's my question.
Could I answer?
I hope you can answer.
I got you, bro. Let's take a look at.
It's not your turn, man. He's asking Silly Sea Lion.
I don't think Silly Sea Lion's here. Oh.
I'm here. I don't really know where you were going on with the question. It was like rambling for like 4 minutes, and then I never really. What's the punchline?
At what point does the water that you experience as level and you use it to build machinery that functions in your everyday life, and you use it to build buildings that you dwell in, that you live in, at which point does that level become curved? And how do you account for that curve and the acceleration of the Earth in your everyday life?
Yeah, so in my everyday life, I don't do anything like that. I'm not a builder. I'm not on the water. I also don't believe that there's like a curvature at all. I don't necessarily believe that it's like, which I know you guys don't like the word believed, because there's some factual evidence on some things that are like weird to explain. But I take like a different stance on some of this. I believe in like a simulation kind of aspect on it. I think that the world is, it could be flat, it could be round. I'm not really too sure, but the way of life that I like see things, everything is like very perfect. Like you think of the way that bodies work, how they pump blood, how the muscles are created, how we have this entire ecosystem.
If it's simulation, what's it simulating?
It's simulating a utopia style life. I think that there's like a lot of things that
utopia.
Fuck? Utopia type life, so everything's fine.
Like gas prices going up, food prices going up. This is utopia? Interest rates going out of control. Okay.
Here's the thing, though. Like that's all regulated by like people that have basically taken stances on like there's different countries that have like certain resources, and so like it's then regulated by them, and then they make up the prices and all this shit. If you just ignore all of that and you just like really think about life and like the way that things are made, I just think that like the entire thing about it is like very beautiful.
Okay,
well, that's counter evidence that explodes your notion.
But you're giving me a cosmological view here, right? So you're telling me that your cosmology, like your take about how this Earth came to be, is so and such. Am I right? So you're giving me a cosmology that you believe in. You're saying that we are in a simulation. Is that correct?
I believe so. But
all right.
And that's my personal beliefs on it. I just think like the world is too perfect to be. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to just look at the world. Like, sure, you guys are comparing gas prices and stuff, but you're focusing on like the little things of it. If you look at the big picture, like how the entire ecosystem works, I just think that.
So if we look at biology, if we look at genetics, and we look at the system, that's reality, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So what part of reality is a simulation?
All of it.
So it's not reality, then it's a simulation.
But it's our reality.
Yeah. Go on.
It's a simulation of what?
Of us. We're a simulation.
We are simulation.
That's analytically false.
Also, people are simulation. Silly.
It is a simulation.
That's not me talking, by the way. That's somebody else. But
yeah, I heard. But it's but you know what? I wanna ask you a little bit more about. I wanna stay on the cosmology aspect of it, because in my view, cosmology is important because cosmology dictates your motives. Your motives dictate your psychology, and your psychology dictate your behavior and your social conduct in life. So when you're thinking that this place is a simulation, it means that it's not real. It's a simulation. That's how I understand it. Am I right?
Kinda. I have a different. I don't know. I just, to be honest, I'll just take my 3 yes or no questions and then.
Okay, yeah, because we did get a little off track. That's what I was trying to do with this gentleman. Are you aware of the live stream voice text where we will post images? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm looking at it.
Okay, so the first question would be when and who detected the curve of the Earth and how? Like, that's the first. How and when was the curve of the Earth detected by whom, if ever?
I don't know that answer. But to be honest, I would say that the Earth probably has no curve because, one, I would never.
Okay, wait, whoa. We can get into all that after. Your answer is I don't know. You don't know if anyone measured the curve or when or how. Okay, good. Second question. And these have 3 answers: yes, no, or I don't know. And then the next question. And after the questions, you can ask whatever you want, explain whatever you want. Second question: when, how, and who detected the spin of the Earth?
I don't know. Probably NASA.
So two I don't knows, or maybe NASA. Okay. Last question. How can you have a pressurized system next to a vacuum without a container, and can you observe it in nature?
Repeat the question.
We are in a pressurized system, and there's claim of space as a vacuum. How can you have those two systems next to one another without a container?
You can't.
You can or you can't?
You can't.
Okay, so then therefore, you cannot go to so-called space where there's a vacuum.
Was that a question, or was that was just a statement, correct?
Yeah, that's a statement. You can observe you cannot observe a pressurized system next to a vacuum in nature, and you can't have a pressurized system next to a vacuum without a container. So therefore, their claim that they went to the moon, which is in their vacuum of space, is bullshit. Anyways, thanks. So we had 2 I don't knows, maybe NASA, and then you can't have a pressurized system next to a vacuum. That's great. Okay, now I'm going to throw you the wolves now, unless you want to keep talking with just me or someone else specifically.
I just want to add this. If you concede that last premise, like you did on the third premise, then that's a concession that the paradigm is incoherent, that your paradigm doesn't have a mechanism to account for that discrepancy.
Yeah, would you agree on that? Sea Lion, would you agree on that one?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Fair enough. Let the fifth.
And so that implies, of course, that if that is an irreconcilable discrepancy in the paradigm, then they cannot have gone to this supposed area of the cosmos like they claim. And thus their claim is patently absurd. And they have exposed themselves as lying.
And you are
or at least egregiously deceived.
And you are not in court. Don't worry, nobody will judge you. You can get all informations. I'll judge you.
I don't know of anyone who having any coercive power in here.
Jedi will judge you. That's okay.
I'll fucking judge anybody who says something stupid. Yeah.
I still don't get it about your cosmology beliefs, though. If you want to speak more about them, I'll be glad to listen. I'm curious. What do you mean by
I'd like
simulation?
to talk about that.
No, it's fine. You guys can change topics. I'll just sit and observe.
Because I hear this word. I hear this word being thrown around a lot lately. We are in a simulation, but I never get any details about it. I mean, what simulation? Who is it? Who's it doing it? Where is it being performed? What are its aspects?
Yeah, usually it's a universal statement, right? About the entirety of the whole universe, right? The supposition, it's really not that difficult, but people get bamboozled by rhetoric. The supposition is analytically false on its face, because it's conflating two different categories that are antithetical to one another as being identical. What are you talking about? There's reality, and then there's a simulation. The only way these terms are intelligible is if there is a distinction, right? You have the reality which is being simulated by the simulator and the simulation, right? But if you suppose that the simulation, which is supposed to be distinct and representative of reality, is the reality itself, then you're just being incoherent.
Yep. I think don't take it personal, but yeah, that type of mindset the argument comes down to incoherency. And it's a simulation of what? Oh, we're in reality, so what? We literally come down to what are you even talking about?
Not to mention that the simulation, if you want to identify it, is a real thing. So not only are you conflating two different antithetical categories, but the very but the very supposition we're in a simulation is a concession that there is a reality. Again, the reality is a simulation, but then again, the simulation is reality. So you can't say we're not in reality. You've identified the simulation to be reality. And then you say it isn't, and then you say it is, and then you say it isn't, and then you say it is. This is incoherent.
Or is it yet another iteration of this thing of the 60s and the 70s, which was like, oh, we are spiritual beings having an earthly experience? Is that it? Is it a variation of that one?
Someone might say that, but that wouldn't be coherent either.
I usually find it comes after the Earth isn't a spinning ball. What the fucking hell? I can't prove anything. Then we must be living in a simulation.
Yeah,
the only time I ever hear this crap come up.
Yeah, if you see the the surface is flat, do never ever say in your life that it's flat, because You will get ill. Your family will. Who knows what will happen, man? Because if you see flatness, never ever say that it's flat. Say whatever else.
All right. So, Effie Apostle, are you still there? Effie Apostle. Calling Effie Apostle. Get your hands off your bloody computer. Fair enough. It's like, I do not think that Effie Apostle's Effie. I think he mentioned that earlier, guys. So if we get a chance to speak to Effie Apostle, that would be awesome. Just going to have a quick scroll down the list. See if anybody interesting has arrived in the room. I saw some people jump in earlier, but I think the majority of them have left. So we've still got Silly Sea Lion with us. And yeah, Effie Apostle. Just keep a lookout for new guys joining, guys. We had quite a few people in voice check-in earlier as well, so we might get some traffic. So watch out for those pings and those people jumping in and out. But Effie Apostle, if you are there, the floor could literally be yours and we could have a conversation. I'll keep the wolves at bay for a little bit. It's not a problem at all. But if you want to speak, you want to ask some questions, you want to get involved in the conversation, mate, then you have control of your microphone. Also, I have somebody in the room called Esoteric. Hello, Esoteric. Good to see you. If you want to go up to voice check-in number one of the golds or silvers will meet you there. We can have a quick conversation just so you can get permission to speak. So if you want control of your microphone, Esoteric, go to voice check-in. Somebody meet you there. Just a quick conversation, mate, okay? If you jump up there now, I might follow you up there. It'll take about 30 seconds because I don't like wasting time. But Esoteric, if you want to get involved or if you have got control of your mic already, hello, good to see you. I see you did unmute yourself then.
Well, that was fun. I'll be back, y'all. Maybe. God bless you.
Good to see you as always, Gregory, mate.
Cheers, brother.
Has anybody heard any crazy, zany space news recently? Has anybody got some new flat Earth arguments? Has anybody got an old flat Earth argument that they want to go over and rehash? Does anybody want to talk about anything in particular about the spinning ball in space? It's fucking ridiculous. Floor's all yours.
I brought it up probably a week or more ago because I think that's when I first caught wind of it, is the core slowing down and starting to spin in the other direction and crap like this. It just... I almost crapped myself laughing when I came across it.
Yeah, it was patently ridiculous, wasn't it? I mean, to even suggest that they even know what's going on down there, like 3,000 odd miles away, through all of this rock, and they can tell me which direction something's going. I don't believe it. But
total ball.
Yeah, and we have to remember as well that, hey, look, for the last 10, 20 years, the polar shift has been something that they've been talking about as if it's going to, spin the Earth on its bloody side or something like that. And literally within their news feed or statements or whatever, it's like, no, it's not a problem, it's fine. It happens all the time, it's fine. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Why don't you bother fucking telling me then? Waste my time. But it's all of these little stories, right? All of this constant, say, releases from NASA, all of these constant little stories that just perpetuate the Earth is spinning, is a spinning ball in space. So you'll
You
get
know
loads
what?
of little stories, right? Go on, mate.
You know what gave it away for me was when the place where I came across the information, when the gentleman was reading the article. Maybe it's because I'm a bit of a free thinker and whatnot. And I think the mind won't work if it's not open. It's like a parachute, so it's got to be open. Some of the words I heard being presented in the article just jumped out at me as complete gobbledygook. Disecado or what? Like they're trying to imply every 70 decades the Earth's core changes the direction and turns the other way. I'd never heard this word before when he read it in the article. Like, really? And I'm just supposed to gobble this up like that's an actual word. It's real and it means something.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to believe it, mate. I mean, it's complicated words, and somebody important saying it, so you better believe there's somebody important with these complicated words.
So when I was listening to the gentleman say that, I'm thinking to myself, come on, man, even the most blue-pilled of us, when they hear some of these words, it should jump out at them. They should jump out at them like, wait a minute, that sounds like a really made-up word. Why should I should question what I've just heard in this sentence.
This is the thing as well, though. It's the idea of questioning this authority. No matter what complicated bollocks they come out with, whether you understand it or not, it must work somehow and they must be right.
It's so sad.
Yeah, it is.
Think about a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, I was saying, right now, the government is literally that stranger in the white van all our parents told us about.
Yeah.
Maybe the general public is being groomed for some phenomenon of the compasses going wild or whatever. I don't know.
We are constantly being groomed, though, mate. It's quite a good way of putting it. We are constantly being groomed. Groomed to believe a bullshit story.
You know what really bakes my potato is they're shoving things in our face that we don't want in our face. I don't know. Sorry, I can't. I'm trying to keep it on topic here, but I was going to go on to something else. But yeah, the core of the Earth, insane. Even before they made these claims, it's like, I could claim it's pudding in the core. How can anyone disprove me? Like, it's just ridiculous. I guess it's a molten iron core, and then when you see them taking a magnet of iron and they put it inside the copper coil and they heat it up, and the iron liquefies and drops, and it loses all magnetic properties. Okay.
Shush. Oh, shush. Don't mention that. My goodness me. I mean, that just removes the entire story right there. You know, when iron is liquefied, right, molten iron, you know that it loses its magnetic field, don't you? But that's what's said to be causing the magnetic field at the centre of the Earth. How do people not get this? Again, it's the confidence in the authority. Oh, it must work somehow. There must be something at work, at play here. I don't understand it. I'm just a common layman, and I'm having to listen to this science communicator tell me this obviously contradictive story, but in my mind, the Earth cannot be anything other than a spinning ball, so he's got to be right.
Well, a real eye-opener is that there is no that naturally occurring magnets do not repel each other, like ever. They only attract iron. That's what they do. Like, there is no North and South Pole.
I think I follow you. Until you put a bit of iron around the magnetic parts, it doesn't delineate a North and South Pole on the magnet.
I mean, magnets are man-made. There is, to the best of my knowledge, the only way a natural magnet can occur is, I don't know, if some thunder happens to strike some iron ore and then it creates it there and there. I don't know of any other process. So all the other magnets, some dude makes them on a machine. Like you attach a piece of metal to a certain machine and you run through lots of electricity to it, lots of it. And then when you remove it from the machine, then you've got a north pole and a south pole. Now, if you put the piece before you turn it into a magnet, if you put the piece the other way around, then again you're gonna get a north pole and a south pole on the other ends. So it depends on which way the initial electricity ran through that piece of metal that the dude with the machine turned it into a magnet.
Okay.
And there's also a way to do the same thing with static electricity. I think the device is called an electret. ELEC TRET. So that's it's not metallic. It's like some sort of, I think, more of a waxy substance. So under a similar process, then it maintains some sort of static electric charge. So it does the same thing a magnet does, only it does it with an electric charge, and it just sits there.
Like when you make a makeshift compass with water, cork, and a needle, you put the static electricity in the needle, put it on the cork. It should delineate magnetic north.
Oh, I don't know.
Or north south, yeah.
I know the trick that you're saying with a magnet, but that's magnetic. I'm saying that there is also a device that is like a magnet.
Yeah.
Only it doesn't hold magnetic charge, for lack of a better word. It holds electric charge.
Yes. And then
it doesn't run out. Like it doesn't deplete. That's what I mean. Like a magnet doesn't deplete. But they're both man-made, right? Someone makes them. Whereas, say again.
Sorry. No, go ahead. I wasn't sure I thought you were finished.
My main point is that in nature, like the naturally made magnets, they do not have a north and a south magnetic pole. They do not have that. They do not repel stuff. They only attract.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
Till they're charged, and then they get that north-south delineation.
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense. And then I was going to bring up the question of demagnetization, because I'm like somewhat of a prepper, and, better to have it, not need it, to need it, not have it type guy. And in my toolkit, I have many things. One of them is a magnetizing, demagnetizing. Like I can just rub the screw or the screwdriver head on either end and either one, and it'll make it magnetic or demagnetize it. Like demagnification, there's something inside of that's making it demagnify.
I had no idea. That sounds very interesting, actually. So you're saying that you can demagnetize stuff?
Yeah. Like it's a tool, and it says magnetize, demagnetize, and I can rub any metal thing on either one, and it'll either magnetize it or remove the magnetism. So whether I want, like, say I want the screw and the screwdriver to be magnetized, so they'll stick together as I'm screwing them in or whatever, right? I can magnetize both the head of the screwdriver and the screw itself. And then after I'm done, if I want to demagnetize the screwdriver, I can rub it on the demagnetized part. Come in.
I'd say that the whatever magnetic field exists, and also the way things fall, doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth, unless proven otherwise. I think they're two separate questions.
Sorry, just give me a second. I have a bit of company for a moment.
You know what I found is really effective as a parent?
Sorry, say again.
I said, you know what I found is really effective as a parent?
Beating your kids. Oh, sorry, I thought it was question answer. What was it?
Duct tape.
Counting in spankings. I go 1 spanking, 2 spankings, 3 spankings. It doesn't take very long before they run off to do what you say.
Shouldn't you also say 2.5?
No, because you just can keep going. That's the beauty of counting in spankings.
Good old threats of
You can
physical
just
violence.
keep counting. You can get up to 8 spankings. It doesn't matter. But in fact, the higher you go, the scarier a threat it is. See, when you're counting down, it gets less scary when you've gone through it a few times. You know, you're like, okay, yeah, what's going to happen when you get to 1, huh? You're going to go to a half, you know?
Bro, see, I
But when
told
you're
you.
counting upward in spankings, they don't want to find out what happens at the end of the rainbow.
Well, I told you. Mama told me not to come. 1 spanking, 2 spanking. Yes, ma'am. I'll shut up now. Inviting your kids to a snowball fight also works.
So sorry. I believe what you were saying was that what we were discussing had nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, right?
Yes. Like the way things go, I don't think they've got anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, no. But it's definitely something that should be spoken of and taught and learned. Like, I mean, I'd rather learn about magnetism than be told some bullshit theories about some fairy tale gravity crap. Like I can't confirm or witness. Like magnets, I see them. A maglev train, it makes sense. I understand how that works. Like,
Well, gravity is complete nonsense. And if you pay attention and give me 2 minutes, I'm going to post on a live stream a link from a group called Big Think, where they talk about how gravity doesn't exist. Just give me a moment, please. Thank you very much.
right on. Yeah, I think he posted it 3 hours ago, too. I watch that Big Think once in a while. I'm going to click on it this time. And then Augustine Picard, first guy to go really high without smoking any Mary Jane, and did it without fuel, like tons and tons of rocket fuel to break the so-called force of gravity.
Oh, I think if you want to see more on that subject, like a real documentary, not just some photos of some dude with glasses and a mustache. You can, if you're interested, you can look for Project Man High. It's a project undertaken by the United States Air Force back in the 50s, and its chief engineer was a guy, I can't remember his name, that he was an Air Force pilot, and he was investigating if he could make a seat ejection system that could eject the pilot safely out of the aircraft while supersonic. And he had a bunch of he built a bunch of equipment to test the dangers, and he would test them himself. And it was going pretty well. Like he's the only it's the only documented public source about high altitude flights, and it was all going very well until NASA came over and the project was shut down.
Well, there's a video from JW Astronomy from a high altitude balloon that shows the Earth is definitely flat and stationary. Don't mind my voice. I'm pretty tired today. I don't know what's going on with me, but most folks don't even understand that both Nikola Tesla and Samuel Clemens, also known as Mark Twain, used cannabis. And that's a fact that most people don't understand. In fact, a lot of the founding fathers, American presidents, and people in science back in the pre-1936 era, before Hitler took over in the medical field with eugenics, actually used cannabis. And that's documented but not talked about very much. And that's all I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Yeah, great. The human body has cannabinoid receptors within it, but that's another topic. We try to be on topic here, try not to influence anyone either way. If they want to consume, they can consume. If they don't, they're still welcome here.
Yeah. Apparently, smoking increases your openness trait, which probably helps people convert.
I mean, I'd love to agree with you, but quite a few of my friends who smoke marijuana are really, really closed off to this shit. It's a shame.
Well, just, maybe give them ayahuasca. Yeah,
get them drugged up. I get
you.
I don't know whether it was me, Pumpkin, but you really started to robot just then, so I didn't understand what you said. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'd leave and rejoin, mate.
Yeah, Jedi, I'll back what you said. I got friends that like to smoke up, and they're some of the most closed-minded guys you'd run into nowadays.
No, it's really sad, isn't it? I mean, I completely respect what our friend just said. I mean, it can be one of those eye-opening drugs, right? But I know lots of people that partake in this, and they are seriously closed off. I'd say in a selfish point of view as well, quite a lot of the answers I kind of get back as it's not important. I'm not bothered about it. It doesn't affect my life. Do you understand what I mean? So, yeah, I mean, drugs are good, but they can also be really detrimental to people's heads.
Right, I agree, but don't consider cannabis a drug. It's an herb that God put here, and people need to get educated on it, in my opinion. Cannabis has saved my life. And actually, it opened up my mind and gave the cannabinoid receptors in my brain what they should have had that was denied to them. Not each and every one of you have in your brain. Somebody else mentioned that. That's all. I'm stick to the truth, I guess.
Yeah, no, that's cool. And it's true. I got friends that burn 24/7, just like me, and they're just as stupid. What? I can't leave this place? I can't go where? You mean my grandkids not going to go to Mars? What the fuck? Rah, 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 rah. I know there's a lot of closed-minded dipshits out there. Stoners or not. It's just, unfortunately, the world we're in right now. There's a lot of people love to have their head up their ass or in the sand, struggling for air constantly.
I think it always comes down to the type of person you are before you ingest anything. Whatever you ingest is only going to enhance some part of your personality or your thoughts or spirituality, if you will, or it will just go completely the other way. But it's more to do with the person than what they put inside them. Yes, what they put inside them can help. It's still got more to do with who you actually are.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that determines how you'll respond when you're presented with a situation. A lot of us like to believe we'll be the hero, but when the situation's there, they freeze up. So, I was just gonna, like, for an example, a close friend that I had for many years, introduced him to his lady, 3 kids. One's moved out now, I believe, lives out east. We don't talk no more. Like, that was the moron that was like, what? I can't leave? Okay. What's wrong with where we are? We just need to fix the problems that we've got. Like, stop being sighted blind people and ignoring what isn't getting fixed with old solutions. We need new solutions and fix those problems. Stop putting money towards, well, again, I was there earlier. I don't know. We don't have a say. They just take the money and hand it over to NASA. As much as you and I and anyone listening would not like that to happen anymore and keep that million plus in every state in the States every day, are they ever going to listen to any of us and stop doing it? Doubt it. They're going to keep pushing the lie as long as they can, as far as they can. I think someone suggested just stop doing your personal income taxes, which that's a personal choice. I'm not suggesting it. But, they get upset when you do that too. Right? They're still yanking it out of your pocket when you're buying shit. Shit, they're buying the CGI and the Mars rovers and everything else, and we're not shopping for any of that. So there's, what can an individual or even a group of people who is, hey, don't do that with our money, and the other group is, no, we're going to do it anyways. Don't make bombs? Screw you. We're making bombs.
Yeah, it's like you just want to shake people sometimes. Like, what happened? Like growing up, didn't they tell you to question everything as you grow up? Seems like that's the first thing people leave behind, questioning literally anything.
What happened growing up is they taught you to walk and talk, then they told you to sit down, shut up, and listen. That's what happened growing up. And they already had your 24-hour day split up into 3 8-hour sections. Or for getting ready to go to and from work, 8 to work, and 8 to sleep. 4 hours before you go to work, 4 hours after work, 8 hours of sleep. There's your 24-hour day. Your life's been planned. Oh, and on top of that, you were already programmed to go to school for 8 hours a day before you got your square job. So it's much easier for you to fall into line. Am I still clear?
You are, Sunshine. Yeah.
If you want the cherry on top, you get to leave your 8-hour-a-day educational programming with a big old student loan to pay off for the next however many years. And if you're lucky enough, you can get a big mortgage to tack onto that. So by the time you get home from your 8-hour day, you're lucky if you've saved enough for your 2-week vacation by the end of the year. Your 2-week vacation might be camping with the wife and kids, not going to another culture and learning and exploring and whatnot, because you don't have the money. It's going to your student loan and your mortgage. Oh, and that $8 a gallon gas,
Sorry, guys, I was just typing a message out there. Just have a quick look through the live stream, see if anybody new has joined. No, I recognise everybody's name. I see AI has joined us as well. Good afternoon to you, AI. Hope you're keeping well. But yeah, there's nobody else in. So, guys, like I said earlier, if anybody's come up with some crazy, zany space news recently, I know we were talking about the core of the Earth earlier with regards to the last couple of weeks and the stories about it going backwards or it stopping. But don't be shy, guys. If you want to poke holes in something that NASA have said, or you want to rehash an old argument, or you even want to play ball the flat earther for a while, it's definitely, we've got the time, guys. So don't be shy. Speak up whenever you want to. I'll keep an eye on the live stream. If anybody new jumps in, then I'll let you all know.
So, Jedi, I was thinking as a suggestion, recommendation, whichever word you want to pick. But I posted in the live stream a screenshot, and I think it'd be nice if they read. Maybe you could read that in the live stream or another channel, so that they know. That's all. Thank you.
No, that's really interesting, mate. I have not got one of them. Not very good at reading out aloud to people, mate. So if somebody else wants to take it away, I'll stutter and stammer for it, so I'd ruin it, to be honest with you. But that is a really good idea, especially when people want to come up with, say, documentation or something to read. Yeah, mate, if you want to do that and it's dead, then please do so. You have got a great voice anyway. I do like hearing you speak. You do remind me of Elvis.
Don't get me freaking started, brother. Don't even fucking start.
Yeah. Nice. All meant in jest, mate. Definitely all meant in jest.
I mean, I've explained it before. Thank you very much.
I think one of the main things that's kept me involved in the flat Earth for so many years now is how interesting it can be. The simplest thing that can be really interesting. So we all understand the argument about you cannot have gas pressure without a container. I mean, it's really, really simple to understand, right? We can demonstrate this till the cows come home every single day of the week. But it's interesting how, let's say, globe Earth people or people who are still fighting for this place called space will jump around this, will try to invoke some kind of force of gravity, even though they don't have the observation of gas being attracted by mass. It's really important sometimes, guys, when you're having these conversations with people and they're trying to go the scientific route, try to get that naturally observed phenomena, the thing happening that we're trying to prove the cause of. Because when we're talking about gas and how gravity is said to affect it, they don't have the naturally observed phenomena. They don't have this question to ask in the physical natural world because you look around you and it's not actually happening in the physical and natural world. They've got the idea of a gas pressure gradient, though, and that has got something to do with gravitational forces getting weaker away from the centre of mass. So that's mainly the only convolution. You also have to remember, you can't have a gas pressure gradient without having gas pressure in the first place. The gradient is going to come afterwards, and the gradient is going to happen when you have gas production systems, cycles, and energy constantly being put into the system. Now, we have energy being constantly put into the system. I'm just going to look at the sun and point at it and go, there you are. There's some energy that's being put into the system. In location, not in the whole system at any one time. It seems to move around this energy source. So there's lots of things to discuss, guys, but with this one, I always try to keep it really, really simple. If you don't have something physical to keep the gas there, then the gas is literally going to fuck off into the next lower pressure environment. That literally means that every single story that you've ever heard about space, Jupiter being a giant ball of gas that is uncontained from the vacuum of space, wouldn't happen like that. That system could not exist. We understand how gas works. We understand what a football or a soccer ball is and why the gas is staying inside the football. It's staying there because the container's keeping it there. What happens when you remove the container? Yep, the gas disperses into the lower pressure system. It's one of my favourite arguments because it is that simple and it takes away pretty much the only evidence that they've got that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space, because these people say they go to space and take pictures of the Earth. Every other type of argument is, well, they're begging the question that the Earth is a ball, or coming with a story that suggests maybe the Earth is a ball. Sunsets, sunrises, that type of thing. But ultimately, if you want to remove every single piece of evidence that they think they've got for a spinning ball in a vacuum of space, yeah, this one's brilliant. We can talk about curvature. We don't even have to talk about spin. It's just curvature in space. I don't know why we're talking about spin, because to have spin, you need a ball and a space to do it in. We haven't got a ball and we haven't got space. The spinning bit, I don't really have conversations about that these days, to be honest with you. But what about you guys? Is there any particular way that you like to take arguments, or things that you like to focus on and not focus on other things? I just like to keep it on curvature and gas pressure. What about you? Please don't make me feel like I'm talking to myself.
No, I totally agree with what you just said. And I posted in a live stream a link to a video. I believe this guy, I can't remember his name, and I apologize. But he touches on these documents, and if you want to review it, you could have the robot maybe read it or play it once in a while. Just a suggestion, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, 45 government documents admit to the stationary, non-rotating flat Earth. I mean, look, when we talk about observation, measurement, and practical use of the Earth, right? These people, aeronautics, navies, people that fly, and people that sail, they're relying on technology that could not work if the Earth was a spinning ball. These people are not going to waste their time on stuff that doesn't work, right? So, accurately, practically, for everyday use, the Earth is flat and stationary. I mean, there's been a lot of conversations about sextants. I don't like going too deep into it. It does go deep sometimes, but it is just as simple as, you understand what a triangle is? Can you measure an angle with a curved line? No. Well, that's a problem if you live on a ball, because your baseline will be curved. We would not use this tool if the Earth was a ball. It would be non-applicable. But we do. Therefore, practically, the Earth is flat, right? You can't have this any other way. Ships at sea are fascinating to me, because you have to remember, if they're military ships, they're navigating around to blow something up, right? That's primarily what they're going to be doing. So navigation-wise, you've got sextant, you've got to take care of magnetic declination, and you also need to know your times. Magnetic and declination, you have to correct for if you're on a ball. When you make those corrections, you will find yourself on a flat Earth. When you go to blow your stuff up, you first have to have a direct line of sight. I have got to see it, and militaries of the world like using infrared cameras, because that cuts out all of the haze and shit in between the observer and the observed. So direct line of sight with infrared cameras. Radar, that requires a direct line of sight, and we also have to remember that's 2 journeys across the face of the Earth, one from the ship to the target, and then ping off the target back to the ship. That requires a direct line of sight. Then you've got your laser targeting. Usually they have 2 different coloured lasers, one blue, one red, at the opposite ends of the spectrum. So you can see if there's any small, minimal amount of refraction, right? So they're trying to cut that stuff out. But we have to remember, we're looking at it, which requires a direct line of sight. We have a radar ping, which requires a direct line of sight and 2 journeys. And we've got 1 laser transit, which requires a direct line of sight. So everything that they've done, from navigating to this point, targeting something and blowing something up, requires the Earth to be flat and stationary. If it was a curved surface, they would not have used the technology that they're using every single day. It would be non-applicable. So yeah, the Earth is observed and the Earth is measured, but the Earth is also practically used every day as a flat stationary surface. We would not use the technology on the surface of the Earth if the Earth was a curved surface. It is that simple, right? It is incredibly simple. Probably one of the main reasons why I'm still around in this discussion or non-debate debate, because it's that simple, and it makes me laugh that other people can't see it. The world is obviously, observably, measurably, practically level and stationary. Who knew?
Well, who was it in NASA said we once had the technology, it'd be a painful process to build it back, or something like that.
Yeah.
And I believe he was referring to the whole CGI program. If they would have just, did what I did, showed you what I posted before, or, I don't get it, man. They got these satelloons, if you will, and they got these things, if you will, that they send up, but not one of them will actually take a picture of this place we live. Come on, man. Are you kidding me?
I think this balloon that went over the United States a couple of weeks back was a bit of a shock to some people, because that was a satellite on a balloon. Now, most people, I swear that they thought satellites were in space, but here come the Chinese with our satellite on the bottom of a balloon. And that was kind of really interesting to me, right? Because we have to convince people that, you can stick satellites on the bottoms of balloons, and they've been doing this since they've been putting balloons up into the sky and NASA was formed. And we get loads of, no, they don't, no, they don't. And look, there's one. Well, in actual fact, apparently there's been 3 or 4 that they've shot down. So yeah, satellites on balloons, right? They do that. Why do they use satellites on balloons? Well, balloons can reach higher than the majority of aircraft because there isn't enough gas up in the higher atmosphere for propulsion to take place, with jet engines and example. So yeah, balloons can go higher than the majority of aircraft. I mean, that's pretty good if you want to keep things at arm's length and away from danger, high up and away from things. Yeah, I would practically use that technique. Oh, they do. And they have been for a while. Look, there's one. So yeah, you don't need satellites in space. You just need things high up in the sky. And they can do that with balloons. Really simple technology, right? Again, it's really, really simple.
Well, I always like it when they go to Google Earth and then I post Zoom or Gosser, and then they freak out. And seriously, it just boggles my mind. If you're gonna post Google Earth, and there's Zoom Earth, and there's Gosser Earth, and they're all computer generated, and they don't agree with each other. Well, doesn't that kind of answer your question already, you know?
Right, guys, I've got to make a cup of coffee because I feel like sticking around and talking to people, but I'm going to need some coffee to do it. So give me 5-10 minutes and I'll be back.
Sounds good, brother. I admit I'm gonna be drinking an energy drink, something bad habit I've gotten into lately. But I don't know what it is today. I just cannot wake up for the life of me.
What's all this ruckus?
Well, Jedi went to go get coffee. I've been trying to wake up today, posting things for the most part. Having a hard time staying awake. So if you want to talk AI, it's good to hear you. It's good to see you in the chat. So I don't know. I'm going back on mute. It's just you and somebody else wants to talk, brother.
Yeah, fair.
Hello, AI, mate. How you doing? You keeping well?
Mostly.
You don't sound your usual happy, bright self, mate. You're tired, been working hard.
Oh, yeah.
Good stuff, man. I know you're always busy, mate, so that's fair. Did you appear on Nathan Oakley's show this week? Has anything interesting popped up on that show? I haven't seen it for a while, mate, but I know sometimes you like to pop in. Anything exciting happening?
Let's see. Recently he changed his format to having more critique videos. So he'll play a video from usually of late somebody that's presenting a particular position about flat Earth, like a glober.
Okay.
And they might be replying to something, but generally they're talking about the subject, and then he'll play the video and critique it on the fly. And then the panel members will jump in as well.
That's pretty cool, actually. So I think I might have seen one or two of these, like just in passing. But that is a really good way to, I know, provide content and keep the argument relative. I mean, these people are saying things like recently, within the last year or two, on their YouTube channels or it's mainstream stuff. And yeah, it's really good that he's pulling it apart. It's one of the things that I've always admired about Nathan Oakley and some of the people that are on his server or on his channel, on his panel, is the way that the argument gets broken down. Personally, I've learned an awful lot. I mean, I don't listen to Nathan as much as I used to, say 3, 4, 5 years ago, but definitely learned an awful lot from that program. Himself, obviously, Quantum Eraser, who likes to come on this server from time to time, and a few others. But yeah, it's been invaluable to me, really. But I guess it's a good way, like I said, to provide new content. There aren't so many people going in there with globe Earth arguments, and all of the old school people have pretty much been removed and are not allowed back in there anymore. So you've got your Xanax and your Rumpuses and people that used to be in there all of the time just aren't anymore.
But there are new people out there that are coming to the flat Earth topic, either be curious or against the topic. And the more and more new people come in, whether they be people searching for information or people trying to debunk the flat Earth information, like the most recent guy, I can't even remember his name, but he did something about the moon. So he was new to that, and all of a sudden his subscribers started going up.
Oh, wow.
And so then he made another video, right? And, it's just tried out arguments like, if the Earth was flat, how can you see a different side of a different face orientation of the moon? It's like that proves it's a globe. And I mean, obviously we all know that's retarded, but not everybody that subscribes to him knows it's retarded. And so it does behoove people like Nathan Oakley, who are established and have a track record into the past, where the people that watch this other guy have no idea Nathan Oakley exists. So they're not aware of his body of work. They're only aware of the current present argument that the guy that they listen to made. And so Nathan critiquing him in that way creates cross-pollination because he's sending subscribers and viewers his way. And transversely, people from his point of view that see the flat earthers in the comments or see a link to a video that's a reply is going to draw people, quote unquote, our way.
Yes. I mean, it's a great idea. Let's be fair. And I think I've heard Nathan say this once before. There's always going to be new people. Whether they're flat earthers or globe earthers, there's always going to be new people. I mean, it's one of the main reasons that we're here on this server, right? there's always going to be new people. There's always going to be somebody popping in that's new, that is only just recently found out that people are saying the Earth is flat. That's always going to happen, mate.
Yeah, and that's another thing that we had with the Nathan Oakley show a while back, is people were starting to say, oh, well, should we keep going over the same things, like based on critique from other people, flat earthers and whatnot, saying, oh, you just talk about the same stuff all the time. But it's not true that everybody should be at the end of the race, right? Because there's a lot of people in the middle of the race or the beginning of the race that need to know the course of the race. And if there's nobody there to help them along, how are they going to get to the end where you are?
That's a really good way of pointing it out. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And let's not forget that a lot of the content that we quote unquote grew up on is not easily accessible anymore to the newcomer.
That's really true.
So the newcomer has a much harder job to try to parse out the information and find good, solid information from the nonsense than we did back in the day. Because we had saturation of good content, it's just pouring out the left and right. YouTube was on an upward trend, and other platforms were on an upward trend of just constant new flat earth information. Whereas now you actually have to really spend some good time searching for it. Not to mention all the channels that got deleted, had to be redone. There's content, I'm sure, that's been lost completely. Or, somebody randomly saved it, but how are you going to get access to them? Because, there's millions of people in the world. That's one thing. It's like, as much as people get angry about why we give certain globe proponents a platform here, or on the Nathan Oakley show or other shows, there is an advantage to cross-pollination and increasing your circle of influence by having less degrees of separation between spheres of influence, right? And the more you get those circles to overlap, the greater reach you're going to have.
Yes, 100%. Say 4 years ago when I first joined the server, it was just after a YouTuber had made a critique about the flat earth and had joined, I think it was this server or another one. The amount of people that, I think it was Memulus, not our Memulus, but a guy called Memulus on YouTube. I think it was him. And because of that, the server count on this server went up by a good few hundred, if not 1,000 or so, just because of one video a YouTuber made. And the traffic of people that were coming into the server as well. There was tens every day, hundreds maybe throughout a week of new people that had just seen this one video on YouTube come flying into the Discord server. Primarily to troll, I'll give them that, but they came in anyway, which was the point. All publicity is good publicity from a certain point of view, right?
Right. Yeah, but everyone's got their little idea of how the flat earth quote unquote movement should be operating and who should be allowed to be a part of this or that and all of this, but the problem is that most of them have a very limited myopic vision, right? They don't have a grander, larger scale mechanistic vision of how these things actually function in common everyday, logistics. You don't just get from 1,000 people believing an idea to millions and millions of people believing in an idea by excluding opportunities for it to saturate a different market.
No, definitely. I understand that. I understand that people don't want to waste their time on certain individuals, though. I can understand that. So, for example, just pull some names out there. Fight the Flat Earth, for example. I can understand why quite a lot of flat earthers just wouldn't want to give him the time of day. Because, say, for example, yeah, it's good publicity and you're getting the argument out there and this, that, and the other, but sometimes the way these things are run are kind of detrimental to the flat earth side because they're controlled from a certain point of view. But it is still good to go onto these debates. I mean, Whitsit's fantastic. I mean, hats off to that gentleman for putting himself so much out there, doing his outreach and his kind of street work that he did, and also going into servers and debating people. I mean, kudos to him for doing that. I know lots of people that have, come into the server just because they've watched his debates. I know people that have come into this server just because they've watched Nathan Oakley and this was another server and they wanted to get interested. There's always going to be somebody out there. We're kind of testament to that. There is always someone out there, and they'll pretty much find their way to this server if they've got an interest in talking to flat earthers about this subject. I don't think this subject is dying. I brought this topic of conversation up the other week. Let's compare 5 years ago to now. 5 years ago, I guarantee you that children in schools, colleges, and universities weren't talking about flat Earth. And if they did, it was a meme conversation and very quickly over and done with. Now, 5 years later, I know for a fact that they're talking about flat Earth at school. I know for a fact that they're talking to their teachers about flat Earth and amongst each other, because my children are coming home from both primary and secondary school saying that they were talking about the flat Earth today. This subject is not going to go away. Some people like to say the flat Earth is dying. Nathan Oakley is running out of content. No, the conversation's getting off of the internet and out into the public much more than we see. It's happening in schools, colleges, and universities every day now.
Fair, but the concept of running out of content isn't even coherent in a media presentation sense. When you're presenting a certain topic, let's say that topic has a limitation, right, of content available to talk about with it. That's fine. The problem is that you have a near infinite permutation of new venues to talk about it in. So while you may not have new content about the topic, you have new people to share the content with, and therefore it's always relevant.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, as I say, 5 years into the argument or debate, the conversation hasn't necessarily changed so much, but the points that flat earthers raise are a little bit sharper now than they were 5 years ago. I mean, we've all managed to sharpen our swords in a lot of respect. So when the new people come along, we've got to help these people understand. Because we have to remember as well that there have been people on the anti-flat Earth side that have been in this argument for 5, 6, 7 years and have got just enough, have got sharp tools just like we have. The battleground has changed a little bit, which is a point I'm trying to badly make. Over the last 5 years, the debate has got a little bit more concise from the flat Earth point of view. There's never going to be a run out of content. Like you said, there's always going to be new people to bring the content up to. Maybe the way we express the content has changed over the last 5 years, but the point still remains. The Earth is observably, measurably, and practically flat. See, Mimas has joined us. Hello, Mimas. Good to see you, mate.
Oh, man.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Checking in.
Dude, what's up is for the past few days, right, I've been pissed off that frickin' Mr. Sensible tried to say that 138-meter body of water contained by concrete has a rail that's constructed above it that has a consistent parallel distribution, right? So the rail is parallel to the surface of the water, but simultaneously has a hump in the middle of the rail that's 0.06 millimeters hump compared to the ends.
So it doesn't have anything.
Yeah, it's freaking retarded. It's like, okay, if you... Now, what's even makes it more retarded is his claim that Homebro that, calibrated the sucker. There's different calibration points along the rail where you can adjust up or down to get the distance from the water.
Yeah.
So he's going to each calibration point with a microscope. Now, the field of view of a microscope is extremely limited for obvious reasons. So you can only calibrate one calibration point at a time. So in 138 meter rails, you imagine even if you had one every meter, that's 138 points, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, to claim there's a hump, right? To claim that you engineered a hump in to something, right? You'd have to have a known differential distributed across the entire 138 meters. That means that at one point, you'd have to measure the thing, a differential divided by the half point away, right? So what's half is what? 140, so let's just say 70. Let's just call it 140 for easy math. So you have 70 meters to the apex and 70 meters to the next point. So between that 70 meters, the distribution of 0.06 millimeters has to be meted out across every point in order for you to say, I know there's a hump here. So your first one has to be 0.06 of a millimeter divided by 70. Your next one, et cetera, right? Retarded. Yeah. Nobody can ensure that occurred, when the only way of ensuring it occurred is a baseline that can only be viewed one instance at a time. You would have to be able to see all those points simultaneously to know that the differential was consistent. Now, check this out. Everything I just told you is absolutely retarded. Why? Well, the answer is simple. Because all you're trying to do with the rail is make sure that it's equidistant from the surface of the water. So let me parse this out for the morons that are listening. If water truly does conform convexly to the equipotential of the local gravity in regards to the curvature of the Earth, and you're trying to make a rail parallel with it, then that means that the curved water and the curved rail are going to have the same consistent curve at every point, which means at every point it's equidistant, which means all as the man did, if anything, was go to each point of calibration and ensure, let's say for a good calibration, 100 millimeters. So he had a measurement device, a microscope, and a tuner that was able to crank the screw on the calibrator to get it within roughly half a millimeter. And what he did is he went to each point and adjusted it so each point read on his calibration scale 100 millimeters. He went to the next one, 100 millimeters. He went to the next one, 100 millimeters. So, my friends, the only information that he had at each point was 100 millimeters is the distance between the rail and the surface of the water. Now, if every point he goes to is the same, the assumption that there's a hump in the middle is just that, an assumption based on the a priori adherence to the presupposition that the Earth is a globe. So no, he didn't engineer in a hump in the middle. To say he did so proves that you do not possess the intellectual faculties necessary to parse out what actually occurred.
Right.
You are, my friend, retarded.
How could just one have the deviation?
Exactly. Frickin' retard alert.
Is that the water's flat and then there's a hump and then it's flat again, like a speed bump?
Yes, what you would have there is not a rail of parallelicity. You would have two reciprocal slopes.
Yeah. One going
up. The fact that Mr. Sensible, thought that this was a proof and didn't parse it out to realize that that's the error that he was presenting. I mean, maybe I'm mistaken and he actually meant what all the things that I just said. But if he actually meant what I just said, then his proof is just as meaningless as it was when he began.
Yeah.
But now, my friends, these are the kinds of quote-unquote proofs that Globers bring when asked for proof. What's the proof that the Earth is curved? Well, this rail that they constructed it has a 0.06 less than the width of a credit card deviation in middle of the hump in the middle. Well, how do you know that? Well, I know that because the guy who engineered it made all points on the rail 100 centimeters away from the water. Okay, so if every point on the rail is 100 centimeters away from the water, where did you get the idea that you've proven a hump exists in the middle? You divine it? Did God reveal it to you?
What was that measurement again? Point what?
0.06 millimeter.
Okay, office paper, sheet of paper, 0.05.
Correct. So if anybody believes that this was done and accepts it as proof of a globe,
they're retarded.
Whether you're globe or flat, you're literally incapable of thinking outside of a wet piece of paper that happens to be the exact thickness of the differentiation that you're stuck over.
My art paper. Okay, so my art paper, it says 0.07. My art paper is thicker than what he's claiming.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. So, he's a moron.
Let's keep in mind that there's two ways to do this. Okay, there's three ways. One way is to make it equidistant from the surface of the water, which would automatically, regardless of which worldview you adhere to, give you a parallel rail that would either be linearly straight to the surface of the water or curved to match the water. You don't have to do anything special.
I believe when I had a conversation with him, I dug up the margin of error for like laser leveling and stuff and measurements.
Yep.
And I think it was like 3 times the amount of that deviation.
Yep.
So, because it's so far into that margin of error, it can't even be qualified.
Exactly. Even if it could be, you need multiple points simultaneously. How are you going to reference the previous point from the next point? What tool are you going to use?
Right. Well, I think of this from building, right? Nobody built that rail measuring off the water. Nobody. Nobody manufactured anything measuring off water. They used a laser. It's probably pre-manufactured too. And then installed. It doesn't curve. The whole idea is bonkers.
And not only is it bonkers, but it's entirely unnecessary. It's not the case that the model in the question needs that tolerance. Because that tolerance to maintain is impracticable. It cannot be maintained. During the use of it, dragging the machine along it would create enough stress to throw it out of alignment.
Is there a picture of that chamber? I think there was. What was the chamber called? The wave?
I don't know, man. He called it a tow. What do you call it? Man, a tow pool? I don't remember.
It was some kind of pool that was like a length, and they created waves in it, right? To test like model ships for displacement.
Yeah. Yep. I got to look at it further because I'd be interested to know the sensors that they use for after they initiate the quote-unquote wave forces and all these other things, if they're even capable of ascertaining anything below 0.06. If they're not, then engineering the thing to 0.06 is moot.
Yeah. So you know what? I can do a search because he did post it. So I'll look up sensible. Hold on, I can find this.
This is the kind of stuff that these dudes like to bring up. So another one which he did because he joined the server to say this after he had the debate with Witsit and somebody else. It was a 2-on-2, and it might have been. I'm pretty sure it was 2-on-2, but one of his big presentations was a balloon, right? Supposedly that he sent up himself, high altitude balloon footage, where they strapped a string in front of the camera, right, and made a spring-loaded tensioner so that the string would be taut. And supposedly the string would be in the exact center of the camera. Of course, there's no way to ensure that that's actually true, within a precise. But whatever. Let's just give him the benefit of the doubt that it's in the center line. He then launched it, claiming that it was a non-distorting camera, that the nature of the lens means it had zero distortion because it's a rectilinear lens. It's not like a GoPro lens. It's not like a wide-angle lens. It's a special lens that doesn't have any distortion. Now, it takes you about 5 minutes of searching on the internet to get to a reputable photography website that's not going to give you like Wikipedia-style nonsense. And it's going to actually give you some real deal Shaquille. And it will tell you the types of distortion that rectilinear lenses have. So if it's true that rectilinear lenses have no distortion, then there never would exist a page from a professional photography website talking about the types of distortion that rectilinear lenses have. I don't even need to go any further, do I? Of course not. However, the types of distortion that rectilinear lenses have, if you guys can follow this with words, is it increases the midline as it goes towards the edges. Now, if you take two color fields, right, and as you get away from the center and you go towards the edge, you increase the pixel of the center line gradually, right? You're going to end up with something of a curved line, right, which goes to the right and then up and simultaneously goes to the right and then down, right? And if you looked at it and one color field was black and one color field was blue, and the blue represented the image of the earth below you, all that you'd be able to discern from the pixel image, right, not knowing that it's distorted, is what would appear to you to be a curved line of the blue color field. Gee, I wonder if the very distortion that professional websites say rectilinear lenses have could give you the false appearance that the horizon is curved. Interesting.
All right, so here I've got something. I'm going to share it. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at these railings, right? So hold on. 3 images incoming.
Dude, you kidding me, bro?
3rd image is the rail. That's a single manufactured flat piece. That's not installed in place one piece at a time. It's just a flat rail, probably manufactured flat and installed. Furthermore, I got another one here. Let's look at how perfectly accurate these installations are. Hold on, it's loading. There we go. Look like a straight line on the left side?
Yep.
So all this rail is here for is to run a track on a machine to create the waves. It's not like a measuring piece of equipment. It's just there for a wheel to run over it, basically.
See, when he was talking about it, he made it sound like the boat runs on the rail and it needs to have precision to the water within a 0.5 millimeter in order to be accurate to understand the information coming from the testing cycle.
Why does he claim that?
Because that's the impression I got of the nature of the claim he was making.
But he's making a claim that isn't present in the data. I read the papers that he posted. That's not their claim.
Right. Even looking at these brackets, okay, these brackets don't have a mechanism for adjusting the tolerance within half a millimeter.
Right.
These are just standard threaded bolts.
Yeah.
With a standard incline that you'd have to move with a tool, okay? And good frickin' luck trying to get those to be 0.05 millimeters with each other.
Yeah, in the close-up of these, it is literally, look, if you look at the close-up picture of them, they're bolts. They are not precision. These are not precision instruments. I'm sorry. Look, let's look. I got this one. It's a little blurry, but you can see that it's made for the vertical ones. If you zoom in on that one, on the very right, you can see that it is a bolt, and it's got some wear on it from somebody adjusting it up and down. Here,
dude.
The zoomed in part of it. There it is. Hey, that's a vertical bolt. That's it. You spin it, and it lifts it up and down. These are not for measuring off the water. These are just for leveling the track so that the machine will run on it. That's it.
Yeah. Now, regardless, okay, let's be clear, even if these were precise instruments capable of caliper style precision, right, to half a millimeter, or what, actually 0.06 millimeters, isn't that's not even half a millimeter. What is that, half of a tenth? Who cares? It doesn't matter.
Right.
I don't need to know. All I need to know is that regardless of the mechanism or principle you apply to each calibration point, the only thing you can do if you don't have a benchmark and you're trying to get the rail equidistant from the water is to measure from that specific point straight down to the water and dial it to, let's just use 100. Dial it to 100 millimeters, go to the next one, dial it to 100 millimeters, go to the next one. Every single point you're going to dial to 100 millimeters. So do pray tell where the information, where you know that the center is 0.05 millimeters differential from the ends.
So those of us who have built anything know exactly what these are for. You lay down your concrete, and then when you put this rail on here, the rail is perfectly flat, and that's why you have all these boots on it for adjusters, because the concrete is not perfect. And that's the only reason any adjustment was ever made. They laid it down assuming it's close enough, and that's probably it.
Yeah, when you apply a straight to an uneven base, you jack it to the base.
Mm-hmm.
You don't bend your perfectly engineered straight rail, dumbass. No. Don't bend your perfectly. Holy crap, dude. Well, they shipped us this perfectly straight rail, but the earth is curved. Well, let's bend that motherfucker.
Now, here's my issue, right? He said they measured down from the rail to the water. How? There's concrete
with a microscope, dude. With a frickin' microscope.
Well, but how?
Exactly. They need an off end, right? Because straight from the rail down is cement.
Yeah.
Woo!
Whole thing is stupid. He's stupid.
Well, what you see, my friend, is you don't understand that we already know the Earth is a globe. And therefore, even though my presentation, supposedly backed by this demonstration, was actually erroneous mental masturbation, I'm still correct, because we already know Earth's a globe. Yeah, so my friends who need this in layman's terms, this entire exercise was affirming the consequent presuppositional framework. Assume it's a globe, assume that there is a curve in the rail because it would need to be in order to match the curve of the Earth, and then assert that it is the case, having not proved it at all.
Right.
Just like all their arguments that they ever have. Presuppositional framework, affirming the consequent, all these other types of things. There's no proof in the first instance. It's all a big circular reasoning.
Yeah.
Which I don't fault them for. And let me tell you why, friends. Okay? This is going to blow your minds. A sphere is nothing but a circle rotated 360 degrees ad infinitum, correct? Mm-hmm. So if you have enough circles, you can construct a sphere. So to their credit, they're trying to get enough circular arguments that they can have a sphere.
I see. Makes sense. So maybe the arguments can be proof that the arguments are sound.
Yep. The definition of a sound argument is one that proves the globe and you hear it.
Right. It's always this weird esoteric stuff that they try and grab for. Like there's a tank in somewhere in the UK and there's a 0.06 millimeter deviation, I assume, because there's not actually any way to really measure that. And that's his argument. That's his big proof. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's like a jet moron.
Yes. Now, to be fair, I want to give the flat earthers listening and the globe earthers listening another point to listen to. It's like me and Meme didn't have to parse this all out this far. The statement on its face is incoherent and retarded. Let me explain. They measured the center point with a microscope. Okay? A singular field of view, a singular point. And they found it to be 0.06 of a millimeter hump. You don't need anything more than that to know that this is a retarded endeavor.
Yeah.
There's not enough information from that measurement to discern whether the center point is humped compared to the rest. So the entire assertion falls completely right there.
Here's the thing too. If it were curved, then the concrete would end up being curved, and the rail would end up being curved, and you would have no deviation at all.
Correct. If you engineered everything to precision tolerances from one end to the other,
yeah,
there would be no differentiation between any of the points.
Here's the thing. The first thing, when he said there was a hump of 0.06 millimeters, I remember the first thing I said to him. So there's a hump in the steel, but the water is still flat.
Right.
Still talking about Lake Pontchartrain?
No, we're talking about the towing tank.
The towing tank. Oh, I didn't catch that part.
It's the hot news.
I thought you were talking about Mr. Nonsensible. That was.
Yes, that's who we're talking about.
Okay. Oh, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the 0.6 that's supposed to be the deviation. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
No.
Talking about the thing I linked in the locker room.
0.06. In other words, my art paper, my drawing paper is thicker.
and so that 0.06 is over how much distance?
It's 138 meters.
738 meters?
No, 138.
138.
Well, it's still, so 138 meters. So I remember you guys hearing part of this conversation, and the guy didn't seem to understand tolerances at all.
No, he
like
didn't.
Mechanical tolerances, like, right? Am I right?
He didn't. And when you look at the pictures, there's no way for them to have measured up from the water. And the other problem is, he's talking about a deviation in the railing.
Uh-huh.
If there's a deviation in the railing, that means the water's flat.
They said that the deflection of the railing is up to 1.2 millimeters, which is way more than the claimed adjustment.
And I remember that too. That the margin of error for the actual rails is 1. You said 1.2 or 1.7 millimeters.
1.2 millimeters. They said
1.2 millimeters, which is how many times that? That's what? 5 times or 10 times?
Well, you said it was 0.06 of an adjustment, right? I thought it was 0.6, but maybe I have to look at it again.
That's ridiculous. So the man clearly doesn't understand anything about tolerances in manufacturing, and probably doesn't know anything about manufacturing in the first place.
No.
Or construction.
No.
My favorite part about this one is that it's pretty much the exact same claim as the Verrazano Narrow Bridge claim.
Which is immediately falsified the moment you look at the bridge from the side. The water's flat.
Yeah.
Look at how curved that bridge is. You moron, the water's flat.
Yeah, I want to submit to the audience. I do want to submit to the audience that if some retard, right, decides to build a bridge and applies some globe-ass math to it,
I want to see.
Right? And then has this arced bridge sitting over level flat water, all it proves is that he's retarded.
Yeah.
So you would need a standard of a reference, which I'm always harping on. Excuse me if I'm talking loud. I have no hearing in my right ear. Got a bubble or something in my ear. Anyway. So you would need a standard to go by, a reference to go by, and that reference would have to be that the water measures flat. So they would have to have that first. So let's see it.
Hey, AI, it's been more than 72 hours for him?
A what?
Has it been more than 72 hours? I saw in your, you added me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so we're good with it. Okay. Well, just give me 1 second here. Manage, edit roles. I'm going to take that silver SC and valued from him. There you go. There you go, Timbo.
I knew you asked him for a reason how long he was on the server yesterday.
You always know.
Yeah, I always know. Yeah.
Yeah, he passed the nomination in there.
I thought so. Congratulations, that man. I'll make sure it's part of those congratulations on. He is definitely awesome.
There you go, Timbo. He may be AFK. Well, he'll find out when he gets back.
A fat Ku Klux Klan member?
A what?
AFK.
Oh, no. That would be AFKKK, wouldn't it?
What'd you say? What'd you say? Batman is a gold now?
No, Timbo.
Oh, Timbo. Ah.
Timbo.
Very good.
Yes, we need responsible curators of the stream in various permutations of time zones.
Whoa, what happened to Discord just now? Holy crap.
Nothing.
Oh, yeah. It was. I had something really strange just happen now.
They're after you.
Oh, yeah, they are. But anyway, that's besides the point. Yeah, no, the whole frame around the Discord lit up in a gold color, like where all the different servers are on the left. It all lit up, and everything stopped. I couldn't hear anything for a second. That was the strangest thing.
Every time Discord lights up, an angel gets its wings.
Means what?
An angel gets its wings.
That means another Glober died. I mean, another Globe idea died. Glober died. The Globe idea died in someone when that happens. Okay, great. I'm happy about that. I can move on now. Shit.
Yeah, friends. Like you'll find a lot of these Glober proofs that they present. The data is not what they think it is. The tolerances aren't what they think it is. and the entire thing is built on some presupposition somewhere. And as soon as you look into it, you find out all of those things are true. And then you bring it to them, and then they just, go back to the tried and true arguments like, well, why would they lie? NASA has pictures. Neil Armstrong said so. Which I want to submit to you guys. So there's really only two arguments that they have that aren't presuppositional in nature. And that is the alleged eyewitness testimony from space and the alleged photographs from space. But let's knock out the first one, eyewitness testimony. It's not eyewitness testimony. Why? Because none of them have sworn to be witnesses. It's just what they say. And when somebody just tells you what they say about what they did, that's called an anecdote, not testimony, not witness. It's just anecdotal evidence, right? Now, to be fair, anecdotal evidence isn't necessarily presuppositional in its framework, although you are presupposing that the person's trustworthy if you do trust what they say. So then you're just left with photographs. And photographs are not considered prima facie evidence of anything in any professional, peer-reviewed scientific journal or all the other types of things. You have to have corroborating evidence on the side. So again, where's the first order evidence, the first order proof that the Earth is a globe in which they claim? Because it seems like most of their arguments rely on the Earth already being a globe. So where's the proof that it is such a thing?
There's none. We made it up. It's all
there are many illusions of proof, but no proof itself.
See, instead of listening in on YouTube, Timbo listens in on here while he works. So that's why he's in, but can't really do anything. But yeah, Mr. Sensible, grand retard. 33rd degree retard, like full master retard.
Isn't it funny how it's always someone else who has the proof of their claim? They're never scientists, They're not the experts. It's always someone else who has it. But who is this someone else? Do they have Discord? When do we get to talk to these people?
You don't, sir. And by the way, the people that they're citing aren't making globe Earth claims and don't have proof. What they're doing is they're reading into and interpreting what the people say and modifying it to fit their preconceived notion.
And then when that comes out, those people get thrown under the bus.
Yes.
Yeah, my friend, so now that I'm looking at that picture again, I want to critique Mr. Sensible's presentation again, because the impression that he gave from his initial presentation is that the adjustments that were being made were actually warping the rail to the adjustment. Now, my friends, look at that frickin' rail and tell me that you're going to turn a little bolt and warp that rail.
No. In fact,
that rail looks to be about 3 or 4 inches of solid steel or aluminum or something. Maybe aluminum you might be able to warp a little. But if that thing's made of steel or anything like that, I mean, good frickin' luck, dude.
Whatever it
you
is,
ain't warping that thing with no point. Go ahead.
It's heavy, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And it looks to be contiguous.
It almost looks like a train track.
Yeah, what it looks like is a train track.
Frickin' dude. This frickin' retard's gonna come in here and try to blow smoke up your asses that they're going to adjust a standard bolt that's going to warp a rail within the precision of 0.05 millimeters. The dude is stone cold retarded. So now you all know that if somebody comes in here blowing that kind of smoke, right, you just breathe it in and blow it out your own nose and tell them to go blow it out their ass and then laugh at them. Woo.
So if we look at this rail again, let me repost the images. If we look at the rail again, I would bet that it's in 30 to 50 foot lengths and welded and then polished smooth, right? That's how you put railroad tracks together. So how are you going to get an absolute perfect precision doing that? Because even railroad tracks aren't perfect. Like nothing in this world is perfect. I mean, I'm just saying that you can't even do the measurement. You can't even make the measurement because there's concrete beneath both rails. There's no way to test the distance to the water, to measure the distance to the water. Unless you're running a level over from it, like a flat line over from it, perpendicular to it, and then measuring down from that perpendicular flat line. And then, how level is that line that you're measuring over from? And at that point, how are you checking the deviation? Like, there's so many problems with this. Like, yeah, a big 1 million square foot warehouse, I could do that, and it wouldn't be a big deal,
Well, I mean, if they're off by 0.6 of a millimeter, that'll just be a catastrophe, even though that's half of their claimed, error margin.
Yeah. 0.6. So
I think it's 0.6, yeah.
0.6, yeah, that's half a millimeter. I don't think that's measurable. I do not think that's actually measurable in this circumstance. I think all of this is pre-manufactured and laid into place and then adjusted simply to be able to run smooth. It's not adjusted to be running flat. In this case, would not be as important as running smooth.
Well, if they can have deflections that are twice the adjustment they're claiming, then yeah, the adjustment won't matter.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too. It's like all of it. I mean, just the.
Yeah, it's like the old claim where you adjust for the Coriolis, right, for artillery fire, right? But you look at the actual alleged Coriolis that the range is given, and then you look at the brackets, right? And the brackets are like an order of magnitude beyond the alleged correction for the Coriolis. So regardless of what happens, the Coriolis will never matter. So It's like, well, of course it matters, but it doesn't matter. Oh, just so you know, the brackets are the uncertainty of round placement. So just by the way the thing operates, it already has an uncertainty principle built into it that requires the field operator, right, the forward observer, to bring the round in onto the target. Now, it is per chance sometimes you'll hit close enough to do damage on the target in the first, right, firing, but very rare. You have a whole bracketing procedure. You might be 100 meters too far, right? Then you got to bracket it back. Then the next shot might miss. Then the final shot will hit.
Do I need to point out, and you'll see this if you zoom in on the brackets picture, the first one that I posted. Look at the straight edge of that concrete. And you're like, what straight edge?
Exactly. That looks perfectly minty straight to me.
Yeah. That I see 1, 2, 3, 4 dips in it just right there. They have honeycombing on the side. It's not even like the highest quality concrete.
This concrete was engineered to 1/1000th of a 1,000th of a micron to adjust for the curvature of the earth.
Yeah, my trowel is over a millimeter thick. Come on.
Yes, my friends, in case you guys haven't been paying attention to the point me and Meme are actually making, well, the point we're making is that the claims from these globers that all these things are taking into account the curve of the Earth is retarded. It's silliness. It's just an assumption.
It's so stupid, it's offensive.
Bingo. It's offensive. It can't be offensive to somebody who doesn't know what's happening.
Right.
But to any learned person, especially people that are in the field that do actual physical, tangible work, constructing things and know anything about anything, I mean, trying to pass this off, it's like nails on a chalkboard when you hear it.
You know, this is Mr. Sensible. He got this idea from someone. Nobody's looking at tow tanks. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's thinking about this. He got this idea from someone, and he crafted this idea and tailored it specifically. He did not think of this because he doesn't even understand the idea. He's just repeating it.
Yeah, that's what it does sound like. Well, like, didn't he have like a stone cold stare when you asked him the tolerance margins?
Yes, he did.
He was like, "What are you talking about? I'm not an investor."
Mm-hmm. Well, it was in the paper.
I don't have a stock portfolio. What are we talking about margins for?
I can go find it again. Let me go find it again. Mr. Sensible. Mr. Sensible. All right. Search. Okay, here we go.
Look at what Miguel just posted. That pretty much sums it up, dude.
Yes. All right. This is what he posted now. I just went back and saved the image he posted. This is from him. It's from the paper. Read it.
The concrete should be allowed to settle in once the tank is filled with water. The AMC tank staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Yeah, that's what I posted in the locker room. Yeah.
Right, so a laser or telescope cannot be used due to the temperature gradient in the air. Oh, well, that throws that out.
Yeah.
The rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curve of the Earth horizontally. And in roll in Southampton, the Sagataw for an east to west oriented tank of 138 millimeters is about 0.6 millimeters. The top faces of the rails must be leveled to within plus or minus 0.1 millimeters over their length.
See, he's never actually posted where they said this has a deflection anyway. They've never said it has a deflection. He's saying that's what the deflection would be. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And he's just saying that's what the deflection is. I don't think anyone's measured that.
This is interesting. To follow the curve of the Earth horizontally and in roll. What the hell does in roll mean? In Southampton, listen to this, friends. In Southampton, specifically in Southampton, the Sagataw for an east to west oriented tank is about 0.06 millimeters. Where did they get that from?
0.6.
Okay, 0.6. There you go.
Yeah. So half a millimeter.
Oh yeah, because I was saying 0.06. Yeah, okay, that's wrong.
No, old dude, they didn't jack the rail. They're just saying that in that tank it'd be about 0.6. They're not saying they had to make any adjustment for it at all.
They're just saying it must be because there's a curve there, right?
Yeah. They're not saying the rail is deflected. I believe they think that the entire thing is deflected already, which means you wouldn't have any deflection of the rail. Zero. You would have none. It would be parallel the entire way down. If the water's following the curve and your rail is following the curve, then you should have a perfectly equal measurements.
Oh, but what do you mean? They already know they're on a globe, don't they?
You see, that's the thing. He didn't understand what he was reading. Like, they're not even applying the 0.6 to anything. They're just saying, this is what the Earth's curve is over 138 meters. They're not applying it to anything.
If you completed that circle, what would make the Earth then, size-wise?
I think it comports with their radius claim. I think that's the point. They're just begging the question of the radius and then saying, like, says, that it must bulge out by this much. Then, therefore,
right? But dude, only in Southampton, though.
Oh yeah,
that's important.
Well, I mean, what's the longest bridge in the world? About 100 miles? Did they have to account for the nearly 7,000 feet of drop that should be there? Or just these micro adjustments? Are those the only ones that matter?
Let's do this. Let's put 138 meters. Let's put metric. Let's put 138 meters. Eye height 130. No. Eye height 0. Eye height 0 because we just want the actual thing. Okay. So 138. It's 1,000 in a kilometer, so that's 0.138, right? 0.138. And I can't calculate that. Okay. All right, 0.138. Oh, I have to have some height on it. So I'll do 0.001 to try and give myself 0, right? That's as close to 0 as I'm ever going to get. Nope, won't let me do it. Oh, I have an idea. I have an idea. Hold on. We'll just do 0.38. Calculate. Now at 0 meters, at 1 kilometer, I can't just remove a 0 off of it. It doesn't work like multiplication. Okay. $52.80. All right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 8.
Excuse me.
What's 0.08 of a meter? 0.08 of a meter. Right, 8 centimeters per mile. 8 centimeters per kilometer.
For what?
The Earth curve calculator.
I don't know. I don't know.
Globers, don't let these flat earthers take away your space dream fantasies. Come in and do something about it. Discord.gg/flat earth.
All right, so if we do
Me. Man, what are you trying to do? See if they got their Sagitah math correct?
Yeah. Point 0.01.
Oh, why are you doing that? So he also was mentioning about the bottoms of things being precluded over distances and small or large bodies of water, but he put forth this this idea that this water would have a maximum Sagitah of 0.5 millimeter, right? And like 333 meters, which is the lake that I go to, would have about, let's see, less than an inch. I know that. Yet I see things disappear from the bottom, complete things that are over 1.5 feet tall. Sometimes even the kayakers who, the upper torso of a person is a couple of feet. So how is a Sagitah allegedly that's there that's less than an inch tall precluding the entire body of a kayaker? Well, the answer is it's an optical effect. There you go, problem solved. So this whole claim that the curve of the Earth is blocking things from the bottom or precluding things from being able to be seen, and that's the only reason that it could possibly be, is just false on its face, experientially and demonstrably so. So we now have an 0 for 3 on Mr. Sensible. So, has he ever said anything useful?
No. It does look like their presumption is correct. It's like 0.5 or 0.6 of a millimeter. But it's all just assumption.
I just find it interesting that it's only these micro adjustments that seem to come into play. Like, where are the big adjustments for the big structures?
Well, there really isn't any structure to where there's a big adjustment needed. Like even the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. Right?
Look what Aristotle posted, AI.
Yeah, so while I'm looking, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge only alleges 1 5/8 inches out, right, for the whole structure. So I mean, it's nonsense.
These methods rely on the human vision. The rail alignment had to be performed by one single person.
Yep.
It took the towing technician David Turner about 3 weeks per rail to finish the alignment process. Yeah, it took him that long because he's working on taxpayer dime. The Boulderwood towing tank only has a walkway on its south side, blah, 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 floating platoon. Okay.
A floating pontoon while visually acquired with your eyeballs. Woo!
It had to be performed from a floating pontoon. Yes, you're correct. Which made it more complicated. Everything he said is wrong. Everything. What am I looking at there, Miguel?
That video is not available anymore, but I saw this time lapse of tunnel construction, and they did use lasers to level the rail tracks.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you?
Oh, look at what it says here. The water changed its level in the adjustment trough, right? Due to evaporation. So it says here that the steel pins were machined. A datum bracket was installed at one end of the tank to adjust the length of the pins. The trough was filled with 600 liters. The tank walls are fitted with a small trough in the concrete. Okay, so the rails are adjusted by water level. So when he says down to the water, he's not talking about the water in which the boat model travels in. He's talking about water that's in the concrete wall, designed to be a water level for the purpose of leveling the steel or whatever it's made of.
That's
because
really,
they're not going to use a laser.
That's really stupid and inaccurate. You know why? You already know why. Because one, it evaporates, and two, concrete is not impervious.
Yep. So throughout the day, you going down the track, right? And you have evaporation and all these other things. How are you going to fill the water up again after it evaporates to get to the same point? So you're constantly doing this up and down thing with no specific point of reference from your previous time.
Right.
It's all just a freaking guessing game based on some guy's vision. And you're just trusting him that his vision is accurate. Now, my friends, I want to teach you something all right now. There's something you need to learn when you learn how to shoot a weapon. That's called a sight picture. You must have a consistent sight picture in order to have consistent firings and targets hit. The problem is that if you're not well trained, the idea of you having a consistent sight picture is nonsensical. And all that means is that your alignment to the center of the optic that you're looking through, because you understand that you can put an optic dead onto your eye, or you could have it up a little, down a little, left a little, right a little, canted a little. Right?
You have to line up the sights.
So this whole thing is this whole entire process is nebulous.
Well, I mean, they told you outright that the settling of the concrete will cause deflections twice that of their claimed adjustment.
Yeah. concrete does stop settling, but like I said, they never claimed they measured a deflection.
Well, they said that deflection will go on up to a year.
Yeah.
And they didn't wait a year to do all this.
No, they didn't. And I mean, the other thing is, though, is there's nowhere that I can find where they claimed that there is a 0.6 millimeter deflection.
Yeah, all it said at best was that it needed to be leveled within a certain tolerance.
Yeah.
Okay, and leveled within a certain tolerance in plain language means laterally straight.
Next time he's in, just ask him what tool did they use.
Answer: human vision.
Human vision.
They used a microscope, a very accurate microscope, capable of high microscopy.
From a floating pontoon, right?
Yes.
Is that
It's completely possible?
Is that what he claimed?
No, he didn't claim that.
Okay. Just imagine some like construction worker in a yellow hard hat down there with a microscope, like balancing on a pontoon.
Dude, I'd be in the pontoon, right? Right, with a little, carabiner strapped to one of the brackets so I didn't float down too far away. And I'd have my hat oriented towards the bracket, and then I'd be like taking a nap. And then when somebody came along, I'd be like, "Don't interrupt my precision."
Yeah. Here we go.
Now, my friends, there's also a valuable lesson to be learned from this. Critiquing Globers doesn't actually require them to be present.
That's correct.
Exactly. Look how juicy and delicious the conversation's been for like the past 45 minutes. All based on some minor errors that somebody decided was proof for their precious globe.
Yeah, it's great. All you have to do is just read the stuff that they give you. And the globe flops again.
Because they're stupid.
The guy I got the paper from, the Glober, I got the paper from, I guess didn't read it because he didn't know anything about it, and he misquoted it every time he tried.
Yeah.
So I read his paper and told him what it said.
So do you have a link to the paper by any chance?
Yeah, I'll post it.
All right, because I know he posted bits and pieces of it, but I do remember going through and reading it. There it is. Yep, that's the one. 3 pages. Wow.
Man. Thursday, March 2nd. Dang it. Trying to order some tires on the quickie. Nobody wants to ship fast anymore. Remember when Amazon used to ship fast?
Yes.
Those were the days. You know, I guess technically there are other places to shop beside Amazon. I could always look there.
See, the rail alignment in a towing tank is a very important process and must be carefully thought through. Misaligned rails can lead to a bumpy ride and noisy measurements.
Let's be clear, friends. With the tools at hand, at best, all you could do was level the rail to local level and mediate the differentiation between your previous SAT attempt at leveling based on your human eyes and your human hands, right? So what you would do is you would just put a metric of some kind on the rail, right? And that would tell you the difference locally. So they're alleging that they used water as their level line between the points. So while they're doing it, right, while the water's there, they're just adjusting until the little pin touches the water, and then they say, okay, that's level. Pretty similar to if you have a big, long blue, level, and you put one end on one thing and you bring it down till it touches the other thing. But nowhere in any of that process do you have the information to say that the center part that you leveled is 0.5 millimeter different, right? In regards to being a sagittah, which means it'd be a hump in between the end and beginning of the rail.
Right.
You don't have that information present to you. In fact, you don't even have, based on all the tolerances that we just talked about, the information to know that a 0.6 or 0.5 differential is even because you're of the curve of the earth, or because of the fact that you have human hands and human eyes. And various other things, like whether the water evaporated in the frickin' 3 weeks it took you to walk down the other end.
And I do want to know more about this claim differential. Like, did they measure it gradually over the whole distance, or what?
Heck, freaking no! Dude, I know that that's a sincere question.
Oh, it's kind of.
But it's also kind of incoherent. Because how would they be measuring it? In order to measure that differential, you'd have to be measuring from the beginning to the midpoint. You can't measure it from each successive one. Because you only have local level to work with. And, something that's 2 feet away is not going to have as much of a differential as something that's, 70 feet away. So how would they even practically do that? Because remember, he said, all I'm doing is going down and adjusting each one till it hits the water below it.
Do you know how when you set up a concrete form, you pull a string?
Yep.
Okay, well, what they used was a fishing line. They used a fishing line. Microscope was mounted on the rail to look down at the line and perform the adjustment. That was for straight up and down. That was not for how far away it was from the water or any gap or anything like that. That was to make sure that the tracks were in straight alignment from the top.
Oh.
Because
so it's a totally different plane.
Straight track, right? But actual adjustments of up and down, those methods rely on the human vision. Just got to read the paper and that's it.
Oh, interesting.
The vertical alignment of the south rail was checked in 20 spots along the tank length in 2016. This showed that the concrete did not move during that period. There is nowhere in here where there is any measured deflection of 0.6. Nowhere.
Yes, and I just wanted for our friend who asked just recently, the thing that they used as a baseline was filling a trough that runs underneath the rail. So they have a cement, foundation, right, of the huge pool track that they're going to tow in. But the walls of that foundation, right, that hold in the main body of water, themselves have a channel that they filled with water. And right, so we know that if you fill a channel with water, it's not going to adhere to the surface of the top of the channel. It's going to adhere to its own level. So the water will create a natural water level across the span of the channel. And they're just referencing it off of that. Now, that being said, in nowhere in any of that is measurements being done.
Right.
At best, you may have a single measurement device for the height of the water that you want to fill with. Or, even better, you have somewhere else the water measured out in a specific amount of water that you introduce to the channel. Depending on which way you want to go, which way you think is more accurate for reasons that we've talked about, temperature, evaporation, the fact that concrete absorbs water to a certain degree, all of these things. No matter what you end up with this line of water that you're assuming is level. Now, if you assume that level is curved, you can then say the hump in the middle is this and so based on the curve of the equipotential gravitation of the Earth, which is exactly what words came out of Mr. Sensible's mouth. According to the equipotential, right, of the gravity of the Earth, this would be curved thus and so, therefore it is curved thus and so. Basically was his argument.
Yeah.
So the same as every other globe argument. That horizon appears at 10 miles, but it's actually at 1.2 and just refracted because we know it's a globe.
Well, I mean, his first claim immediately debunks. The very first words out of his mouth is, there's a hump in the rail. If there is a hump in the rail, then the water is flat. Because if you're on a ball, you wouldn't measure a difference between one side or the middle or anything. You'd be following the line of the curve, and it would always be the same measurement. And it was actually what I said. They brought the rail in sections and welded it together. And essentially, it's just sitting on a track on top of the concrete with nuts and bolts to roll the level. That's it.
Assume a curved baseline, assume everything else matches that curved baseline.
Yeah. The part where his brain melts is that he thinks that there's a curve. Yeah. I mean, yeah, so his argument's refuted completely. And with that, I've got to get some stuff together here. I will talk to y'all later.
Good day, sir.
Yep.
Later, Mimas.
Adios.
What I miss.
Exactly.
Nobody showed up to shill for Mr. Sensible. His honor. No one showed up to defend his honor.
You ever get to a point where you don't know what to learn about anymore?
Nope. Eventually, you got to use what you know. Excuse me. Right, I got to eat some food and order some truck parts, so I'll be on mute. But don't let that stop you from talking. Chatterboxes, you.
You don't put the bot on?
What do you want to listen to? Me? Some more me or me?
Let's go with you.
Well, it's not really fair, is it? All the choices were really the same choice.
I don't really have a preference though, so whatever is the going thing that you guys put on.
Well, let me see what's going on in the bot. Top 20 proofs. Earth is not a globe. The ultimate litmus test. Oh, that was a good one.
Oh, maybe like something along the lines of electromagnetism. Because I don't need any globe disproofs. It's pretty disproven to me.
Numpty clips. Oh, that's not long enough. Good debate would be good. There's not really any good debates about that, I don't think. At least not that I remember. Witsit versus Delcos. Let's see. So one, if you've never seen, is well, I guess Jaron's 200 quotes is pretty good. It's from scientists. That's pretty
doesn't sound bad. I haven't heard a lot of Jaron's stuff.
This one is basically him critiquing quotes from people who were instrumental in our modern world view and sciences and stuff, and how they made philosophical choices rather than scientific choices to lead us to where we are now.
Philosophical choices.
Oh yeah. Like, for example,
I guess that works.
Yeah, for example, the Earth having a central position in the universe, they don't like it. You know? It's like I find that distasteful and impalatable or intolerable or even horrific. Therefore, I'm going to choose a different paradigm.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if we got that here. Man, can't find it. Oh, hold on. I had some ones I used to really like, but the channels got deleted that hosted them. Well, I can't find that.
You ever listen to any lectures like Ram Dass or Alan Watts?
Those don't sound familiar, but I do listen to lectures a lot.
They're more philosophical. Alan Watts talks about Zen and Hinduism a lot, and then Ram Dass talks about Hinduism and spirituality.
Whoa. I just got a nose full of ginger spice.
Clear it right up. Okay, what else?
I can't even search it. They just want to give me quotes from a whole bunch of doofuses. Man, come on.
What the fuck?
Oh, well, I could always go with Eric Dubay, top 20 proofs. Well, that's what shows up, I suppose.
If it works, it works. I don't mind. I'm not picky.
He does have a good reading voice, don't get me wrong.
I haven't actually heard a lot from Eric Dubay or Mark Sargent.
Flat Earth has long been denigrated, derided, and disparaged
Hey, dinner time.
Crackpot of all conspiracy theories, marginalized, mocked, and ridiculed for centuries as being an ignorant, ancient, unscientific worldview. But the facts of the matter are far from what you have been told. When thoroughly examined and diligently researched with an open mind, any skeptical, critical thinker will find it is actually the tilting, wobbling, spinning spaceball Earth promoted by NASA and taught in schools that is truly ridiculous and unscientific. The following are 20 ways anyone can prove for themselves that Earth is a level, stationary plane. 1. Common sense. It cannot be overstated or overemphasized. The most important thing to realize, and most obvious way to know you are not spinning on a ball, is your own common sense and lived experience. You have always, and will always, experience yourself as living right side up on a motionless Earth, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around you. This is common sense, and what everyone in the world personally experiences every day of their lives. We are taught to believe otherwise, however, many things completely contrary to our own common sense and experience from a very early age. We are told that people living down under the spinning ball Earth in Australia are actually living upside down relative to those residing in the northern hemisphere, while an invisible force, strong enough to hold people, buildings, and oceans stuck to the underside of a rapidly rotating ball, but weak enough to allow birds, bugs, and planes to take off and fly with ease, keeps Earth's atmosphere spinning in perfect balance and holds everyone firmly to the surface without crushing us. We can clearly see that the horizon is horizontal, but we are told it curves. We can feel that the Earth under our feet is motionless, but we are told it moves. We can observe the luminaries revolving around us, but we are told it is us that revolves. It is obvious that stars are stars, but we are told that stars are suns. We can see the sun is bigger than the stars, but we are told stars are bigger than the sun. We can see the sun and moon are the same size, but we are told the sun is 400 times larger. It is obvious that up is up and down is down, but we are told there is no such thing. As stated by Flat Earth author David Wardlaw Scott, with the modern astronomer, there is theoretically neither up nor down, though his experience belies his assertion every time he looks up to the heavens or down to the ground. Such aberration of intellect is really to be pitied. The 3rd century philosopher Lactantius was similarly perturbed about the idea, stating, "A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground? The ancient wonder of the hanging gardens of Babylon dwindle into nothing in comparison to the fields, seas, towns, and mountains that pagan philosophers believe to be hanging from the earth without support. Truly, the idea that people are standing, ships are sailing, and planes are flying upside down on certain parts of Earth, while others are tilted at 90 degrees and all other impossible angles, is utter absurdity and an affront to common sense. In fact, common sense is the first casualty of globe belief. No child or unindoctrinated man would ever conclude or even conceive, if given to their own devices, based on their own personal observations, that Earth was a spinning ball revolving around the sun. When children are indoctrinated from a very early age to abandon their common sense and lived experience of a geocentric plain Earth in favor of this nonsensical, heliocentric globe model taught in schools, a schism occurs in their psyche. No longer can they trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, taught by supposed experts and authority figures who insist their version of reality is correct. When children see that every adult around them believes wholeheartedly in the spinning globe, and hear that only our ignorant, unscientific ancestors believed otherwise, they readily abandon the empirical evidence of their senses and adopt the prevailing nonsensical model. As stated by Flat Earth author E. Eschini, the one thing the fable of the revolving Earth has done, it has shown the terrible power of a lie. A lie has the power to make a man a mental slave, so that he dares not back the evidence of his own senses, to deny the plain and obvious movement of the sun he sees before him. When he feels himself standing on an earth utterly devoid of motion, at the suggestion of someone else, he is prepared to accept that he is spinning furiously round. When he sees a bird flying and gaining over the ground, he is prepared to believe that the ground is really traveling a great number of times faster than the bird. And finally, in order to uphold the imagination of a madman, he is prepared to accuse his maker of forming him a sensiferous lie. 2. Fake photographs. One of the main reasons the average person believes the world is a globe is because of the globular Earth images and video footage provided by NASA and other space agencies. Hundreds of such pictures and thousands of videos featuring a globe Earth are freely available on the internet, yet most people never critically examine them with a skeptical eye. From the earliest photographs to the latest live streams, NASA and the world's other space agencies continue to be exposed for their Hollywood-style trickery. When conscientiously compared, contrasted, and investigated for inconsistencies, it turns out every single image and video showing a globular Earth has been manipulated in some way. All globe videos, for example, are achieved using either a fisheye lens to curve the horizon or created completely through CGI technology. One clear instance of the latter is NASA's 1990 time-lapse video of Earth supposedly filmed by their Galileo space telescope from 1.3 million miles away. This video features the Earth globe spinning in space uncut for 25 hours and shows the exact same clouds present without ever dissipating, changing shape or location the entire time. In reality, if you watch clouds in the sky for several minutes, three things will inevitably happen. The clouds will all move, some will morph, gradually changing shape, and others will dissipate and disappear completely. In NASA's official footage of the spinning ball Earth, however, the entire world's cloud cover doesn't dissipate, morph, or move for 25 hours, which is, of course, impossible, and proof of fakery. A good example of fisheye lens fakery is the famous 2012 GoPro Red Bull jump, where skydiver Felix Baumgartner was lifted to a record-breaking 128,000 feet in a stratospheric balloon, then jumped back to Earth. 7 GoPro cameras on the outside of the craft and strapped to Felix himself recorded the entire ascent and descent. Astute observers will notice that from ground level all the way up to the 24-mile apex, the horizon is significantly curved and remains equally so for the entire ascent. This is because the curve is artificial and being caused by the GoPro camera's standard-issue fisheye lens. Once Felix reaches his peak altitude and the door of his craft opens, an inside camera mounted behind him without a fisheye lens reveals the truth, showing a perfectly flat horizon still at eye level, 128,000 feet high. As for the hundreds of supposed photographs available of the globe, NASA readily admits that these are composite images and not actual photographs. They claim the composites are made by taking strips of data sent from satellites, spliced together in Photoshop, and colorized for the final creation. NASA's senior program analyst and lead data visualizer, Robert Simon, admitted in an interview that they are photoshopped because they have to be. When compared side by side and viewed with a discerning eye, the inconsistencies become obvious. The coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the continents drastically changes between images, and they often feature far too little landmass for 50% of a globe. Several of NASA's blue marble Earth images have repeat instances of exact cloud patterns clearly copied and pasted into place. Computer enhancements done on Earth images taken during the Apollo missions also show similar photo trickery. When hues are removed from the black backgrounds and brightness enhanced, distinct rectangular artifacts appear around the globe where they were pasted in, again proving them to be doctored composites. Furthermore, when NASA's Earth pictures are compared with those from the Russians, Chinese, and other space agencies, the differences become evident, and the fact that they are all simply Photoshop images becomes obvious. If NASA and the world's space agencies could provide real, legitimate photographs and videos of a globe, they most certainly would. so the fact that they continue producing and pumping out nothing but fisheye fakery and CGI cartoons is strong evidence that Earth is not what they claim. 3. Water. The natural physics of water are that once contained and undisturbed, the surface will always remain horizontal. This fundamental physical property of water is why it has been used as a leveling tool by builders and engineers for millennia. Whether in a bucket, bathtub, pond, lake, or an ocean, the surface of water at rest always remains flat and doesn't have the ability to show convexity or any shape whatsoever upon its surface. This fact is easily demonstrable and empirically verifiable, but completely at odds with what we are told about the globe. For Earth to be globular and over 70% covered in water, the oceans must be somehow curving around and sticking to all sides of a rapidly spinning ball suspended in space. It is simply impossible to make water behave this way. As anyone can experiment for themselves, bodies of water will not stick to the underside of a ball and cannot show convexity or any other shape upon their surface. Globe defenders will often point to water droplets, meniscus, surface tension, or adhesion, claiming these are examples of water bending or sticking to a surface, which is nothing but a fallacy of false equivalency, as these only happen at a very small scale, the size of a coffee cup. The claim is entire oceans wrapping around and sticking to the underside of a spinning ball, not a water droplet or the meniscus in a glass filled to the brim. NASA has also recently taken to faking CGI water balls using augmented virtual reality technology in an attempt to convince the public that water can behave this way. This kind of demonstration, done in a reference frame inaccessible to 99.99% of the population, however, is unrepeatable by the world's scientists and skeptics, and is therefore not scientific or permissible as proof of anything. First, they claim only massive objects the size of Earth have this attractive property. Then, as evidence, they show a phenomenon allegedly outside of our earthly reference frame. In other words, they are claiming bodies of water can bend around, stick to a ball, and show curvature upon their surface, but only at a scale too big for the public to recreate. Then they are claiming water can ball up and float suspended in air, but only in a reference frame too far for the public to recreate. As for water level, globe defenders have actually attempted to completely redefine the term level just to fit with their dogma. The true definition of level is a flat horizontal plane with no deviation in elevation along its surface. Water always reliably seeks and maintains its own level, and that is why it has been used in spirit levels and construction projects from time immemorial to create perfectly horizontal structures, no matter their size. Globe zealots, however, unsatisfied with this obvious truth and clear definition, have attempted to redefine level to instead mean curved. Their globe-friendly version of level means equal heights around a ball when measured from a central point. The fact of the matter is, however, that nobody has ever reached this hypothetical center point of the hypothetical Earth globe, so their redefined term cannot be tested or falsified. Until that day, rest assured there is good reason we call it sea level and not sea curve. 4. The horizon. The horizon is always perfectly horizontal, 360 degrees around the observer, regardless of altitude. If Earth was actually a globe, no matter how large, as an observer ascended, the horizon would remain fixed in position and fall below the observer the higher climbed. In reality, all amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage filmed without a fisheye lens at maximum altitudes of over 20 miles high show a completely flat horizon still rising to eye level. Only in NASA and other space agency footage does the horizon ever curve or appear below the observer's eye level. In the heliocentric model, the horizon is claimed to be the physical curvature of their globe, and the reason boats receding from a shore-bound observer disappear from view. This was actually one of the original alleged globe-Earth proofs presented by Aristotle and still parroted by believers today. But by using modern zoom technology, we now know that the horizon is not the physical curvature of a globe, and those boats can be zoomed back into full view. This is because the horizon is not an objective physical phenomenon at all, but rather a subjective optical phenomenon based on an individual observer's perspective. If the horizon was actually the objective physical curvature of a globe, then objects receding beyond it could not be zoomed back into view, and it would remain fixed as an observer ascended. In reality, however, the horizon rises along with the observer no matter how high, and modern zoom technology can bring objects receding beyond it back into full view. This proves the horizon line is not some objective point of curvature on a convex Earth, but rather the subjective vanishing line of perspective from a given observer's point of view. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, on the shore near Waterloo, a few miles to the north of Liverpool, a good telescope was fixed at an elevation of 6 feet above the water. It was directed to a large steamer, just leaving the River Mersey and sailing out to Dublin. Gradually the masthead of the receding vessel came nearer to the horizon, until, at length, after more than 4 hours had elapsed, it disappeared. The ordinary rate of sailing of the Dublin steamers was fully 8 miles an hour, so that the vessel would be at least 32 miles distant when the masthead came to the horizon. The 6 feet of elevation of the telescope would require 3 miles to be deducted for convexity, which would leave 29 miles, the square of which, multiplied by 8 inches, gives 560 feet, deducting 80 feet for the height of the main mast, and we find that, according to the doctrine of rotundity, the masthead of the outward-bound steamer should have been 480 feet below the horizon. Many other experiments of this kind have been made upon sea-going steamers, and always with the results entirely incompatible with the theory that the Earth is a globe. 5. Gyroscopes. Gyroscopes are precision instruments consisting of a wheel mounted inside 2 or 3 gimbals which provide pivoting support and allow the wheel to rotate about a single axis. As the entire contraption moves and shifts angles, the gimbals move and shift accordingly, but the inner wheel never changes its angle with respect to its initial reference frame. This unique property is called rigidity in space, meaning the inner wheel maintains its orientation and axis of rotation in relation to space and not to the surface of the Earth. This means that the base of a gyroscope set in motion with its axis in a vertical position, then placed on a table for 6 hours, should rotate 90 degrees with the spinning globe Earth. As the globe turns under the gyroscope for 6 hours, the axis should slowly turn from vertical to horizontal. This experiment has been tested many times with several full-length videos available online, and never does the gyroscope's vertical axis shift whatsoever. If the heliocentric model were true, not only would the gyroscope detect the alleged 1,000-mile-per-hour spin of the globe, but also the 67,000-mile-per-hour revolution around the Sun, the entire solar system's 500,000-mile-per-hour spiral around the Milky Way galaxy, and the entire galaxy's multi-million-mile-per-hour journey through the universe. Since these hypothetical motions never register on precision gyroscopes, it is clear that they, just like the spinning ball Earth they're based on, do not exist. Gyroscopes are also the technology behind inertial guidance systems and airplane artificial horizon indicators. When military jets are performing loops, barrel rolls, and other dogfighting maneuvers,